I calmly killed a wolf in the forest. For me, it was just another ordinary day, but I'm no ordinary hunter. I'm a notorious lupine slayer, the one who hunts down those monsters. Until that day, under the cold moonlight, I saved a little girl who was almost torn apart by the wolves. When I saw the terror and clarity in her eyes, I suddenly started to wonder, are all the werewolves really worth killing? Chapter 1 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐩𝐿. I inhaled deeply, centering myself as I drew back the bowstring with practiced ease. My eyes scanned the forest, alert for any movement. Patience rewarded me as a medium-sized brown wolf emerged from the underbrush. With a controlled exhale, I released the arrow. It whistled through the air, finding its mark with deadly precision. The wolf, one of the many abominations plaguing these woods, crumpled to the ground, shouldering my bow. I pressed on, moving silently deeper into the dense foliage. The snap of a twig nearby sent a jolt through me, but I quickly regained my composure. With fluid motions born from countless hours of training, I retrieved another arrow from my quiver. Pressing my back against a gnarled oak, I scanned the surroundings, my senses on high alert. Unable to pinpoint the source of the disturbance, I cautiously stepped away from my cover, tightening my grip on the bough as I steadied my breathing. Without warning, a hand clamped over my mouth. Panic and fury surged through me in equal measure. Acting on instinct, I stomped down hard on my assailant's foot. A hiss of pain rewarded my efforts as the hand withdrew. I spun around, 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐷 drawn, ready to unleash it at my attacker's head. My eyes narrowed as recognition dawned. What the hell? Go! I spat, my heart still racing. Joe, twirling his silver knife with infuriating nonchalance, flashed me his trademark smirk. Well, hello to you, too, Princess 𝐊𝐲. You scared the crap out of me. I thought you were, I began, but he cut me off mid-sentence. The alpha. I know, Joel chuckled, clearly amused by his own cleverness. But you won't find him here. Despite the average size of a wolf brain, he is smart. I rolled my eyes, exasperated by his playful demeanor in such a tense situation. Well then, where is he? I demanded, lowering my bow but keeping the arrow no-ked. Waiting for you at your apartment. Most likely. Joel shrugged. His casual tone belied the gravity of the information. Although, I do have a question for you. Yeah, what's that? I replied, my voice carrying a hint of challenge. Why is the arrow still pointed at my head? He questions, gesturing to my bow that I held in my hand. String pulled back, an arrow pointed directly at him. Because I don't like you. I replied nonchalantly before lowering the bow and slinging it on my shoulder. Arrow back in place and the quiver slung diagonally over my shoulders and across my back, plucking a knife from my belt. I examined the sleek, silver blade before turning to Joel. Let's go. He nodded and followed me as I led the way out of the woods, past quite a few dead wolves as well. It was the last day in Michigan, meaning we had to finish the pack completely. Now only the alpha remained. Sliding into the car with my bow and arrows in the trunk, I reached over Joel and grabbed my gun from the glove compartment, sliding it into the waistband of my jeans and pulling my jacket down to conceal it. Speeding down the dark roads, I sloppily parked at the base of the small apartment building I lived in with David, our trainer. Jumping out, I immediately tore inside the building, ignoring the look the front counterman was giving me, and dashed up the stairs, not patient enough to wait for the elevator. When I reached my floor, I slowed to a walk, evened out my heartbeat. Taking my keys, I unlocked the door and pushed it open, finding myself in a completely dark room. David should be home right now. Pulling out my knife, I crept through the dark, short hallway, freezing at the sight in front of me. David was taped to a kitchen chair, blood on his temple and his head hanging down. He was unconscious, tightening my grip on the blade. I glanced around the room before cautiously walking over to him and cutting him free. I was working on the last bind. His right foot, when I was thrown into a wall. The knife ripped from my grip. Groaning, I rubbed my head and looked up to see the alpha staring at me, growling viscous lie, he himself looking slightly crazed. Perhaps it's because his entire pack is now dead. Standing up, I masked my nerves and fear with a taunting smirk. Did you come here to kill me, Alpha? He growled. I'm going to rip your throat out with my teeth and leave your body on display hanging from a flagpole. You know, I think that's the most creative death threat 𝐿𝐸 ever received. I replied simply, the arrogant smirk never leaving my face as I tried to egg him on. I can't blame you though. I mean, I did kill all of your friends. Your pack member, oh, and that brown wolf earlier. Wasn't that your sister, Jessica, or something? Right. With a snarl, he lunged at me, claws extended, side stepping. He only managed to nick my arm. Pulling out my gun, I aimed it at him, shooting once, hitting him square in the shoulder. He hissed in pain, the silver burning him. Reloading, I aimed and hit him in the leg, taking him down to one knee. It takes 3 bullets to take down an alpha, 1 to the shoulder, 1 to the leg, and a final 1 to the heart. My final bullet hit its mark and within seconds, a dead alpha lies in the middle of my apartment. Sighing, I holstered the gun back into my waistband and shook my head. The blood was getting on the white rug. The door burst open and in strolled Joel, a lazy smile on his face. Gee, thanks for the backup. I snapped sorry. He smirked at my anger. Anytime, princess. Will you two stop bickering and help me up? David groaned, coming back to the world of consciousness. Your fault for getting tied up and knocked unconscious, I sang, grinning as I watched Joel help David up, supporting him by throwing his arm over his shoulder. David sneered at me. For your information, it went the other way around. Chuckling, I ignored him and made my way into my room. It was empty, the walls plain and barren, nothing there but a few bags that held my clothes and other necessities. Stripping out of the sweaty, muddy and bloody clothes I was wearing, I changed into one of my usual inconspicuous dresses, this one floral, before grabbing all of my bags and walking out into the living room, ready to go. I questioned David, who was cleaned up and standing on his own now. He nodded and picked up his own bags, holding open the apartment door for me. Stepping out, we made our way downstairs and into my car, speeding down to the airport. I like to speed Sumi. Parking, we were rushed to get into the airport and through security. We just barely made it onto the plane. I hate planes. David grumbled and gripped the armrest tightly, his face paling as we took off. I laughed. A badass werewolf hunter and you're afraid of planes. I kept my voice down, so as to make sure no one else heard, but there really weren't many other people on the plane anyways. Shut up, he grumbled, but he was still stiff and still as the plane traveled. I chuckled at his stature before curling up in a ball. It's gonna be a long ride from Michigan to California. I could feel the California heat the second we stepped off the plane. It was humid and muggy, and with a sigh, I threw up my curly, long brown hair into a loose ponytail. I turned to David. Any clue what our living situation is going to be? He shrugged. Honestly, I have no clue. I'm just looking for Michael. He said 𝐿𝐸 meet us here with 2 men for a status update and to give us our new job. Rolling my eyes, I hitched my bag higher up on my shoulders and continued dragging my suitcases behind me as we made our way to the front doors of the airport. It was relatively small. At least it seemed like it to me. There, David suddenly said, pointing at 2 men on either side of Michael, an aging man with slight anger management issues who also ran the hunting company that David and I belonged to. Strolling over to them as casually as possible, David and I both straightened our backs and professionally composed ourselves. Status? Michael questions in a monotone voice as usual. Completely eradicated. David replies and I nod my head in confirmation when Michael turns to look at me. The man nods. Good. You two will be residing in a small town here and beautiful. Northern California known as Brookside. It's a quaint two-story house, and the best part is it's only a mile away from the pack house. We nodded in understanding. Go then. Here are the keys to your cars that are currently parked in the parking garage. Instructions for the job and how to get to the house in them. 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐬, you'll be attending Brookside High School, and David, you'll be working at the local diner. Are you too good from here? Michael remains collected and stoic through his description of our lives here in Brookside, and I have to refrain from rolling my eyes when he tells me he'll be going to high school. I'm a werewolf killer. Please tell me why high school is necessary for my job. Instead, we accept the keys graciously and eventually find our cars. David's a sleek Cadillac, while I had a navy blue sedan. Throwing my stuff in, I followed David, and we eventually came to a stop in front of a cute yellow house. Hopping out of the car, I joined David with helping set up the house and organizing our things. When we finished, I sighed and plopped down onto the brown couch next to him. We just sat there in silence, accepting and absorbing the fact that we would be in California for the next few months. Chapter to chases POV. Pushing myself further, I finished my 251st push-up before rolling over on my back, taking in deep breath. A shadow passed over me, and I looked up to see my beta, Luke, standing next to me with an outstretched hand. He was completely drenched in sweat, as was I, so I took his hand and let him help me to my feet. Give yourself a break. We have school in 20 minutes. He tells me, and I nod. We parted ways, and I took a shower, relaxing my muscles and rinsing the sweat off of me. Stepping out, I wasn't sure what possessed me to dress nicely in a casual blue button-down with the sleeves rolled up to my elbows and nice dark jeans. But I put them on nonetheless and tousled my hair, purposely messing it up a little bit. Jogging down the steps, I found Lily, my sister, and Luke waiting for me. My sister raised an eyebrow at me, looking me up and down. I mocked her facial expression. Can I help you? Just wondering why you decided to dress up. She shrugs, pursing her lips, rolling my eyes. I shouldered my book bag. Okay. Sure. Let's get going. Sure. Lily pipes, dropping off of her stool and skipping out the front door. I'm about to follow her, but Luke stops me. Have you heard from 𝐿𝐴 Last we heard he had a Hunter problem. Have you heard from him? He questions. I shake my head, furrowing my eyebrows at the mention of the alpha from Michigan. No, I haven't heard from him. You go out with Lily and I'll give him a call. He nodded. All right. Walking to my office, I looked up 𝐿𝐴𝐧𝐿's back house number and dialed, waiting for someone to pick up. It rang probably 10 times before it went to voicemail. Waiting for the tone, I left a message. 𝐿𝐴𝐧𝐿. It's Alpha Chase from the Blackfire Pack. I'm just checking up with the Hunter problem. Give me a call when you can. All right. Thanks and have a good day. Hanging up, I made my way to the car, sliding into the driver's seat to find Lily glaring at Luke, who was sitting in the passenger seat, my twin sister sitting in the middle of the back seat. I gave them a questioning look. And what's going on in here? Luke kicked me out of the front seat. She pouted, crossing her arms over her chest. Honestly, if Luke was my beta and Lily was my sister, it'd say that they would be cute mates. His birthday is in a month or two, so I guess we'll find out then. But 𝐻𝐻 as a player and 𝐊𝐴𝐧 I hard help was romantic, I'm just really not sure about them. Turning to Luke, I gave him a really look before addressing Lily. That sucks, Lil. She turned her glare to me and smacked me hard on the shoulder, and then smacked Luke for laughing when I swore, rubbing my arm. Damn it, woman. I'm driving here, I exclaimed, looking at her through the rearview mirror, giving me a smug look. She shrugged innocently. I guess Sultan had been ejected from the front seat. Luke rolled his eyes, but thankfully I parked into my usual parking space, saving us boys from any more of Lilith's abuse. Speaking of the devil, the second the car was parked, she ran off to find Rebecca. I'm sure, which was where Luke and I would most likely find Josh, my Gamma third in command. My guess was confirmed when I found Lily and Rebecca chatting animatedly while Josh stared at his mate. Rebecca, with adoration clear in his eyes. "Earth to lover boy," I called out with a smirk on my face, making him drop his gaze and look up at me, a fake scowl on his face. Luke laughed beside. "If you stared at her any longer, your eyes would burn up from not blinking. What's so wrong with staring at what's mine?" He questions before grabbing Rebecca by the waist, spinning her around and smashing his lips onto hers. "Get a room," Luke and I both hollered, fake gagging and walking away. Over to first period. I had every class with Luke, and some with Josh, Lily and Rebecca. But Luke was the only person I had the exact same schedule as, taking a seat. I listened to Luke talk about the number of girls he hooked up with at some party Friday night. There was this blonde in I swear to you she was a goddess. And get this, she came up to me and grabbed me by the collar, dragged me upstairs where I had the kinkiest. "I don't want to hear it anymore." I cut him off, holding up my hand. He laughed loudly, turning a couple heads, but they immediately looked away when they saw it was Luke and I. It was well known that it's considered rude to butt into an alpha or beta's conversation. Not like I cared. Us werewolves have extended hearing for a reason. Right. Just then, Lily walked into the class, sitting down behind me. "Have you heard yet?" "Heard what?" I was confused, furrowing my eyebrows and trying to figure out what big juicy piece of gossip my sister was excited about now. She rolled her eyes at me. "Honestly, for an alpha you're so out of the loop. There's a new girl." This piqued Luke's interest, as he leaned in. "Is she hot?" Listening around the room, I realized that's all anyone was talking about. "She's really pretty," Lily says, giving Luke a pointed look, especially for a human. I raised both eyebrows. "One tiny Hunan in a school full of giant werewolves." She nodded. "Don't worry, Beck. Josh and I have already befriended her. She's with them now, and I doubt anyone's stupid enough to do anything because practically the entire school knows there's a new human girl." "Good." I nod and she just nods in response. The bell rings and everyone begrudgingly turns around in their seats to listen to the lecture of the day in math class, freaking AP calculus. Throughout all of the morning classes, the only talk I've heard has been about the new girl and how hot she was. Ratings were being spread around. I gathered that she was between an 8 and a 9. 9, there's always room for improvement, plus the only 10 should be your mate. The lunch bell finally rang and I sighed in relief, slamming my history book shut as I my things and walked to my locker with Luke. "Have you seen this new girl yet?" I question him, shutting my locker. He shakes his head. "Nah, but I've heard she's like a total babe." Nodding, I purse my lips, wondering why I wanted to punch my beta for saying that. Mentally pushing it aside, we made our way to the cafeteria and took a seat at our usual table. Rebecca, Josh and Lily still not here yet. Sitting down with my food, I began to dig into my burger and Luke did the same with his. Lifting my bottled water to my lips, I froze as the most intoxicating smell hit my nose. It was alluring, making me freeze to the spot as my brain struggled to form a proper thought. It smelled like strawberries in summer, light and airy and sweet. Furrowing my eyebrows, I set down my water and turned my head to look around the cafeteria. Ignoring the look Luke was sending me full of concern and confusion. "Dude, are you okay?" He questions but I don't answer. Instead, I look straight ahead to see that behind Rebecca and Josh is the most beautiful brunette I've ever seen walking next to my sister, a smile gracing her perfect pink lips. They reach our table, the mated couple in the front sitting down. Lily smiled, glancing at the girl. "Chase, Luke, this is Haley. She's new and will be sitting with us for lunch." Haley turns to Luke, who gives her a charming smile. "Hi, I'm Luke. I was going to murder him." Haley, she gives him a shy smile, shaking his hand. She pulled it back before he could do his classic hand-kiss move. Turning to me, the smile drops slightly from her face and I meet her gorgeous chocolate brown eyes for the very first time. "Mate." Chapter 3 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐬𝐩𝐿. I stared at myself in the reflection, smoothing down the white summer dress I was wearing, rolling my jean jacket sleeves up to my elbows. I inspected my face and hair. I wasn't wearing that much makeup, just mascara, eyeliner, and a little bit of lip gloss in my long, curly hair was left down in ringlets that framed my face, reaching all the way down to my mid-back. Sighing, I walked out of the bathroom and back across the hall to my bedroom, where I pulled on my brown combat boots and slung my book bag over my shoulder. Taking my sweet time, I made my way downstairs and into the kitchen where David was waiting, a staff shirt for the local diner, Sam's, adorning his torso. "How's my little senior?" he cooed, mocking me. Scowling, I stole his apple and took a bite. "Terrible." He rolled his eyes, grabbing another apple from the basket. "And why are you terrible?" "Because I have to go to school, which is filled with werewolves, and I can't even kill them there. Plus, I'm sick of all the homework." I grumbled. "Can't I just be a full-time, grown-up hunter like you?" "Not till you're 18. Little witch, little one." He smirked, tapping my nose, scrunching it. I flipped him off, making him laugh, before turning on my heel and making my way to my car, slipping in and following my piss directions to Brookside High School. Pulling into the parking lot, I pulled into a parking spot that was the farthest away, didn't want to take anyone's spot and piss them off on my first day. Sliding out, I kept my head held high as I walked into a building, ignoring the confused stares people were giving me. Pushing open the door to the main office, I found a secretary with straight blonde hair who seemed to be in her early 40s smiling at me. "You must be 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐬𝐷. Am I correct?" she asks, though I'm sure she already knew the answer to that. I only nodded. She smiled. "All right. I have your schedule right here and a map of the school. Don't be shy to come in and ask for help. I'm always here. Oh, and don't be nervous around the other students. If they look at you, it's only because we never really get new students." "All right. Thanks." I flashed her a smile before snatching my papers and heading out the door, easily finding my locker. I placed my things in and jumped when I shut it and found 2 girls and a guy standing there. The girl in the front grinning widely and sort of like a maniac. "Hi, I'm Lily," the one smiling greeted. I warily stuck out a hand to shake. "I'm Haley." Ignoring my hand, she pulled me in for a hug and I tensed slightly. She chuckled, pulling away. "Sorry, it's just that I'm more of a hugger." Awkwardly, I laughed it off. "You're fine." "Hey, I'm Rebecca." The girl standing behind Lily greeted me, shaking my hand unlike her energy-filled friend. "And this is my boyfriend, Josh." Was it just me? Or was she going to say mate? Total werewolf alert. "Nice to meet you," Josh said, but made no move to make any contact with me, and for that I was grateful. "So what classes do you have?" she questions, but doesn't exactly let me answer, seeing as though she snatches my schedule from me and reads it. All right. So you have first period with Josh and Rebecca. Second period you're with me. Third period you're with Beck and I. Fourth period you're with Josh and I, and fifth period is lunch. Oh, and all of your afternoon classes are with my twin brother and his best friend." I nodded, trying to absorb everything she was rambling about, but to be honest, it wasn't exactly the easiest thing to keep track of what she was saying. Instead, I reverted to the simple smile lightly and nod method. "Oh my God. Lily, shut up. You're talking the girl's ear off," Josh exclaimed, his arm secured tightly around Rebecca's waist, who chuckled. Lily glared at the pair. "Whatever. Guys, I gotta go. First period is on the other side of school. Bye, Haley." Bye," I offered weakly, waving as she sauntered down the hall, many people moving out of the way for her as she walked by. "Just excited to meet you," Rebecca explained to me. "I promise she's not as much work as she seems." I laughed a little and Josh scoffed. "As if. That girl's a piece of work. I tell ya." Rebecca rolled her eyes at her boyfriend. "You talk as if you're a 70-year-old man." You know, you wound me. He mocks hurt, covering his heart with his hand, and she laughs. You guys are adorable. I gush, but I don't even believe me. I sounded so fake and I was surprised they didn't pick up on it. Instead, Rebecca blushed and Josh grinned, swinging their intertwined hands with extra enthusiasm, suddenly deciding if we didn't leave Mo we'd be late. Rebecca dragged both Josh and I to first period. History. Great. First class of the day, and I'm already going to be bored out of my mind. Plus, it was just regular history. It was freaking AP history. Why was I even in advanced placement? It's probably Michael or David's fault. Walking into the classroom, a young woman, no older than 25, stood at the front of the room and smiled at me. You must be the new student. Haley, am I correct? I nodded. Care to introduce yourself? It's meant to be a question, but the way she says it makes me feel as though it's an assignment and I have to introduce myself. Taking in a deep breath, I recited the speech I had practiced last night. Hi. My name's 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐬. I just moved here from Michigan and that's about it. Thank you. Haley. Miss Jones smiled. You can take a seat next to Rebecca. Sighing in relief, I sat next to her, returning the smile that she gave me. Miss Jones took the podium. Now back in the early ed years, there was a very famous ruler during the years of the Greek Empire. Does anyone know who this person was? I rested my chin on the palm of my hand. I knew the answer. It was pretty obvious, but I didn't raise my hand. Instead, I sat and doodled on my notebook. The bell rang and I made my way to classes with Rebecca, Lily, and Josh, meeting a few new people along the way. My routine was starting into the classroom, meet the teacher, greet the class with my rehearsed speech, take a seat in class and pretend to pay attention to the teacher as they repeated lectures I had heard junior year at my old school. I was seriously despising the word equation by the end of fourth period, a P-calc, and was tempted to just shoot Mr. Biggs when the bell rang, saving me from any more grueling math. Lily hooked my arm with hers and grinned. You're sitting with us at lunch. Do I have a choice? I asked jokingly. Nope, she exclaimed, popping the P, and I laughed at her response. There were many pairs of eyes on us as we walked into the cafeteria, but they quickly looked away when Lily glared at them. I raised an eyebrow at her. Are they scared of you or something? Probably scared I'll cut them with my fake nails. She shrugs, holding up her bright red nails, and I laughed even more. Even if she was a werewolf, the girl was funny. All right. So we're sitting with Rebecca, Josh, my brother and his street friend. It's normally just us, but I'll make an exception for you, she tells me with a wink. Chuckling, I glanced at her. Gee, thanks. I feel so honored. Good. She nods to herself and we laugh. We came to a stop in front of a rectangular table in the middle of the cafeteria, and Rebecca and Josh were already seated. Chase, Luke. This is Haley. 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐩 and will be sitting with us for lunch. Lily speaks to the two boys. I'm assuming they're Chase and Luke. I turn to the boy to the right, with short, dark brown hair, brown eyes, and dimples that popped out when he gave me a charming smile. Hi, I'm Luke. Haley. I give him a shy smile, shaking his hand, pulling my hand back. I turned to face the boy on the left and froze. I held and breathed. His hair was this perfect caramel color and curly. His eyes just drew me, and his face was perfectly sculpted, and I could tell there was serious muscle underneath the blue button-up shirt he was wearing. Pull yourself together, Haley, snapping out of it. I plastered a smile back on my face. I'm Haley. I'm Chase. He breathes out, offering his hand, cautiously taking it. I shook it and failed to hold in the gasp when I felt the tingles that shot up my arms and down my body through my fingertips. Sitting down at the table in between Rebecca and Lily, I held and stopped my mind from wandering back to Chase. What was that? Chapter 4 Chase's P. Oh, the after lunch I ditched school. It was like I'd be able to focus anyways. I had just found my main, she was f-king human. It doesn't matter. She's perfect. My wolf purred inside of me and I groaned, rubbing my temples. He was right though. She was absolutely perfect. Her shining brown eyes, curly brown hair, high cheekbones, her beautiful smile and the dimples that popped out. And her smell. God, I couldn't get enough of her. So no. I was really upset that she was a human more than I was afraid. What would she say when she finds out? Because eventually, she will find out. I just know it. When I reached the woods, I shifted into my large, shimmering black wolf and shook out my fur. It had only been a day since I last shifted, but it felt like it had been ages, taking off at first at a slow, paced run. I stepped in with patrol and ran the border, at just the perfect pace. But as images of her, of 𝐊𝐲, ran through my mind, I ran faster, my wolf getting excited and trying to take control. I pulled the reins back in, but kept running at a sprint. It helped to clear my head a bit. Suddenly, with all of my force, I smacked into something. A tree. No, I know my way around here all too well. I mean in the alpha for God's sake. Straightening my head, I found myself looking into the eyes of a muddy brown wolf. I growled at him. He lunged at me, which was a big mistake. I swatted him with my front paw and sent him flying into the tree behind him. Unsurprisingly, he got back up and snarled at me, loading on his hind legs. If I were in human form, I would roll my eyes at him. When he leapt at me again, I snapped at him, grasping his leg in my teeth and throwing him on the ground. A pathetic rogue was no match for an alpha, especially not the alpha of Fire Pack, the strongest pack in America. He whimpered, and I'm sure that it finally hit him he was going to die. I ended him quickly, chomping through his neck a single bite. He let out a whine before collapsing on the ground, dead. I sent out for someone to burn his body. Rogues don't deserve respect, especially not if th trespass and challenge me. Maybe had he shifted back and apologized profusely I would let him live, but then that's just wishful thinking on his part. Finally, a pack member showed up and nodded at me, a jug of gasoline in one hand and a lighter in the other. I nodded back at him, still in wolf form, before taking off again. I still had to finish my patrol route. Just about 70 more yards until I was finished when suddenly I felt a searing pain on my front leg that forced me to stop. Looking down, I assessed my leg but couldn't find an injury or any damage to it. Snorting, I continued but once again fell short when growling hit my ears. I stood still, perking my ears to try and hear it again, but nothing. I couldn't see anyone or thing around me. Couldn't even hear the faint pitter-patter of a heartbeat. It must be came from farther away. I made to turn around and continue my rounds. And then, the message through the pack link. Alpha, there's a hunter. It was Michelle, the omega of the pack. And while she was the weakest, she was definitely stronger than regular pack members of other packs. Racing through the woods to find her, I followed her scent, getting closer and closer to her. But every time I thought I was near her, I would catch her scent coming from the other direction. I was completely and utterly confused. Nothing like this has ever happened before. Me confusing a scent. I mean, we've had hunters. Believe me, the damn abominations all but ruined my life, snarling at even the thought of a hunter on my land. I found a renewed vigor inside of me to find and help Michelle, and killing the idiot hunter. I followed her scent trail and wound up at a tree, only to find nothing there. Growling in frustration, I took a different path, this time leading me to a cluster of bushes. Huffing, I continued the same pattern, taking different trails only to come up short. A hell pierced the air and I locked in on it, running and following it, as well as the final scent trail of Michaela's. Finally, I found her, in a clearing where her smaller gray wolf was lying in the middle, an arrow piercing her heart. I growled, furious. A hunter had taken the life of one of my pack members. He was surely going to pay. I howled, I howled, and many wolves howled back, understanding that it meant we had lost a member, a friend, a part of our family. Shifting back to my human form, I pulled the arrow from her, hissing as the silver touched my skin, dropping to my knees. I frowned at her, shaking my head. I tried to get a scent, to help track down the hunter, but I found nothing. Luke came up to me and growled when he saw her. "Hunters." I nodded. "I can't get a scent." "Can you?" he asked. "No," I answered, growling. "But when we catch him, I'm going to rip his throat out with my teeth." I turned and walked away from the deceased member of my pack. I was going to stay true to my word. I will find the son of bitch hunter who dared to mess with me and kill my pack member, and I will kill him, torturing him first. I'll have him begging for death, and just when he's close to getting AWA or surviving, I'll drag my claws across his throat and watch as he drops dead to the ground, clutching his crimson neck for dear life. Chapter 5 Haley. After the odd occurrence at lunch, by which I mean the strange attraction that I had towards the tall, built, curly brown-haired, blue-eyed hunk of a guy, shaking the thought out of my head, I shivered in disgust at the thoughts that were unwillingly running around my head. Lily, who I had found out was Chase's twin sister, shook her head in disdain at the empty seat in front of her as we sat in chemistry. "Chase has once again skipped class," she muttered, folding her arms over her chest. Just hearing his name made me feel all tingly inside. Mentally groaning, I lowered my head onto my desk. What the hell is getting into me? 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐬𝐩𝐿, baddest hunter known as Artemis, for fuck's sake. I shouldn't be feeling about this for a boy, especially not a werewolf. I didn't have any confirmation that he was one, but it was kind of obvious with his build and his sister. Lily has got to be a werewolf, the way she talks. Oh yeah, finally, after a miserable and useless afternoon filled with chemistry, calculus and history, I was free to go home. I sped out of the school, itching to get out of this dress and into some more comfortable clothes, specifically my leather hunting gear. When I got back to the quaint yellow house, I found it to be empty. A white post-it note sticking to the fridge. Of course, David knew that it would be the first place I went to. I grabbed a water bottle and sipped from it, making my way up the stairs and into my room. Slowly, I stripped out of my clothes, muscles still tense from my jet lag. I made my way into my closet and smiled. The house was well prepared for David and I. It had a hidden door in the closet where I kept my personal hunting gear and weapons. Pulling the leather jacket and pants from the hanger, I pulled them on, a soft smile making its way onto my face at the familiar comfort. But as I gained comfort, Chase's face flashed in my mind and I was suddenly feeling nervous and giddy again. Groaning, I made my way to the bathroom, pulling my hair to the side and fashioned it into a simple side braid. I then went back to the closet, picking up the bottle camouflaged to look like perfume, when in reality it was scent masking spray. Coating myself in it, I placed it back on the shelf when I was done with it. Slipping on my black hunting boots, I wiggled my toes in them, the feeling giving me a sense of being home. Picking up my bow and quiver filled with arrows, I slung them both over my shoulder, holstering my gun to my side, and an array of knives were tucked away, safely concealed. With one more spritz of the scent masking spray, I made my way outside, double-checking to make sure there was no one around to see me. I sprinted into the foliage, allowing it to conceal me, and made my trek deeper into the woods, all the while doing my best to maintain my sense of direction. It wasn't my plan to hunt anyone today, just to scout the land and get my bearings around here. I knew Michigan so well, I was born and raised there, but Michael said that the boss needed us in California. So here we are. I frowned at the thought of the boss. No one knows exactly who he is other than Michael and a few other inside hunters. All that we are told is that he's the top hunter around and pays the bills and signs our paychecks. I found myself in a clearing and looked up. The sun directly above me. It was perfectly aligned, and I figured in about 10 minutes it would be once again an elegant, The wind seemed to swirl in every direction, and the clearing and the trees surrounding me all had such beautiful, vibrant green leaves hanging from them. The sound of twigs cracking and leaves rustling brought me out of the beauty of nature in still trance, and I whirled around, coming to face a gray wolf. She seemed just a little smaller than an average werewolf, but with her weaker snarl, I could tell she was the 𝐿𝐻𝐸, the weakest member of the pack. I swore. Shit. She jumped at me and eyed it out of the way, hissing in pain as her claws scraped my arm. The same arm that damn alpha in Michigan cut, and she ruined my jacket. Glancing down, I saw it shredded and my wound reopened. The she-wolf wasted no time and charged again, pulling a knife. All I could do was slice her snout with the pure silver blade, but it was enough to make her howl and stagger back in surprise. Cursing that she had howled, I quickly got my bow and strung an arrow, pulling back and releasing within a few seconds. She collapsed to the ground when the silver arrow had hit her, lodging itself in her stomach. Nodding to myself in approval at my own work, I froze as I heard someone approaching. No, something. I could make out for paws, which meant another werewolf. Turning, I scrambled up one of the trees, my bow back over my shoulder. Taking a look at my wound, I prayed no blood got on the ground while I was down there, and wrapped it with cloth that was already sprayed to be sent less. Sure enough, a large black wolf showed up, and suddenly I felt as though I had to jump down from the high branch I was perched on and love that wolf as opposed to loathing it. Shaking the thought from my head, I took in the appearance of the wolf. It was masculine. Definitely a man and his size. Well, he was the biggest wolf I've ever seen. He was, no doubt, the alpha. I scrunched my nose as I watched his bones snap and morph, and he was back in his human body, in all of his naked glory, and I nearly found myself drooling. He howled at the sight of her dead body, hurt by the loss of a pack member. They were like family to each other. I killed families of wolves all the time, but it was like it affected me. They killed my family. I'm just returning the favor. Snapping myself out of my dark thoughts, I looked back down to the alpha, to Chase. He knelt down by her side, pulling the arrow out of her, hissing as the silver met his skin. Minutes later, Luke, one of the boys I had sat with at lunch, Chase's best friend, showed up, handing him a pair of shorts. He must be the beta, a hunter's, he asked Chase, who only nodded. After a lengthy pause, Luke spoke again. I can't catch a scent. Can you? No, 𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸 growled fiercely. But when we find him, I'm going to rip his throat out with my teeth. He turned and walked away, leaving Luke to frown down at the corpse of the 𝐿𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸. I smirked in accomplishment. They 𝐿𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸 catch a scent. 𝐿𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸 even sensed me watching them from the trees. I was the most humble hunter out there, although I couldn't help but roll my eyes at the male pronouns. Werewolves and their assumptions that all werewolf hunters are men. Well, I guess that's right, except for me. Well, there was my mom, but she's dead. They killed her. So now it's just me, and I'm going to kill every last one of them, just like I did in Michigan. So long as these strange emotions towards Chase don't get in my way. I assured myself they wouldn't, that I've trained hard. But as I crept back to the house, hidden in the shadows, I couldn't help but feel the first bit of doubt I've felt in 3 years. Chapter 6. I was still seething over the death of my 𝐿𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸, wanting to spill the blood of whoever did it to her. If there was one for sure thing about me, it's that I'm very protective of my pack members, especially if I train them hard every day. It just pisses me off that a weakling human hunter managed to get through our grasps and murder one of us in cold blood. Growling, I promised myself that I would return the favor. Dude, chill. A voice reached my ears and I looked up, growling at Luke, who only rolled his eyes. You're in the chair. I confirmed his words when I looked down to see that my claws freighted the chair, leaving scratches and holes. Groaning, I knew Lily would kill me. She was strangely devoted to the perfect image of this house. Luke sighed. There's nothing you could have done. Chase, sending him a glare. I shook my head. You don't get it. She told me there was a hunter. I tracked down her scent, but it kept getting tangled, switching directions. How the hell does something like that happen? Exactly. It doesn't. So something really messed up is going on. And I need to figure this out. Looking up at my beta, I noticed the stiff way he stood, a grim expression on his face, the way he always looked when he had to deliver bad news to me. Groaning, I ran a hand down my face. What's wrong now? Alpha Beckett called just 10 minutes ago. He checked in on 𝐊𝐷𝐿𝐷𝐿 pack and found them all massacred. The pups were all killed in a fire. No one survived. Lou cancered. My stomach dropped. 𝐊𝐷𝐿𝐷𝐿 and his pack. They're all dead. Luke nodded, slumping back in my seat. I shook my head in disbelief. When I took the alpha title, Jake was the one who'd call me all the time, checking in to make sure everything was going well. He was like the big brother I never had. The one who showed me all the ropes to everything about being an alpha, to running a successful pack. Now 𝐊𝐻𝐬 dead. Was it hunters? Was the only thing I said, instead of saying how I really felt. In the alpha of the strongest pack, I can't show any weakness. Luke nodded. Yeah. And guess what the weapon of choice was? Narrowing my eyes, I thought back to Michaela's corpse, an arrow sticking out of her side. I growled. A bow and arrow. He nodded once more in confirmation, and I kicked back the chair in anger and it shattered against the bookshelf. But I didn't even flinch. Furious, I threw the desk lamp across the room, gripping the edge of the desk and leaning over it. I looked up to Luke. I'm going to find that son of a bitch and kill him. Agreed. Luke spoke with caution, ready to book it at any moment if my temper went too far out of control. Everyone knew to get out of an angry alpha's way. The only thing that could calm an alpha down in his mate. Haley, he spoke again, breaking me out of my trance. But first I think you need to loosen up and relax. I raised an eyebrow at him and he gave me a half smirk. There's a party tonight. No, was my gruff response. He rolled his eyes. Oh, come on. Everyone is going. I knew Lily and Rebecca are dragging along that new hot girl. Haley or whatever. She seems like she'd be a lot of fun. Plus you looked pretty love-struck when you looked at her, growling at the way he talked about her. I sped over and pinned him up against the wall by his throat. My wolf taking control. Don't you ever talk about my mate like that. His eyes widened. Shit, man. I didn't know she was your mate. Regaining control. I let him go. Upset. Running a hand through my hair. I whirled back around to face him. You can't tell anyone. I'm not ready for everyone to know. I'm not sure if I'm going to accept her. He furrowed his eyebrows. Why? Because she's human. I shook my head. It's not like that. I don't know. Well, I know that you need to go to this party. He took a step off of the wall. And get wasted. Taking in a breath. I nodded. You're right. Only booze can fix this right now. Luke laughed and slapped my back as we walked out of the partially destroyed office. Hell yeah, man. With Luke's words in mind that Haley was most likely going to be at the party. I wore a tight black V-neck tee, shirt that defined my muscles, paired with a pair of dark wash jeans and black Converse. God, the things this girl was doing to me. I was actually dressing nicely for a party. What was going on with my goddamn mind right now? I heard Lily running into the house, squealing into her phone to Rebecca about the party tonight, and I stepped out from my room to stop her in the hallway. She paused and spoke before pulling her phone away from her ear. Hang on. Becca. My brother's actually dressed nice, again, rolling my eyes at her immaturity. I folded my arms over my chest. Are you going to the party tonight? She nodded, and mocked my position, folding her arms as well. Of course I am. You big BAFO on of a bumbling idiot. With who? I questioned. Lily raised her brow at me. Why so curious, twin brother? But if you really must know, I'm going with Rebecca and Josh. Owen, we're going over to Haley's house. You know, the new girl from lunch. You would love had other classes. But you ditched yesterday. Seriously, you need to stop that. But anyways, we're going over there to see if she wants to come too. Withholding the urge to tell her to stop adding an important details that I didn't ask about. I nodded. All right. You have permission to go. She raised her eyebrows and laughed. Chase, you're older by 5 minutes. You can't pull the overprotective big brother card on me. With that, she walked past me and into her room. And I knew she was sure to be in there for 2 hours, just trying to find the perfect outfit. But she shocked me and walked right back out with a bag in her hands. She winked at me before skipping down the stairs and calling over her shoulder. Later, waving her off, I sighed and followed her trail out the door, but instead got into my car, driving to the party. When I got there weren't many people. It had just started, but on the bright side, I got to grab a beer while it was still cold. Chugging it down, I smiled at the familiar burn. 2 hours later, the party was in full swing, people grinding on each other, laughing, drinking, 2 idiot girls stripping on the bar who were sure to regret it tomorrow when they saw the pictures. But I was still bored out of my mind and only on my 3rd beer. I was taking it slow tonight, and I wasn't sure why, but I just wasn't in the mood to get drunk off my ass like usual. An intoxicating scent hit my nose and I looked over to the door to see Lily and Rebecca flanking Haley, who stirred emotions deep inside me, and I was suddenly overwhelmed with so many emotions. But I could pick out the strongest to anger and lust. Chapter 7 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐩. Come on. Haley, Lily shouted, flopping down on my bed. Please. I rolled my eyes and shook my head. No, and not much of a party girl. Rebecca gave me a pointed look. That is seriously the most pathetic excuse I've ever heard. Now get off your ass and get ready. We're going to a party. Nice try, I complimented. But no, Haley freaking Argent. We're going to this party tonight and that's final. Lily squealed, making me jump in surprise as her sudden outburst. Just then David poked his head into my door, glaring at me. Shit. Haley, just go to the goddamn party and get out your annoying the hell out of me. I grinned at him. Love you too. David. He just flipped me off as he left the room. Lily raised her eyebrows. And who the holy hell is that? That would be my uncle. I told them. 𝐻ES, my legal guardian. Rebecca stuck her tongue out at Lily after saying, Yes, oh, pause off. Oh, ha, very funny. Becca. She rolled her eyes in response and sprang up from the bed. Okay, so now we need to find you a smoking hot dress to wear. Because I mean Chase is going to be there. I furrowed my brows. What does that have to do with anything? Oh, please, honey. I'm not blind. I saw you two giving each other googly eyes on your first day during lunch. It was disgustingly adorable and I nearly threw up. She stated as a matter of factly, still digging through my closet. Coming up with nothing. All of my dresses were loose and floral, and apparently not party appropriate, whatever the hell that means. Finally, she gave up and I grinned internally. Oh, bummer. I don't have anything to wear. I guess I can't go. Lily shook her head. Don't be silly. I brought you a dress of mine just in case. My face dropped. You've got to be kidding me. She pulled out a little red dress that was practically just a shirt. It was that short. My jaw dropped. No way in hell am I wearing that. Becca. Lily turned to her best friend. Hold her down. And so they literally held me down and wrestled me and forced me into the dress, as well as into 𝐿 4-inch matching red heels. They painted my lips with the same red and tugged my hair, straightening it and giving my eyes a smoky look. I looked like the biggest slut in the entire world. I groaned, looking in the mirror. But no, I stand corrected. As I looked over to Lily, I found her in an even more showy dress, tight and black and leaving practically nothing to imagination. She rolled her eyes at me. Honey, that dress is actually pretty damn modest compared to what every other girl wears. Well, what about Rebecca? I questioned, gesturing to her modest long-sleeved, flowy navy blue dress. Lily shrugged. Josh has anger issues and doesn't like it when Becca shows too much skin. Sounds like an unhealthy relationship. I muttered, knowing full well they'd hear me it was a werewolf thing. I also knew that Josh and Rebecca were mates, thanks to Lilith's partial slip-up when we had first introduced ourselves. So it only proved how possessive males are over their soulmates. I say that whole idea is a load of bullshit. Let's get going, Lily exclaimed, dragging me downstairs while Rebecca chuckled. Coming up behind me, be home by 2. David shouted as we left the house. But I knew it meant if you're not home by 2 I'm coming after you and killing everyone that gets in my way, and I don't care if it blows my damn cover. I agreed and was then shoved into a car, and we were on our way to the party. It was supposed to be a killer party, apparently, and when we got there, what was said about it was proven true. You could hear the pounding bass of the music all the way from outside, and I can't imagine how loud it would be for the werewolves here. Once again, I was yanked along by Lily and we made our way up to the front door, doing our best to ignore the drunken couple staggering around, fiercely making out as though their lives depended on it, though I was sure come tomorrow morning they'd definitely regret it. Lily was on my right and Rebecca on my left when we walked into the house. The music was even louder here, the house practically shaking. I could hear a legitimate DJ and my eyes wide and at the realization of how ridiculous this party is. This is insane, I'd exclaimed, turning to Lily. She smirked and winked. I know, shaking my head, with a smile on my face nonetheless. I scanned the room, not really sure what or who I was looking for until I made eye contact with Chase, the alpha. And let me tell you, he looked pissed. He was staring me down, an angry and intense look on his face, but I could see traces of lust as he stared at me. Hiding my blush, I turned to the girls. So, drinks? Hell yeah, Lily squealed, but Rebecca just shook her head and ran over to Josh, planting a sloppy kiss on his lips, and I nearly gagged. There was way too much PDA here, so that left the 2 of us to head into the kitchen and crack open a couple bottles of cheap beer, tipping it back and letting out a breath as the familiar burn hit my throat. I was definitely used to the whole alcohol thing, and it was a new concept. I knew it'd take me 3 beers to get tipsy and 7 to be full-blown drunk. And when I'm drunk, I'm a rambunctious disaster. Lily easily downed her beer, and I noted it as a special werewolf ability. They have an extremely high tolerance for alcohol. I'm not even entirely sure if they can get drunk or not. Hey, little sister. A deep voice rumbled, and I looked up to see Chase walk in. Naughty. She just rolled her eyes at him, knocking back another beer. He glanced over at me, his eyes raking up and down my body, that look of lust appearing in his eyes once again. Finally, his eyes met my awaiting ones, with my eyebrows raised. He smirked. Haley, holding up my beer at him. I just took another chug, relishing in the sting that I haven't gotten to feel in a while. Lily, you're dancing with me. Luke, Chase's best friend in beta, as I had recently learned, grabbed her hand and dragged her out of the kitchen. Assholes, I thought to myself as they left Chase and I alone. He approached me and gave me a pointed look. What the hell do you think you're doing wearing a dress like that? My eyebrows shot up. Excuse me, it's way too showy and downright slutty, he stated, voice rough, and I could tell he was restraining himself from growling at me. He cowed and gave up the secret that he was a werewolf now, because to him, I was just a normal human. But the way he was talking to me, acting as if he controlled me, pushed me over the edge. First of all, your sister was the one who literally forced me into this dress and even coming to this damn party in the first place. I snapped. And secondly, you don't tell me what I can and cannot do. Okay, sweetie. Oh, and next time, I recommend a more discreet way of checking me out. Pushing past him, I made to leave, but he grabbed my wrist, pulling me back, and I crashed back into his chest. He looked down me with so many emotions swirling around in his eyes. You're killing me, Haley. Tingles coursed deep through my body, and I shivered at the way my name so perfectly rolled off his tongue. W, what are you talking about? I stuttered, lost in his piercing blue eyes. I mean, every single guy that was already occupied here wants you, and it's really pissing me off. He grunted, his hands placed firmly on my waist. Now I was confused. I furrowed my eyebrows. Why? He lowered his head a little as if he was about to kiss me. Because right now I want you all to myself. Chase leaned in, about to kiss me, when we were suddenly interrupted and jumped apart. Nick was the one who had stopped anything from happening. Chase, I need you to take me home. Something came up. His voice was urgent, and his eyes kept flickering from me to Chase's as though trying to send a silent message. Werewolf business. Most likely. Chase grunted. Fine. The two walked out of the kitchen, but Chase stopped before he was fully gone and turned back. Oh, and Haley. Babe. Next time wear something a little less tempting. A blush crept up on my face as he called me babe, but I just rolled my eyes at him, freezing on the spot. A realization hit me. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐬𝐷. Don't blush. I am not the girl to easily swoon over someone or feely and giddy when a boy holds me. No, I'm stronger that. Groaning. I was beginning to see that this mission might be a little more complicated than I thought it was going to be. Especially with whatever the hell this thing was between Chase and I. If there is anything at all. Chapter 8. You better have a damn good reason for interrupting that. I growled at Luke. The thoughts of my proximity with Haley were playing on a constant loop in my head, forcing me to readjust my jeans. He nodded as we continued to walk into the woods. One of the wolves on patrol found them. The hunter has struck again. I clenched my fist and a growl ripped through my clenched teeth. Show me. Luke led the way through the woods, and as we got near, I could smell their blood, letting me know who it was. All emotion fell off of my face as we finally got to the side of two dead wolves, lying on the forest floor, blood circling their heads. Recognizing the smaller light brown wolf as one of the pups in the pack, I dropped to my knees, glancing over at the other wolf. They were Lewis McDonald and his older sister, his legal guardian, Olivia McDonald. Lewis had just shifted a few months ago, Olivia in the process of training him. I considered them my family. They stayed in the house with Luke, Lily, and I. I couldn't do anything to stop the tears that flowed out of my eyes. This was the worst way for them to go, the same way their parents did. Chase, look. Luke pointed to the arrow in Lewis' head, shorter than the one that protruded from Michaela's stomach when it found her the other day, probably from a crossbow rather than a bow. But that wasn't what was important. Olivia was killed with a bullet to the head. A gun. Lewis with a crossbow. Most likely. 2 different weapons. Around the same time. Alpha. I think there are 2 hunters. I nodded. It would make sense. I thought. Maybe there were even 3 hunters. For all 3 different weapons. Or perhaps there was just one hunter, trying to make us more nervous. To scare us. The only thing they have managed to do thus far is piss me off. When we find them, and we will find them. I addressed him, looking back down at Lewis and Olivia. I'll be the one to kill them. Do I make myself clear? Of course. Luke nodded, looking down to the 2 deceased members of my pack as well. I turned on my heel, stalking away from them and trying to hold back all of the emotions that were flooding me. I felt guilt. Pain, anger, hurt and sadness. In all honesty, all I felt like doing right now was either cry or being with Haley. But considering I can't be with her like I wish I could, I just have to fight both of those urges for now. A single tear betrayed me as I dropped down my cheek, but I quickly wiped it away, making sure it went unseen. I'm not sure who would have seen it, but I know that I'm an alpha, and alphas cannot be weak. Not alone and not with their pack. We have to remain the strongest out of everyone. School sucks. I sent to Luke, who was sitting next to me at the lunch table. Lily and Rebecca were fawning over Haley, as was I in secret, while Josh just gave a look of adoration to his mate. If I'm on an honest streak, I might as well admit that I envied the happiness that came with Josh and Becca's relationship. They had it so easy. Luke responded instantly. Tell me about it. If Josh gives Becca one more kiss, I might kill them both. I accidentally laughed out loud, causing everyone to look over at Luke and I, clearing my throat. A sheepish look made its way onto my face. Sorry, Luke told me a joke. Oh really? Haley was the one to speak. Funny. I didn't hear it. I said if Josh gives Becca one more kiss, I might kill them both. He clarified for her and she cracked a smile. Josh only rolled his eyes before planting a fat, sloppy kiss on his mate's lips, just to spite him, and I barked, no pun intended, out a laugh in response to this as well. Haley laughed too, and as everyone was looking away, I gave her my usual smirk I used on all the girls and threw a wink her way. Her face flamed red with a blush and she was saved by the bell and stood up to throw her lunch out, Lily right behind her. My sister groaned. I really don't want to go to chem. Tell me about it. Haley frowned. It's the death of me. Lily shrugged. At least we get to be tortured together. Realizing that Haley was most likely in my chemistry class, seeing as I was in that class with Lily as well, I decided to bail on my plan of ditching the last half and actually go to class. Walking up from behind them, I slung my arm over both of their shoulders. So we're going to chemistry. My twin sister's eyebrows shot up. Oh my god. You're actually going to your afternoon classes? Yeah. I answered, furrowing my brows in the opposite direction of hers. I could feel Haley wriggle under the weight of my arm and dropped both of them from the girl's shoulders. Is there a problem with that? The problem is that I think you're mental. Are you sure you're okay? She asked, feeling my forehead with the back of her hand as if to check if I had a fever. Rolling my eyes, I smacked her hand away. I'm fine. Now are we going to chemistry or not? Shit. We can't be late. She screamed, taking both Haley and his hands and dragging us down the halls to chemistry. We arrived in the nick of time, just as the bell rang, and I nearly laughed out loud when the teacher's eyes bugged out as she saw I was actually in class, stealing Lola's seat next to Haley. I gave her a smirk and she grinned sweetly, walking to the chair behind me and sticking a pencil into my side, gritting my teeth to stop the hiss. I yanked it out and stuck in my pocket quickly so that Haley wouldn't see. It would be pretty hard to explain a pencil being stabbed into me and me just pulling it out easily without a single mark there. Well, if she knew werewolves existed, it wouldn't be that hard. But she was just a human with no connections to my world, which basically sucks ass. As the afternoon went on, I discovered that she was in all of my afternoon classes, and last period we were the only two people from our lunch table in there, which I had to admit excited me. It would be the only alone time with her. At least, hopefully, for now. I thought I had perfectly disguised myself as an ordinary student, but fate had other plans. Chapter 9. Haley. Lilith's enthusiasm was infectious as she shoveled another for 𝐾𝐜 of salad into her mouth. Oh, shut up, Haley. You were so f***ing hot, she exclaimed, her observant eyes gleaming with excitement as she recalled my appearance at the party 2 days ago. Amen, Becca chimed in, her affectionate nature on full display as Josh pulled her in for yet another kiss. Lily rolled her eyes at the couple. You are such lovebirds. I could feel Chase's gaze on me from across the lunch table, and I couldn't help but think back to Saturday night and the heated moment we shared in the kitchen at the party. A light blush crept onto my face as the memory intensified, and I looked down at my lunch, stabbing absent-mindedly at my salad. My thoughts drifted further into that evening's events. I had entered the yellow house, its room shrouded in darkness. As I made my way into the kitchen, I nearly jumped out of my skin when David, in his impulsive and bloodthirsty manner, suddenly appeared, pressing a knife to my throat. Recognizing me, he sighed and stepped back. What the hell? I exclaimed, pushing him away, my assertive nature taking over. He sighed. Sorry. I killed a young mom and her pup today, and I don't think the alpha took it very well. My eyes widen in disbelief. You did what? David, I'm supposed to do all of it. You know that. You could have just ruined all of this. The chief, our mysterious and authoritative superior, had been painstakingly clear in their orders that I was the only one to kill the werewolves in this pack. David's actions could have jeopardized everything we'd worked for. He rolled his eyes, his skepticism of authority evident. Calm down. It was self-defense. I was just scouting and they got too close to the house. I had no choice but to take them down. Don't worry. Though, how the witch, though. I used two different weapons to confuse the 𝐻𝐬 even more. What did you use? I questioned, my voice filled with authority despite his higher rank and experience. For crossbow and a gun. So you can calm yourself. No need to get your panties in a twist. He grumbled, pocketing his knife. I noticed he was wearing full hunting gear. I narrowed my eyes at him. You so weren't scouting. David swore. Listen, 𝐊𝐬𝐬𝐷. I just cowled and stand not doing anything anymore. I was going crazy just working and being holed up here. I was dying to spill a little more blood. You get it, don't you? Shaking my head. I gave him a look of great disbelief. I can't believe your bloodthirst led you to disobey direct orders from the chief. Who says the chief is even real? I mean, no one's ever even seen the guy save like 10 people. But they could all be lying. I say screw obeying whatever the chief is until I see him with my own to goddamned eyes. All right, 𝐊𝐬𝐬. So just calm the FCK down and get out of my face. You have no right to yell at me like you just did. He shot back, his anger and not knowing everything revealing itself. If you messed anything up for me, I threatened, stepping forward and placing a finger on his chest. I will end you. 𝐊𝐬𝐬. Lilith's voice jolted me back to reality, and I looked up sheepishly to meet her concerned gaze. Hey, welcome back to Land of the Living. You's owned out there for a little bit. Sorry, I mumbled sheepishly, hiding behind my hair even though all I wanted to do was roll my eyes at her for picking on me for zoning out. Suddenly Chase broke out laughing and everyone at the table turned their heads at him. He gave a sheepish smile and cleared his throat. Sorry, Luke told me a joke. Oh really? I questioned. I hadn't heard anyone say anything. Because Rebecca and Josh were too busy making out and Lily was being quiet after it responded for once. There had been no noise. No doubt. Luke and Chase had been contacting each other with their mind link. A werewolf trait. Funny. I didn't hear it. I said if Josh gives Becca one more kiss I might kill them both. Luke clarified and I cracked a smile. Very nice save. 𝐻𝐬𝐬𝐷. But they cowled and fool me. I already knew about them. I knew the moment I met them. It was too late for them. Breaking from my thoughts. I watched as Josh pulled Becca in for another kiss just despite everyone else. They all laughed and surprisingly enough I joined in automatically. Actually enjoying myself for the first time in a while. Looking up at Chase. He gave me a smirk and butterflies swelled up inside of me, swirling around and going berserk. I blushed heavily but was thankfully saved by the bell as it rang loud and clear throughout the building. I stood up and threw out my lunch, Lily coming up next to me from behind. She groaned. I really don't want to go to 𝐾𝐻. Tell me about it. I frowned. It's the death of me. She shrugged. Well, at least we get to suffer together. Shock spread throughout me as an arm was placed over my shoulder and I looked to see Chase walking in between Lily and I. His arms draped over both of us. He still wore his casual, heart-stopping smirk. So we're going to chemistry. Oh my god. You're actually going to your afternoon classes, Lily exclaimed, her eyebrows shooting up. Chase's own eyebrows furrowed together. Yeah. Is there a problem with that? As I squirmed under his arm, the heat from the tingles of his touch overwhelming me. He finally dropped his arms from both of our shoulders. The problem is that I think you've gone mental, Lily exclaimed, reaching up and placing the back of her hand on his forehead as if to check and see if he had a fever. Chase only rolled his eyes and smacked her hand away. Whatever. Are we going to chemistry or not? Lila's eyes bugged out as she realized if we didn't get a move on we'd be late, and she swore. Oh shit. We can't be late. When we finally got into chemistry, just in the nick of time as the bell rang, Chase was quick to steal Lila's seat beside. As she walked by, I could hear the familiar, undeniable sound of flesh being stabbed, and I glanced sideways to see Chase sitting there, a pencil sticking out of his side. He clenched his jaw and yanked it out, hiding it away, and I averted my eyes so that no one knew what I had just seen. The actions of werewolves in action, expressing violence even to their own. As the day went on, I came to realize that Chase was in every single one of my afternoon classes. What joy! My thoughts laced with sarcasm. I was filled with dread as I sat in last period with Chase alone. None of our other friends attending this class. It's not that I didn't like Chase, just that I seemed to like him too much, especially for a werewolf and an alpha at that. I couldn't be forming a connection with the enemy. I'd just have to kill him in a month or two. I drove home right after school, avoiding everyone and rushing into the yellow house only to find David standing at the table over a map. Wait, what's this? I questioned, taking note as I memorized paths through the woods that were shown on the map. David took a marker and began drawing on the map, writing names and numbers along with dates down next to certain circled spots. Sometimes I'd join and offer my advice, but for the majority of the time being, he probably only waited out of common courtesy, something that was rare among us hunters. Here is the master plan that will help you succeed in taking down this pack, he stated, taking a step back from the large map. Taking it in, my eyes zeroed on my next target, who I would supposedly find roughly 5 miles from here, Jenny Wilson, 28 Delta. Smiling to myself, I nodded. She would be a fun kill. I could already tell. Chapter 10. I pinch the bridge of my nose as I read the report in front of me. It was the official reports from Alpha Beckett, the next-door neighbor, so to speak, of Alpha Jake. The one whose entire pack, including him, was massacred by one goddamn hunter. As I continued to read the report, it only served to piss me off even more, and although I was now late for school, I didn't care. I had to get all of the information on this sick bastard hunter before I killed him. Skimming through the pages, only one sentence caught my eye: they call the hunter Artemis, because she's practically a goddess and is the only female hunter that is known. Furrowing my brow, I continued to read on as this had completely captured my attention. Not much can be told about her. All that is known is that she is a female, young and incredibly deadly, and she has the mark of the hunter on her left forearm. She typically works in the night, and her scent, cat. Her presence dominates the eastern part of the United States, and she has never left a survivor. Artemis, the huntress, is deadly and dangerous. Cursing, I threw the glass cup sitting next to me, and it shattered against the wall. Not only was my pack being massacred by a 𝐻 Hunter, but it was a girl. Luke suddenly burst into the office, panting as though he had just ran the entire way here. I growled at him. What? We found another body. He mumbled. It's Jenny. Jenny Wilson. I let out a breath of disbelief. Jenny? The kindergarten teacher. One of the kindest women in this pack. The 𝐻 Hunters killed her. By the time I had finished, I was roaring. Waves of anger and the burning desire to kill whoever this Artemis was rolling all around me. Luke looked confused at my words, and I tossed Alpha Beckett's report to him. There isn't a hunter, just a huntress. They call her Artemis, because she's the only girl and she's basically the best there is. Shit. Man, he swore, reading the report himself as if to make sure I was lying to him. But this was some sick, cruel joke, which, believe me, I wish it was. This was all just too much for me for one day. He sighed and placed the papers down. We need to get to school. Ice coughed. Since when was school so goddamn important? Since you need a distraction and need to see your mate before you rip the entire house apart, and then Lily will rip you apart. He shot back at me, and I glared at him before letting my shoulders slump. He was right. Images of Haley's face danced around my head, and I was already calming down, just thinking of her. You're right. I mumbled. You're right. Let's go. He followed me out to the car and I sped off to school. Excitement to see Haley coursing through my entire body. Luke raised an eyebrow at me. Well, damn, if you like her that much you should ask her to the fire and ice dance this weekend. That's this weekend? I questioned, eyes widening slightly. He nodded, yep. I swore under my breath and he laughed. No wonder Lilith's been glaring daggers into the back of my skull. I haven't told her who I'm taking to the dance yet. She does this weird thing where, for every dance, she has to approve of my date. So basically, I usually just end up going stag because she hates all of the slutty girls I used to bang afterwards. But now, the thought of taking any girl other than Haley was repulsive. When we got to school, it was in between periods and I grabbed Lily by the arm, dragging her away from the group of people she was excitedly chatting with. She frowned, opening her mouth to yell at me, but I beat her to it. I need your help. How do I ask Haley to the dance this weekend? Her anger vanished and she grinned, a devilish twinkle in her eyes. 𝐊𝐲 waited for this day. I was extremely nervous as I stood exactly where Lily had instructed me to. It was last period, which I had ditched despite wanting to sit next to Haley for a whole hour straight. And I was going to ask Haley to the dance. The bell rang and the nerves intensified and my mind leaped. Lily, I'm freaking out over here. Help. Her frustration was evident in her reply. You better not be backing out. Chase Carson Morgan or I will beat your ass into the next solar eclipse. Do you hear me? Sighing. I ignored the people who walked by and gave me curious glances. They were members of my pack. None of them would have two balls to actually ask me what I was doing just standing next to some random locker with what I had in my hand. Looking down the end of the hall, I could see Lily guiding a blindfolded Haley down the hall, barking at anyone who got in her way. I let out a shaky breath before nodding to Lily, who nodded right back. The two girls came to a stop right next to me, in front of Haley's locker. I lifted up the sign and Lily let go of Haley. All right, you can take the blindfold off. She blinked as she took in the sight of me and the poster that I held, the very cheesy and very glittery words on the front of it causing a blush to rise up on my cheeks. When she finished reading the sign, she laughed and looked me in the eyes. It would sure be nice to take you to the fire and ice dance. Go with me. Biting her lip, she grabbed the rose from my other hand and said 7 words that made my heart soar out of joy. I guess it wouldn't hurt. I grinned and she did the same, telling me that maybe I'd have a chance with her after all. Chapter 11. Haley. Sitting at my desk at home, I was staring at the map of the region when I decided to stop and pick up the white rose from the edge of the desk. Lifting it up to my nose, I inhaled and smiled at the sweet, delicate smell. I didn't understand. Not really. Why I've been acting and feeling like this. Every time I even see Chase, my stomach flips repeatedly and the butterflies in my stomach are so intent I fear I may shit myself right in front of him. But I know those feelings and what they mean. Just not why I'm feeling them. Never before have I ever even looked at a guy with such goodness before. And suddenly I'm a week and a half and I'm going to a school dance which, previously, I never would have been caught dead at with the alpha that I barely freaking knew. I told myself that I was only trying to get close to him. That's why I was going. I had to get him to like me and trust me, and then, when he least expects it, I could go in for the final blow. For some reason, though 𝐿𝐢𝐳, I didn't want to hurt him. I didn't want to kill all of his friends, who were almost truly becoming mine as well. Heaving a large sigh, I set the rose down and looked back down on the map, deciding that I would go back to the clearing where I struck my first victim here. They wouldn't be expecting me to do something like that, so it'd probably be easier. Plus, it was also the closest location. Pushing myself away from the desk, I stood up and made my way into the closet, opening up the hidden panel as always, and I started getting ready. Most people will tell you stories about going for a midnight snack. Well, I'm going for a midnight hunt. Grabbing my bow and quiver, I skipped down the steps silently, stopping dead in my tracks as David blocked my path. Where do you think you're going? Hunting. So get out of my damn way. I growled, though not as animalistic as the werewolf. I don't think so. 𝐊𝐬𝐧. He folded his muscular arms over his chest. You see, at night, the forest is crawling with deadly wolves, and I can't let you go out there by yourself. Whipping my pocket knife out, I held it against his chest, right over his heart, and pushed him back and out of my way with it. Listen, David. And listen well. I don't know what's gotten into you these past couple days, but it needs to stop or else they'll be forced to report you. Got it. Now get lost and let me go continue my job. With a glare so harsh that if looks could kill, it'd be 6 feet under. He sidestepped. I made to walk past him, but as I went, he grabbed my wrist. Pull the filing a report card again, and it'll pull you off the face of this earth. Your threats don't scare me, David. I snapped, yanking my arm free and strutting out of the house and into the dark woods. I was surrounded by what felt like home darkness that provided shelter and refuge for me during my hunt. The sky was black, clouds covering any light that would come from the stars and the moon far above. It took several minutes for my eyes to adjust to the darkness, but soon enough I was ready to go. I crept silently among the trees, using extra caution as I knew full well that in the dark, the werewolves could see me before I saw them. Although I did have one advantage, and it was that they could not smell me. As long as I stayed hidden, I would be fine. I crept along the trees, doing my best to stay hidden, all the while still trying to manage to track down my next target. Finally, I made it to the clearing where I had made my first appearance here in the Black Fire Pack. But soon enough, that pack, the supposed strongest pack ever, would be nothing but a memory another pack destroyed by 𝐿𝐻𝐻𝐿. The huntress, back at the first pack I'd taken down. I had made a mistake and a werewolf had caught me. That's when the werewolf community discovered one thing about me: I was a girl. The only female werewolf hunter, might I add. The wolf told his pack, through their pack link of course, but could do nothing else as I easily escaped from his grip and slit his throat. Ever since then, they've all called me Artemis, for I'm the best hunter and I'm a girl. Just like the Greek goddess herself. Deciding I was bored, I jumped down from the branch of the tree I had been sitting in and landed softly on the ground, remaining on the balls of my feet and crouched down, squinting my eyes. I could make out a bit of movement in the clearing in front of me, and I inched forward, taking in the sight in front of me. There were 4 memorial markers, one for each wolf 𝐿𝐻𝐻𝐬 killed already, and a woman was sitting in front of one of them, sobbing. She was so lost in her grief. She hadn't realized I was there until I was right behind her, and by then it was too late. I took my silver blade, poison to their kind, and thrust it into her chest cavity, just so that it would have nicked the heart. She gasped but made no loud noise, for which I was grateful. Seconds passed, and trickling out of her mouth when finally she fell limp onto me, pushing her off. I pulled out my dagger and wiped the blood off on her shirt before shoving it back into its holster on my waist. As I turned around to make my exit, the sound of ferocious growling made me freeze. It was right next to me, but it was close enough that I was sure the wolf would be in the clearing in seconds and would do all it could to try and kill me. Now was the deciding moment: fight or flight. My decision was made as a brown wolf broke into the clearing, whimpering as it took in the sight of the dead female werewolf on the ground before turning its attention to me and growling. It was definitely a male werewolf, and he definitely wanted to kill me right now. Keeping my head low, I made sure he couldn't see my face. Suddenly, the wolf howled and I mentally swore. There were several howls in response, and I knew they were coming now. They were all coming after me, grabbing my knife and throwing it. I turned and ran, hearing the noises from behind me. I knew my knife hadn't quite made its mark, because the wolf was still chasing me and he was gaining on me now. My only chance now was to move around so much that they couldn't focus in on me. I had no scent, I just have to stay hidden so they can't find me, sprinting as fast as I could, because my life really did depend on it. I dodged and weaved through the trees and bushes, praying that my eyesight wouldn't fail me now. Thankfully, it didn't, and I burst out of the woods and came to a road that was empty, the forest lining either side and one street light all the way at the end of the road. I took a risk and turned right, running the opposite way of the light that seemed so welcoming during this dark night. I was running east. I could tell because I saw hints of a sunrise, and that gave me just enough of a kick that I pushed myself to run faster, continuing in the right direction. Thank God I had been right. Finally, I found myself in familiar territory and dashed inside the yellow house that had become so familiar with the past couple weeks. Slamming the front door behind me, I leaned my back against it, panting heavily. David poked his head out of the kitchen and his body soon followed, his arms folded over his chest and a smirk playing on his face. Well, look who was right. I glared at him. Shut up. Chapter 12. Haley was tired. I could tell just by the first glimpse I saw of her this morning. She had a loose shirt on, and I could see the tip of what looked like a black tattoo on her forearm with sweatpants. Her hair was tied up in a messy bun, and there were dark circles under her eyes. There was a small scratch on her cheek, and it took everything in me not to growl loudly at the sight of it. How did she get hurt? My wolf whined, wanting to go over there and comfort her, but I knew I cowed and push it. She was only a human. She doesn't understand. Not yet. Anyways, Luke came up beside me, clapping his hand on my shoulder. Dude, you've got it bad. I nodded. He was right. I had it so bad. I could hardly go 5 minutes without thinking about her, no matter where I was or what I was doing. Haley's face managed to pop into my head, and all chances of focusing went out the window. So yeah, I had it real bad. Glancing at her talking to Lily, I couldn't help but think that even though she didn't look nice and was dressed like a bum, she still managed to look amazing and take my breath away. No one could ever compare to her. All right. Come on, lover boy. Snap out of it. Luke waved his hand in front of my face, and I let out a short, small growl at him. He placed his hands up in surrender. All right. Dude, chill. Taking in a deep breath, I sighed. Sorry, I'm just on edge, I guess. And I'm tired. 3 a.m. That's when I was woken up, only to be told that Artemis killed more of my wolves. Luke nodded. I know. And I mean, it was the same king place where she made her first appearance and killed Michelle. I shook my head. I just don't get how she can take us down so easily. We are the damn Blackfire pack. The strongest pack in North America right now. What can't we deal with one puny little human with a few weapons? I have no idea. But we'll find her eventually. We will be the pack to take down Artemis. He told me, sounding completely sure of himself, and I nodded. Of course. He was right. I had no clue why I was freaking out so much. We walked to first period, and I stole Lila's seat right next to Haley when she was up talking to Rebecca. I turned to Haley and smiled. Good morning. She raised an eyebrow at me. Is it? I take it you didn't get much sleep. I stated it, and she laughed. God, her laugh had me melting down right then and there. I knew it as soon as the melodious sound reached my ears. I was into deep, and Luke was right. I had it bad for her. That obvious? She questioned, a smile playing at her lips. Smiling. I shrugged. No, not really. Haley rolled her eyes playfully. Wow, I really appreciate the sarcasm. I mean, I really appreciate it. As I was about to reply, she furrowed her eyebrows and asked, Hey, are there wolves around here? I could sense everyone around me, all members of my pack. Chins up. Not that I know of. I responded coolly. I mean, they've been practically extinct in California since, like, 1937. Why, no reason. I just thought I heard howling last night. Must have just been a weird dream or something. She shook her head with a shrug. I smiled and laughed it off. Yeah, probably. That was too damn close. Come on. Harder. Push yourself. I screamed and watched the looks of fear on many faces as they began to run faster. Today was group training day, where the whole pack got together to train and work. After about 5 hours of training, we'd usually talk strategy for an hour or two, followed by a feast. It was tradition here, started by my great-grandparents when they were the young Alpha and Luna. Right now, we were halfway through our 4 and everyone was starting to get tired. Well, most had been tired about halfway through, but now even my best warriors were rather than stopping. Though 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐻, we continued to train. You can't be the best if you don't work for it. Just as I was about to let everyone know to wrap up their last lap around the training field, a blonde girl who was even sweating walked up to me, placing her hand on my bicep and batting her eyelashes. It was Candy, the pack school slut. She smiled and I noticed she had lip gloss on her teeth. Hey Chasey, why don't we head on upstairs and get a little cardio going on up there? I growled and pushed her off of me and, due to her weakness, she fell to the ground. I roared at her, never touch me like that again. Understand? Now go. I then shouted to address the rest of the pack. Thanks to your friend Candy here, you have 15 more laps. Several growls were thrown in her direction as she whimpered and struggled to keep up the pace with everyone else. In previous years, she had been a plaything of mine, but ever since Ivy met Haley, no one could even compare to her, and I wasn't interested in anyone but her. It's like my brain had flipped the switch from normal to Haley mode. Not that I was complaining. Luke was the first to finish the extra laps and he jogged over to me. We haven't had a training session this hard since before we fought with the Silver Crescent pack. Well, we need to stay in top shape with Artemis around. I responded gruffly and he nodded in understanding. Of course, Lily, Josh and Rebecca all finished third at the same time. And my sister stormed over to me, pointing her finger in my face. She growled, I swear, if you ever make me run that much again. Calm down. Rebecca hushed her, placing a hand on her shoulder. Just chill. With one final glare at me, Lily huffed and spun around. Luke chuckled at her childishness, but stopped when I gave him a pointed look. Eventually, everyone had finished their laps and were all gathered around me, waiting for what we were going to do about the Huntress problem. I sighed and took in a deep breath and everyone immediately quieted down. I looked around at everyone before I finally started speaking. My fellow pack members, as you all know, we have been terrorized by a hunter as of late. What you may not know is that this hunter, who is a female, goes by the name Artemis. She has been known to wipe out entire packs. Well, you know what I say no. We will not let this human with a few little sticks take us down. We will fight. We will live. We will prosper. The entire pack erupted into cheers, but quickly died down as I held up my hand to take a few cautious measures. Though, we will use a buddy system. No running or wandering around the woods without another person. Also, if you find any sign of this Artemis, you are to contact me immediately via mind link. Am I understood? There was a chorus of yes. Alpha S and I nodded. Good. Now let's enjoy our feast. Everyone rushed inside, but I waited back, making sure everyone was inside before I went in. I sighed, running a hand down my face before entering the pack house as well. Sometimes it was hard being the alpha. Chapter 13 Haley. It was a big risk, questioning him about wolves, but it had to be done. He thought I didn't notice the way that the room quieted down and everyone tensed up. He was a good liar, though it'll give him that. If I weren't a hunter and didn't know about werewolves and such, I almost would have believed him. Almost. But that was the other day. Today is Saturday and tonight is the fire and ice dance, which I am going to with Chase. Is it weird that I get all tingly when I think about him, shaking a certain blue-eyed boy out of my head? I rolled out of bed and made my way downstairs and into the kitchen, where David was standing sipping his coffee while reading the newspaper. Neither of us said anything to each other. We were both still upset about our little disagreement the other night. Pouring myself my own cup of coffee, I sipped it and felt comfort in the warmth of it. Walking out of the kitchen, I was just about to start the climb up the stairs and into my room when the doorbell rang. Furrowing my brows, I walked over and pulled the door open. A slight chill greeted me as I did. The weather was slowly getting cooler. Well, as cold as it would be in California in December. Lily and Rebecca's grinning faces greeted me. I gave them a skeptical look. "What are you two doing here?" "We have to get ready for the dance, duh," Lily announced, shaking her head at me before pushing her way inside. Rebecca followed and I sighed, shutting the door and following them upstairs and into my room, though I didn't miss David's curious look from the kitchen doorway. When I finally made it back into my bedroom, I found the girls had sprawled all of their things all across my bed. I sighed. Why are we getting ready at 11 a.m. exactly? The dance doesn't start until 7, which means we're already behind schedule, Lily chastised before sitting me down on the edge of the bed and holding a whole bunch of makeup shades to my face. Rolling my eyes, I snatched it from her and gave her a look that said you need to take it back a notch. She stuck out her lip, pouting. "Oh, come on. Let me do your makeup. Please." "No way. Mom. Last time you dolled me up for the party you made me look like a total slut," I exclaimed, folding my arms over my chest. "Man, it's getting easier every day to act like him their friend." Rebecca laughed. "You can do mine, Lil." At that, she grinned and the pout completely disappeared off her face. I walked over to my beanbag and curled up in it, watching as Rebecca yelled at Lily for burning her with the curling iron. Again, when Lily was burning Rebecca with the curler, she was poking her eye with the eyeliner pencil. When she was done with Rebecca, she threw her dress at her. "You are a terrible client. I'm never getting you ready ever again." She only stuck her tongue out in response. Lily glanced at the clock and her eyes bugged. Haley, you need to start getting ready ASAP." Rolling my eyes, I finally stood up. Okay. We'll go get ready." Stepping into my bathroom, I began curling my hair, letting it fall down my back in nice, loose ringlets while pinning the front of both sides back with barrettes. Lily worked on herself next to me and we were both applying makeup. For me it was much different than usual. Just actually putting some eyeshadow on and contouring a little bit and applying a light pink, almost nude lipstick. Deciding that I was good on makeup, I headed into my closet and pulled my dress out of the bag and slipping it on. It was a perfect fit, hugging my body up top and exposing my curves, but also flaring out at the bottom. It was white, with red floral lace completely covering it, save the nude ruffles where it ended just below my butt, pairing it with nude pumps. I stepped out and laughed when Rebecca whistled at me. "Whistle at yourself." "Girl," I complimented back. She looked amazing in her white dress. Lily had also opted for a white dress, though hers was very tightened. Dare I say it? A bit on the slutty side. But I mean, keep doing you. I guess. The doorbell rang and pulled me out of my trance. Looking at the clock, I saw it was 7 on the dot. I guess it really does take 8 hours for 3 girls to get ready for a dance. We made our way down the steps into the small foyer, only to find Luke, Josh and Chase standing awkwardly while David stared at them, glaring especially hard at Chase. Of course they'd be glaring at them, they're all werewolves and Chase is alpha. David's no idiot and he knows that I would never befriend a werewolf unless they were someone with power whom I could use. Rebecca skipped over to Josh and he picked her up, kissing her. Lily sighed as she walked up to Luke. "Did you even bring me a corsage?" He rolled his eyes and surprisingly brought out a flower that he wrapped around her wrist. That left Chase. He stood in front of me in a suit, black on black, with a red tie being the only color difference. He stared at me, lips slightly apart, and I couldn't help but blush before I could make my way to him. Though, David placed his hand on my shoulder to stop me and took a step forward, pointing threateningly at Chase. "You be good to my niece. You hear me? If not, don't think I won't hesitate to come after you." Shocking me, Chase swallowed nervously. As he nodded, "Yes, sir," rolling my eyes, I smiled and walked up to him, placing my hand in his that he offered. "Shall we?" Laughing, I nodded. "We shall." Chapter 14. Wow. That was the only thing I could really manage to think when I saw Haley coming down those steps. It was as if I had fallen into this alternate reality, where I was the luckiest guy in the world, and this beautiful angel had agreed to go on a date with me. Although, I'm not sure that alternate reality is so far-fetched at this moment. It had to be the answer. 𝐊𝐲 must be an angel. She looks amazing in that little red dress. And my wolf was growing restless. He wanted to claim her right then and there. But I couldn't exactly do that considering she still doesn't know about me. This is only our first date. Really? And we're driving to the dance right now. Our hands were intertwined though, which made both my wolf and I very happy, and from what I could tell, she was also content. So, are you excited for your first dance here? I question and immediately regret it. Out of all the things I could have said, it had to be something as stupid as that. She chuckled a little, meaning she must have noticed the cringe I made after asking that question. Very. I nodded. Good. There was this awkward tension between us and I hated it. I hated it with a burning passion, and I wished I could just whip out my claws and slash through the tension to alleviate it. But it was that simple. Not to mention, if 𝐊𝐲 saw me wolf out, she'd probably run away screaming, and that wouldn't be good at all. I'm sorry. She suddenly burst out. It's just that I really have to know. Is this considered a date? 𝐊𝐲 bit her lip, and I couldn't help but think how attractive she looked when she did so. I felt my heart flutter, which, believe me, it's very hard for an alpha like me to admit that, and I stumbled over my words. Why, yeah. If that's what you want to, call it. She smiled, taking my breath away, and nodded. A date it is. We're here, Luke called from the front seat, and Lily rolled her eyes at him, quickly climbing out of the car. See, she was upset that I didn't let her go with the guy of her choosing. But I really wouldn't trust anyone other than my beta and best friend to take care of her. I followed suit and quickly ran around to open 𝐊𝐲's door for her. She smiled, a light blush creeping up on her cheeks, and there was a swell of pride in me at the fact that I could make her blush. Thank you. You're welcome. I nodded, linking her arm with mine as we walked into the school and forward into the gym. The music was loud, blasting through the large speakers the school always used for dances. There were couples dancing, others just grinding on each other, and there was a large crowd next to the speakers. I didn't doubt someone was probably doing something very sexual in the middle of it, because that's how it's been since forever, really. The gym was decorated in white and red decorations, fake icicles hanging down from the ceiling while fake fires were sitting everyone. Candles in the middle of all the tables helping the effect. The student council really went all out this year. Wow, 𝐊𝐲 seemed to be thinking exactly what I was. Do they? I shook my head. Nope. The fast dancing music changed to a slower song, and a student came on over the microphone. All right. We're gonna chill a little bit and play some slow songs, couples out there. There was quite a bit of cheering, and 𝐊𝐲 laughed at the excitement, throwing her head back, taking her hand in my own. I gestured with the other towards the dance floor. Shall we dance? Lady. She feigned a posh accent and smiled. We shall. Leading her out to the middle of the dance floor. I placed both of my hands on her hips as she wrapped hers around my neck. She leaned her head back with her eyes closed, a light smile playing on her lips. I love this song. Yeah. I questioned. She nodded. Yeah. My mom and I used to sing it together all the time. It was pretty much our song. Even if we were in the middle of a public place and we heard it come on, we'd burst out singing it, listening closely to the song. I knew it to be Just a Dream by Carrie Underwood. It's kind of a sad song. Everything is sad when it comes to thinking about my mom, she responded, this distant and guarded look appearing in her eyes. I knew she lived with her uncle, David, which made me question even more where her parents were. Was her mother dead? And what about her father? I had all of these questions inside of me. All I wanted to do was ask her to tell me her life story. But I couldn't expect her to be honest with me when I was keeping the biggest truth from her. Still, I had to ask, where is your mom? She swallowed and looked dead, along with my dad, taking in a breath. I nodded, mine too, looking up into my eyes. I could see tears forming in her beautiful brown orbs. She whispered, her voice shaky. Really? Really, 𝐿𝐲? I nodded. She said something, but I didn't catch it as a voice rang in my head. It was one of my pack members on border patrol. Alpha, I'm so sorry. There were too many of them. I killed 3 of them, but there are 2 on the loose, coming right to the school. I furrowed my brows. Too many of who? He responded, and I had to hold back a growl. Luke suddenly appeared right next to me, a look of distress on his face. He spoke to me through the mind link. There in the school, looking right at 𝐊𝐲. I could see a look of confusion on her face and knew immediately that protecting her was the most important thing. Though what my border patrolman said confused me. There were 5 rogues, which didn't make any sense. Rogues don't work together. Maybe you'll see it together, but never any more than that. I was puzzled, shaking myself out of my trance. I grabbed 𝐊𝐲's hand. Come on. We need to go. What? What do you mean? What's going on? She questioned, pulling me back, and quite honestly, I was surprised at the strength she used to do so. Please, just come with me, I begged, desperation evident in my voice. With an uncertain look, she hesitantly followed me, or was more dragged along as I ran down the hallways, trying to make it out through the front to get to the car. Rounding the corner, I froze when I saw a brown wolf creeping along the hall. 𝐊𝐲 screamed when she saw the large wolf, though it was nearly as large as me. This had to be the biggest wolf a human like her would have seen, adding to the shock of seeing it in the school. No wonder she screamed. Turning around, I pulled her along with me and ran into a classroom, closing the door and shoving the teacher's desk in front of the door. She had a look of shock on her face and yelled at me. What the hell was that? That's the biggest 𝐾𝐿 ever seen. I could hear her heart racing and I felt terrible. It's a special type of wolf. I guess you were right when you said you heard howling the other night. A calculating look made its way onto her face, almost as if she didn't believe me. And that's what made me incredibly nervous. I needed her to trust me. She was my mate after all. There was a slam against the door and I immediately knew it was the rogue. I could smell him just outside the door. This was going to be good. Glancing over to 𝐊𝐲, I saw her clutching her clutch, no pun intended, very tightly, as though her life depended on it. I heard a crack and spun around to see the rogue flying through the air, tackling me to the ground. 𝐊𝐲 screamed and the rogue growled, but I was stronger. I used my legs to kick him off, immediately getting to my feet and growling at him. He growled right back and charged again. Before I could stop myself, I shifted into my larger, black wolf and roared at the rogue. He hesitated, but charged at me again, just aimed at my neck. I simply swatted him down, but he got back up. He pounced again, but not at me, at 𝐊𝐲. Panic rose up in me as I watched him knock her over and to the ground. She screamed, thrashing under him. I could smell blood, and suddenly all I saw was red. I was going to kill him painfully and brutally. Before I had the chance to move, I heard 𝐊𝐲 yell, almost as if in defiance, and a whimper of the rogue, who then fell limp. She wiggled out from under him and I saw a flash of what looked like silver. Looking at her, I could see little cuts on her arms from the rogue, and then I looked at her hand, where she held a switchblade. Shifting back to my human form, I temporarily forgot about my nudity and watched as her face contorted to one of confusion and fear. Chapter 15. 𝐊𝐲. Never did I expect a wolf to pop out and chase us at the dance. Never did I expect Chase to shift into a giant black wolf right in front of me to fight this wolf. Never did I expect this wolf to ignore Chase and tackle me. Never did I expect to use the switchblade I kept in my clutch for emergencies. Never, never, never. For the first time in a very, very long time, I was taken by surprise. And I hated it. I stood in front of Chase, keeping up the charade of fear while holding the bloody switchblade in my hand. He stood in front of me, completely naked. And all I can say is damn. No wonder these werewolves are so strong, with muscles and bodies like those. Let's just say, He was very ripped, and his little guy down there was so little. But that's sexual and weird and definitely not the important thing right now. Suddenly, he looked down and seemed as though he was embarrassed at his nudity. He rummaged through the teacher's desk drawers where he miraculously found a pair of shorts and pulled them on. The teacher must be a werewolf too. He still hadn't said anything, and I knew that I had to execute my acting perfectly, or else it was goodbye life and hello hell. And yes, I was pretty certain going to hell. 𝐊𝐤𝐬𝐩, he started, but I interrupted him. What the hell are you? Chase looked down before looking back up, a distressed look on his face. It looked as though he were in pain. And speaking of pain, I only now realized how much my arms and wrists hurt thanks to that asshole surprise wolf. He stepped towards me. Are you okay? Holding up the bloodied, obviously silver knife. I let my voice waver to help the act. Stay away from me and answer my question. What are you? He swore. What do you think I am, 𝐊𝐤𝐬? I'm a werewolf. You happy? I'm a f-king guy that can turn into a wolf, and guess what? So is everyone else that goes to this damn school. Save a handful of people. I did my best to have a shocked expression on my face and shook my head. No, werewolves are not real. You're insane or am insane or something. No, 𝐊𝐤𝐧𝐼. You're not crazy. Look at me. Hey, look at me. I know this is all terrifying and unreal, but listen to me. You're not crazy. And I know that you'll be able to look past this. Maybe not right away, but someday. I'd prefer it to be sooner. But I know I can trust your understanding of what I am. Sitting down in a chair, I clutched the switchblade as tightly as I could in my hand, my knuckle turning white. Chase looked down at it, a confused and curious look on his face. 𝐊𝐤𝐬𝐬, where did you get that? It was in my clutch, I mumbled, staring at the floor to make it seem as though I was thinking, processing the information. Why would you have a switchblade in your clutch when you're going to a school dance? 𝐊𝐤𝐬𝐬, he questioned, coming up closer to me. My grip on the handle tightened. It was now or never to see if I really was a good actress or not. Looking up into his eyes, I tried to let him see vulnerability as I willed tears to pool in my eyes. My uncle always make me take it with me in case someone tries to hurt or mug me. I never thought I'd be a wolf I'd have to use it against. Werewolf, Chase corrected, and I nodded. It seemed like he believed me. Suddenly Lily and Luke ran into the room, eyes widening at the sight in front of them, and Rebecca and Josh soon followed suit right behind them. Lily looked at me with pity. 𝐊𝐤𝐬𝐬, are you one of them too? I cut her off. Are you a werewolf? She took in a deep breath before nodding. I let out a shaky one. I'm either the world's best actress, or if they're all extremely gullible. Who knows? Maybe it's a little bit of both mixed together. All of you. I said it as a statement, not a question, but still they all nodded. I let out a bitter laugh, allowing a few tears to spill. Some friends you are. Chase sucked in a breath as he saw the hatred in my eyes. I was actually grateful for a reveal like this. At least now I wouldn't have to work so hard on pretending to like them. I could openly show that I hated them, didn't trust them, and wanted to stay away from them. It was perfectly easy for me now, and it looked as though everything would finally go my way. 𝐊𝐤𝐬𝐬𝐬, he started. Listen to me. I know it might seem like we're monsters, but we're really not. That guy over there that attacked us, he's a monster. A rogue is what we call them, a wolf that doesn't belong to a pack. I'm not a monster. 𝐊𝐤𝐬𝐬, we're not monsters here. Shaking my head, I dropped the switchblade on the desk and looked up at Chase. I told you both of my parents were dead. Yeah. He nodded, though gave a confused look, probably wondering why I was bringing this up right now. Do you know how they died? I asked, though it was more of a rhetorical question. Obviously, he didn't know the answer. He shook his head and I nodded. Real tears of sadness fell down my cheeks. I do. I know how they died, because I was there, hiding and crying. They were murdered, surrounded by a whole bunch of really big wolves. Werewolves. Probably. And only now do I know what actually killed my parents. He knelt down right in front of me. I'm so sorry. 𝐊𝐲, I would have preferred to have thought they were just really big, really hungry wolves. I told him, and it was probably the first thing he'd said throughout the night that wasn't really a lie. Sometimes I wished I'd never learned about werewolves. Sadly, though, I did. I learned it a lot, especially how to kill them, and particularly good at that. When no one said anything, I looked up into Chase's eyes. I want to go home. Okay. Come on. It'll take you. He stood up and held out his hand. I shook my head. No, it'll walk. Chase growled and I jumped. Regret flashed across his face. I'm sorry. It's just, I can't let you walk. It's dangerous. There could be more rogues out there. More of him. Please just let me take you home. Once again shaking my head. I refused. It'll take her. Rebecca offered and I glanced over. I'd definitely prefer going home with her than Mr. Half make Adelpha over here. Sighing. I nodded. Fine. Picking up my knife and clutch, I followed her out to the car, letting her drive me home in a rather uncomfortable silence. When we got to the little yellow house, I didn't say anything, just silently climbed out and walked into the house without looking back. Locking the door behind me, I made my way into the kitchen to grab the first aid kit from under the sink when David stopped me. What the hell happened to you? A shitload of shit. Load of shit. I responded and grabbed the kit. Now shut up and stitch up this cut. Chapter 16. She was ignoring me. 𝐊𝐲 wouldn't even look at me when she came back to school, which she had missed for 3 days. I went to her house every day, but she never answered. Her uncle would answer the door and glare at me, asking what the hell I did to her and why she was acting the way that she was. I would just shake my head, ask if I could see her, and then he'd usually slam the door in my face. During lunch, she sat at a table alone in the corner of the cafeteria. I tried to approach her, but she immediately stood up and ran out of the room. It was killing me. And now we were in chemistry. She had spoken with the teacher and traded lab partners, so that Lily and I were now partners. 𝐊𝐲 sat to desks in front of me, and I stared at the back of her head longingly. Damn. I missed her, and I never really realized how much I actually needed her. She had me wrapped around her perfect little finger and didn't even know it. Lily sighed. You need to pull yourself together. Artemis, whoever the hell she may be, has been killing off one person a night. You can't be the alpha we need when you're pining after 𝐊𝐲. And at this rate, the whole pack will be dead in 2 months. I growled lowly. Shut up. Then get your head out of your ass. She yelled at me. I know you really liked her, but you had to know this would happen. She's human. It was bound to end. It's better earlier than later. Turning to look at her, I narrowed my eyes at her. Aren't you her friend? I'm your sister first, she replied, a fierce look in her eyes. From my other side, Luke gave me a knowing look. He was still the only one who knew that 𝐊𝐲 is my mate. She then glared at Luke. Mind your own business. �İ𝐨𝐥𝐿. He glared right back. I am. Morgan. The day they actually address one another by their first names is the day that pack and hell freezes over, before they could tear into each other some more. I shot Luke a look that told him to drop it, and he rolled his eyes, but turned away nonetheless. Lily, with pursed lips, turned her attention back towards me. So, can you please stop staring at 𝐊𝐲 like a depressed puppy? I can't help it, I replied gruffly. She rolled her eyes. And why is that? Because she's my mate, I snapped, and her jaw dropped. I guess she wasn't expecting that one, which is saying something because my sister is typically someone you can never catch off guard. Lily swallowed. How long have you known Chase? Since her first day, I answered. Son of a bitch. She swore and turned away from me. Then, she looked to Luke, who was already waiting for her to do so. Did you know? He nodded. Without warning. A sharp pain entered my leg and I looked down to see scissors sticking out of my thigh. Clenching my teeth, I yanked it out and met her glare with one of my own. Really? You had to do that? With a nod, she faced forward and continued the experiment we were supposed to be doing, leading me to try to wipe the blood off the blades of the scissors without anyone noticing. Finally, after Lily had managed to turn the solution bright green, the bell rang and Haley zipped out of the classroom, and it was, without a doubt, to get away from me. My wolf whined for her. He needed her and already loved her. He and I couldn't live without her. And this, her distancing herself from me, was slowly, piece by piece, tearing me apart. Without her, I had grown apathetic about everything, including the whole Artemis situation, which was, as Lily had already said, getting very out of hand. The next few classes went by agonizingly slow. Of course they would, because all I was looking forward to was last period, the only class that had just Haley and I in it out of our little circle. And I was determined to get her to stop ignoring me. When the bell for last period rang, I practically sprinted there and was the first to arrive, sitting and waiting for her to come in. How ironic it was, because this was the classroom where she had learned my secret. She had learned that werewolves exist. Haley was the second one to arrive, and she froze in the doorway when she saw me. Lowering her head and eyes, she steered clear and to the very back corner of the class. Frowning, I marched over and saw her cringe as she heard me do so. Sitting next to her, I spoke softly. Haley, please talk to me. It kills me that we haven't spoken since the dance. She bit down hard on her lip and continued looking straight down at her desk. More students began to file in, throwing curious glances at us, though they looked the other way when they saw my glare. No one dared to pry into the Alpha's private life. Still, she burned holes into the desk and I could tell she was struggling not to look at me and talk to me. I just had to press a little more. Just a little more and she'll break. She'll talk to me. Haley, come on. I pleaded, letting the desperation pour out. She can't hate me forever. It's not an option. Just talk to me. Go away, she mumbled, though it was so quiet I could hardly hear her. Despite the 𝐖𝐶𝐬 and solidity of her voice, I couldn't help but feel relieved at the fact that at least she finally had spoken to me. To small words that were meant to hurt me, to push me away, only reeled me in more. And I was happy to oblige. I leaned in closer. Please just listen to me. Haley, give me a chance to explain. I'll tell you everything. Answer all of the questions you must have. You just have to let me. After school, we can walk around. Please. Haley, please. She bit her lip so hard that I saw a few beads of blood drip off her lip, which she immediately licked, as if to try and hide it. Sighing, she slowly looked up and locked her perfect brown eyes with my own blue ones and nodded. Fine. After school. I double-checked and she nodded, with a small smile gracing my face. I sat back down in my own seat, impatiently waiting for the end of the day to come. Chapter 17. Haley, I honestly have no clue why I even agreed to talk to him after school. It was just that the look he gave me, the desperate look that made me feel like I was the only thing mattered to him, it got to me. And suddenly I found myself craving it. I pursed my lips. How could a werewolf, an alpha at that, be making me feel like this? I was losing it. That's what it is. I was becoming completely certifiable. My having any feelings for Chase was just wrong. But then, why did it feel so right? I jumped as the final bell rang, snapping me back into reality. Rushing out of the room, I sped to my locker and gathered everything that I needed. Closing it, I turned to leave but jumped and let out a squeal when I found Chase standing right there. He placed a sheepish grin on his face. So you ready? Averting my eyes from his, I nodded and followed him out of the building. We walked past the parking lot and, as he promised, we were taking a walk around. We had been walking aimlessly for 5 minutes and had just turned down a path through the woods when he finally spoke. So, do you have any questions? A lot. Actually, I mumbled and I noticed how his steps became slightly more upbeat. I wouldn't look at him, only at the ground ahead of us. What are your questions then? He questioned once again. Halting, it took him a couple steps to realize I had stopped and he turned around, facing me, bringing my head up. My eyes locked with his and I could see the pleading in his eyes, swallowing a lump in my throat. Perhaps even my pride. I brought myself to ask him a question. How? He furrowed his brows. How what? How is all of this even possible? Werewolves. I mean, those are things I read about in storybooks. I trailed off, making sure that the word werewolf rolled off my tongue unnaturally, and not like I had known about them for years and have hunted them down for nearly just as long. Well, he started. The werewolf, also known as the lycanthrope, originated from Europe, specifically Lycaon, the king of Arcadia. It was said that he doubted Zeus and his abilities, and so he threw a feast for the god, that fed him human meat to test his omniscience. Zeus, infuriated with the trick, blasted the kingdom with lightning bolts, but not before casting a spell upon Lycaon and his sons that turned them into wolves. Over time, Lycaon and his sons learned how to shift back and forth between their human and wolf forms, so they became known as 𝐶𝐻𝐻, and they were the first lycanthropes. I had heard that myth before, and it may be true, but it seemed ridiculous. Zeus. Seriously. Instead, though, I played dumb. But isn't that just a myth? Chase shook his head. For as long as our people can remember, that's the truth. That's how lycanthropes came to be. Okay. I trailed off, but started back up again. So what about that whole full moon thing? Do you really? Shift, I guess. Uncontrollably and attack everything in sight. Of course. I already knew the answer to this. He chuckled. No, we aren't savages. The full moon makes us stronger. Yes, but we don't go crazy in blood, thirsty or anything. We have a special link to the moon. Though, seeing as though Selene, the Greek moon goddess, was the one who taught Lycaon and his sons to shift. She took pity on them, you see, and she always had it out to one-up Zeus. Wow, okay. I nodded slowly, digesting the information. Is there, like, a hierarchy too? Oh, werewolves. Like in the movies. Chase nodded. Yeah, we have alphas, the male leader of the pack. Lunas, who is the female leader of the pack. Betas are the second in command. Gamma is third in command, and the majority of pack are known as deltas, although the weakest members of the pack are referred to as 𝐊𝐽. So lots of Greek involved in this. I noted and he laughed, nodding in agreement. So, what are you? He looked me in the eyes, and I could see it then. In the alpha. I swallowed. So you're the big bad wolf of the pack. Was it? Chase frowned. I won't lie to you. My pack is the biggest and the baddest, but we're not bad people. Haley, we do what we must to survive and that's it. No more. No less. I don't want you to see us as monsters. Because, yes, we have claws and fangs and turn into giant wolves, but we have control and restraint. We have systems that work. The pack is like one big family and we always protect each other. Always. We're not savages. Haley, we were born into this life, and we're okay with that. So I really hope you're okay with it too. It's a lot to take in. I muttered, sitting down at the base of a large tree. He took a deep breath and exhaled loudly, sitting down next to me as well. There's something else you should know about us, I asked. He looked away and out at the woods. Us werewolves. We're misunderstood. Whenever a human sees us, their first instinct is to run away and hide because we're big and scary. And some don't just hide, but they fight back. We're hunted creatures. And right now we're having a bit of a hunter issue. Seriously, I asked and he looked at me. Werewolves and werewolf hunters. I feel like him in an episode of Teen Wolf. Chase rolled his eyes. That show is so inaccurate it hurts. What kind of hunters? I questioned. He sighed. Honestly, just one, but just the best hunter in the nations. They even have a nickname for her. Just been killing so many of my pack members and I can't even catch a whiff of her scent. Pride swelled inside of me, but I kept it hidden and asked another question. What's her 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐬? What do they call her? His eyes darkened as they should when a werewolf gets angry and he looked straight ahead. A hatred I hadn't known possible emitting from him. With a rumble to his voice, he growled out the name that made me smirk on the inside. Artemis. My best friend kept a huge secret from me. Chapter 18. We made our way back to the school grounds, 𝐊𝐲𝐬 and I, enveloped in a silence that felt more comfortable than before. I could sense that she was more at ease with me now, her initially reserved demeanor slowly melting away. As we approached her car, I felt a twinge of disappointment that our time together was coming to an end. 𝐊𝐲𝐬's lips curved into a smile, her eyes meeting mine. Thanks, Chase, she said, her voice softer than usual. I nodded, feeling a surge of confidence. Yeah, thank you for listening. She mirrored my nod and opened her car door, tossing her bag across to the passenger's seat. As she turned back to face me, I seized the moment, my friendly and persistent nature taking over. Hey, you wouldn't want to go out with me tomorrow, would you? Go out where? She questioned, leaning her arms atop the door, a small smile playing at her lip. Grinning, I rubbed the back of my neck, my caring side showing through. I was thinking of showing you around town and stuff. Hit up all the places that you should know. 𝐊𝐲𝐬's smile widened, and she nodded, her reserve continuing to fade. Yeah, I think it like that. Great, that's great. So I'll pick you up at 6, I asked, and she nodded, sliding into her car and starting it up. She waved and drove away, leaving me standing there, filled with an indescribable happiness. Not only had I gotten 𝐊𝐲𝐬 to finally open up to me, but I had also managed to explain everything and even scored a date with her tomorrow night. The anticipation was already building. Sighing contentedly, I headed to my own car and made my way home. Unsurprisingly, I found Luke waiting for me, his strategic mind already at work. I want to do something, he said without preamble. Do what? And hello to you, too, I answered as I walked through the door. Luke rolled his eyes, his concern for our group's safety evident. Listen, I know you've sort of been out of it lately because of the whole 𝐊𝐲𝐬 situation, but now that it's fixed, we need to focus on a new situation. Artemis, just killing more and more of us and we don't even know who she is. Not really. Anyway, we haven't even landed a single blow to her and she already has us cowering in the corner begging for mercy. I nodded, recognizing the gravity of the situation. All right. So what do you want to do? Well, 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐻. I've sort of been formulating this plan for a while now, and the more I think about it and the more we learn about Artemis' patterns, the more I think it will actually work, he explained, his proactive nature shining through. Groaning, I sat down in my chair behind my desk, and he took a seat across from me. Just get on with it, Luke. What's your plan? He pulled out a map of the territory and laid it out in front of me. There were markings all over it, but mainly concentrated at 3 points. I've been tracking where we've been finding our victims. Now you can see there are a few odd ones here and there, but a majority of them are found at one of these 3 locations. He gestured to the 3 heavily marked areas on the map. I think that these are the areas she's comfortable with, the ones she knows well enough to be tough in. As I studied the map, I couldn't help but feel a mix of admiration for Luke's strategic thinking and dread at the thought of confronting the elusive and dangerous Artemis. The main antagonist's presence loomed over us, a constant threat to our safety and the delicate balance we'd been trying to attain. So what do you plan to do with that information? I questioned, holding up a finger to me. He smiled. That's the great part. 9 times out of 10, she kills people in one of these 3 spots. So all we need are wolves stationed at all 3 of these places. I furrowed my brow. But you said it yourself. She knows these places well enough to beat us, the ones who live on the territory. That's where the rest of the plan comes into play, he explained. You see, if we have enough wolves in each region, there's no way that we won't find her. As for beating her, we need to drive her out of her comfort zone. We need to corral her, almost, into a trap. Essentially, I want to wait her out to come to one of the 3 locations, and drive her into more wolves. Is that the whole plan? I questioned and he nodded in response. I pursed my lips and leaned back in my chair, taking in the view of the map. I sighed. And what if she just kills all of the wolves who are there waiting for her? We'll have plenty of wolves, so that even when she's engaging 3 wolves, there are 4 charging at her. He responded confidently. I shook my head. So no matter what, people are going to die tonight, if we do go through with this plan of yours. He sighed, hanging his head himself on the desk before looking back up at me. A hard look in his eyes. We sacrifice the few now, to save the many later. If 10 wolves die a night, but we catch her and our hunter problem is solved, then it's worth it. Is it? I intervened. Luke popped down in his chair, shaking his head at me. She's changing you. 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐩𝐿, I mean, you never used to be soft. You didn't care about a few lives if it meant eliminating the threat. Clenching my jaw, I exhaled. I like myself better this way. All lives matter, and I don't want to risk anyone's just to catch her. We can think of something else. His eyes brightened and he stood back up. What if we get volunteers? What? I mean, you don't want to risk others' lives in order to catch Artemis. But what if others want to risk their lives to catch her? He claims, if there are enough volunteers, will you go through with this plan? Staring at the map in front of me, chin in my hand, I nodded and looked at my beta, my best friend. If you get the volunteers, well, do it. We'll capture Artemis. Chapter 9, Team 𝐊𝐲. Zipping up my jacket, I holstered my gun and slid my pocket knife in my boot, making sure I was cloaked by the anti-scent spray. I swung my arrow and quiver over my shoulders and they rested between my shoulder blades. As I made my way to walk out of the room, I caught sight of my reflection and paused. The girl in front of me had hair pulled into a high bun and was completely clad in black, mostly leather. She had a few freckles already from the new California sun and her skin was pale in contrast. Her pale pink lips were, for once, loosened in a natural smile. Her eyes were the most spectacular part. They gleamed with anticipation and happiness, something that she had felt since after school, since I talked with Chase, and he had asked me out GH. Why did I even think about him this way so much? He's a disgusting, filthy dog and is nowhere near worth my time. Sighing, I jogged down the stairs and found David sitting at the kitchen table, reading a newspaper. Going out. Yep, I nodded, then walked out of the house through the back door, running to find the cover of the trees. Carefully, I tiptoed around the woods, making sure not to step on crunchy leaves or branches to give me away. I was hyper-aware of how silent I was being, and also how quiet the rest of the woods were. It seemed like there weren't any animals, and I couldn't hear the familiar sounds of the werewolves. Drawing my bow, I kept it at the ready as I continued further into the eerily silent woods. Something felt off, call it a gut feeling or intuition, but something definitely was not right. A rustling of leaves caused me to turn, pulling my bow taut when I found a small rabbit scampering across the forest floor, looking terrified, exhaling and relaxing my muscles in relief. I smiled a little at my jump-in-ness before freezing. Peter 𝐾𝐿 had to be scared for a reason. Shouldering my bow, I quickly climbed up the oak tree in front of me and drew my bow once more, scanning the area below me. Then, I heard it. A low growl, nearly inaudible. A rough-looking gray wolf came into view and I smirked, holding the string of my bow by my lips. Goodbye, Mr. Werewolf. Releasing my bow, I smiled with admiration and pride as I watched the arrow pierce the wolf's skull, quickly ending its life. Never say I was't merciful. Suddenly, though, I heard more growls. At least 6 wolves and realized I was surrounded. I was right. After all, that something was off. Tonight, I was no longer the hunter, but the hunted. Rather, the wolves circled the area, making sure to move more so I cowled and hit them, but still keeping me trapped. Shit, I swore, shouldering my bow, standing on my branch. I looked to my left and found the branch of the tree next to me just within reach and, suddenly, an idea came to me. I would be like a monkey, swinging from tree to tree. Eventually, they'll either lose me or I'll kill all of them. Backing up to the trunk of the tree, I took 2 steps before launching myself into the air, landing perfectly on the other branch. Smirking, I then snaked my way around to the other side of the tree and jumped to the next one, wobbling slightly on it, but landing on the branch nonetheless. I heard the sound of bones breaking, followed by a familiar voice, chest jumping from tree to tree like a damn monkey. So you too. Knock the fucking tree down. Now it was Luke, Chase's best friend, and assumed beta. What a tool. Looking down, 2 large wolves looked up at me from the base of the tree, licking their canines maliciously. They both retreated the same direction and I knew what was coming. Now all I had to do was time it perfectly, picking out my branch on the next tree. I positioned myself and waited. I had to wait for exactly the right moment. Then, 2 growls sounded and I heard them running. Glancing down, I saw they were almost to the tree. Bracing myself, I jumped and grasped onto air as I flew through the air. It seemed like an eternity until my hands found the rough bark of the tree. The branch I was previously on was currently on the ground, along with the rest of that tree. Looking up, I found my hands starting to slip from the branch I now held onto. Swinging my legs up, I straddled the branch and kept quiet as the wolves searched through the wreckage of the fallen tree. Making my way down the tree, I was about 10 feet off the ground when Luke swore, "She's not here. Where the hell did she go?" Pulling my hood down even further, I turned my back and went to jump to the next tree over, launching off of a slightly unstable branch. My stomach dropped when I heard the snap, as did my body, straight to the forest floor, letting out an OF as I hit the ground. I heard the growls of all the wolves. Despite the pain I was in, I managed to pull the gun out of my holster and cocked it. Flipping over, I shot the 2 wolves charging at me in the heads, and only managed to stop the 3rd one by shooting it in the upper leg. Luke growled and ran at me, and I aimed my gun at him, pulling the trigger and nothing, absolutely nothing happened. You've gotta be fucking kidding me, I swore to myself, standing up and pulling out my switchblade. I held it in front of me and he slowed as he neared me. It's nice to meet you, 𝐷𝐷𝐻𝐷𝐻𝐷. He spat out my nickname, but it's not. The only nice thing is that you'll be rotting in a cell for the rest of your life, after I have my fun. That is, I held my knife in front of me and he glanced at it with a hint of recognition and paused for a second, just long enough for me to throw and turn and run. He yelled in pain, but I could hear his footsteps coming after me. Well damn, I must have missed his heart. That's a new low for me, running as fast as my human legs could take me. I nearly groaned when I heard the cracking and breaking of bones. He was shifting. I racked my brain for ideas. Yes, I still had my bow, but that didn't do me much good close range with a wolf. I was left with my wit and good looks, I suppose. Looking ahead, I saw I only had a little farther left to go until I got to the road, where I could find a public place to hide and blend in. I went to make another step but fell short when I felt a sharp pain down my left calf. Yelling, I crashed to the ground and rolled over, clutching my leg, my head flying up in the process. Luke shifted back to his human form in the process, and stared at me in shock. Haley, I glared up at him and mocked his earlier words. They'd say it's nice to meet you, but it's not. He gave a sarcastic laugh, an exhale through his nose, and he held up the switchblade. You know, I thought I recognized this. It's from that night at school. Right. The dance. 𝐿𝐢𝐻𝐤 Chase is going to be heartbroken. Artemis is his mate of all people. But he'll get over it. And trust me, when I tell you, you won't be rotting in jail for long. He and I will enjoy taking our turns torturing you until one day your heart gives out. You're sadistic. I spat, struggling to my feet, but nevertheless managing to stand. His face darkened. And you're a murderer. I prefer Hunter. I spat back. Well, I don't think Chase will give a rat's ass about what you prefer when he finds out. He smirked. I smirked back. Chase isn't gonna find out. He furrowed his brows. And why won't he? I pursed my lips in a sort of smile. Because, if you even try, you'll be dead before you can say a single syllable. Got it. Luke scoffed. Your threats aren't very conceivable considering barely standing and out of weapons right now. As he said this, I drew a bow and shot him in both legs, then turned around, but stopped and glanced back. A dark smile on my face. Sure about that. And then I took off running, ignoring the intense burning pain in my leg and the loud howl that was undoubtedly either Luke or Chase or both of them. Shit. Shit. Shit. Shit. Shit. This was so not good. Now that Luke knows who I really am, my cover's been blown. The only question left now is, will he listen to me? Chapter 20. We had her in the palm of our hands. Luke literally had her on the ground, and she somehow managed to shoot him in both legs with 2 arrows in one shot. Damn it. I yanked the second arrow out a little too harshly and he hissed. Damn, man. A red switchblade was grasped tightly in his hand, and when he flipped it, it revealed a very silver blade. Is that hers? He nodded before handing it to me. She threw it and just missed my heart. I'm starting to think Chef's not as good as they say she is. Didn't she throw it after she fell out of a tree? I questioned, to which he nodded. Then Chef's better than what they said she is. Looking at the knife in my hands, I couldn't shake the feeling that it looked familiar. But when I couldn't figure it out, I shrugged and pocketed it. Luke stared at me with intensity and I furrowed my brows. What? Nothing. He looked down, and a look of immense focus took over, like something was working through his brain. Whatever. I shook my head. The only good thing to come out of today is the fact that I actually have a date with Haley tomorrow. His head snapped up. Yeah, about that. I don't think you should go. I gave him a look that screamed, what the hell are you talking about, and gave a half smile. Luke, I'm gotta go on a date with my mate. It's not like anything bad is gonna happen. Besides, she's literally perfect, and even after all she knows about me and what I am, she's giving me a chance. Yeah, but what if you don't know everything about her? He asked, shrugging. I sat down. It doesn't matter. Everything about her is perfect. The way her eyes crinkle when she laughs, or the gleam in her eyes when she's happy, or the blush on her cheeks when I compliment her. She's perfect. No matter what. Luke sighed. In just saying that, you don't really know her, so I think that maybe you just shouldn't go on this date and... What the hell, man? I cut him off. For the first time since my parents have died. I finally feel whole again, and now you're trying to ruin it. What the hell is going on? He looked down and sighed, looking back up and placing his hand on my shoulder. Nothing. I'm sorry, man. I just am stressed about the Artemis situation. Go on your date tomorrow. Have fun for once. I smiled and clapped my hand on his shoulder as well. Thanks. He nodded, before getting up and leaving the house, making his way back to his own home. Luke POV. Walking home, I kept analyzing the situation. That boy was whipped. How was I going to tell him that the girl he obviously loves, his mate, is Artemis, the huntress that we all hate with a blinding heat? I had tried showing him the switchblade, hoping he'd make the connection, but no dice. His brain was muddled with his feelings for Haley, the one that he knows, rather than hating her for who she really is. How could I let him go on a date with that evil girl tomorrow night? She could easily kill him there, and take the rest of us down when we're weakened without an alpha. I growled lowly as the thought arose. If I called and get him to cancel, maybe I could get her to, as an agreement for me to hold on to her secret. If only for a little while longer. Stopping in my tracks, I spoke to myself. I can't tell him. It would crush him. That left only one answer. He would have to figure it out on his own, and I would do everything to drop subtle clues to help him along the way. I climbed into Chase's car the next morning silently, and he didn't notice, humming along to the radio as we made our way to school with a smile on his face. It hurt to know that our downfall was the only thing that could make him happy. As well, we walked into the building, myself trailing slightly behind him, and followed him up to the girls, Haley standing right there in sweats and a sweatshirt. Despite the mildly warm day, Chase didn't notice. He hugged her and she smiled up at him, glancing over at me, to which I gave her a cold stare. She seemed to know what it meant and flashed a smug grin for a second before turning back to Chase and smiling. "Ah, shit," Chase suddenly exclaimed. "I forgot I have to talk to Miss Mulligan. I'll see you in first period." "Okay." Haley nodded. "Yeah, see you there." The two of us were left alone and I glared at her, not able to contain my anger. Finally, I looked around for anyone who'd be looking and grabbed her arm, dragging her roughly into a nearby storage closet. She hissed at me. "Let go, you bastard." "Shut up, 𝐿𝐲𝐬𝐬." Rolling her eyes, she rubbed her arm and snorted. "Not so tough. Are you? You didn't tell him, even though you swore you would. You wanted him to rip me limb from limb." "Correct. Well, as well. That's too bad, because I think he likes my limbs right where they are. Thank you very much." Clenching my jaw, I held my wolf at bay. "Listen, bitch, it'll make you a proposition. It'll keep your repulsive alter ego a secret if you cancel on your date with Chase tonight. I don't want your psychotic ass anywhere near him." She pursed her lips and stepped closer to me. "That's cute." "Really? But I'm not canceling. I'd like to learn everything I can from him. And you'll still keep my secret, because if you don't, I won't kill you. First, I'll slit Chase's throat on our date tonight, in the middle of the public square, and then I'll kill everyone else and keep you alive. Just barely, to feel the mental torture of it all." "Got it. 𝐊𝐲's going to find out." I bit out and she smiled. "I don't doubt that. But you see, he'll only find out when it's too late." With a smirk, she threw the door and walked out of the closet and down the empty hallway, making her way to class, leaving me standing alone with my thoughts. What the hell do I do now? Chapter 21. Haley, sitting at the lunch table. Chase at me side. I could feel Luke's stare piercing my skull. Looking up over at him, I smiled at him and asked, "Everything okay?" Everyone glanced at him and he dropped the angry expression and laughed it off. "Yeah, sorry. I was just really deep in thought." Chase gave him a lingering, questioning look before turning back to Lily, who had continued to tell her story, and Luke threw me a glare. Rolling my eyes, I scooted closer to Chase, who smiled and took my hand in his, held together on his leg under the table. Despite everything I knew, I didn't want him to let go. What was happening to me? I couldn't be feeling this about a werewolf, let alone an alpha, especially one that I'm using as leverage to keep my secret identity exactly what it is, a secret. The bell rang and Chase slowly released my hand, standing up and grabbing his tray to throw away the food, and I followed suit, trying to brush off the sudden empty feeling I was flooded with. Suddenly, Luke's words from the woods flooded in. "Chase is going to be heartbroken. Artemis is his mate." Of all people. Curious, I decided to skip the rest of the day, and I sped fully empty yellow house and ran into the basement, pushing past all of the weapons and to a large stack of dusty books and journals. Sighing, I cracked my neck before beginning to look through them, searching for anything about a mate. I've vaguely heard of them, but with what Luke said, would that mean that mates are real? Like actual destined soulmates? Finally, in the 5th book I opened and flipped through, A page caught my eye. Soulmate mate. A person with whom you have an immediate connection the moment you meet, a connection so strong that you are drawn to them in a way you have never experienced before. As this connection develops over time, you experience a love so deep, strong, and complex that you begin to doubt that you have ever truly loved anyone prior. Your soulmate understands and connects with you in every way and on every level, which brings a sense of peace, calmness, and happiness when you are around them than when you are not around them. You are all that much more aware of the harshness of life, and how bonding with another person in this way is the most significant and satisfying thing you will experience in your lifetime. The werewolves. Mates are discovered when eye contact is made, only when both partners of the relationship are of age 17 years or older. If one partner dies once mating is completed, the other will most likely follow from literal heartbreak, madness, or suicide. A mate is the most powerful drive and motivation to a werewolf. Letting out a deep breath as I finished the page, I swore. Luke had said Chase and I were mates. That meant that he is literally the only one made for me. Questions swirled around my head, dizzying me and ice down. Would killing him kill me, as it said it would? How do you complete the mating process? Is there a way to get out of it? The most important struck me, and I stared across the wall as I asked myself it. Do I want to end it? Shaking my head, I slammed the book shut. Of course I want to end it. HES and Alpha fork's sake. Sighing, I began to walk back upstairs, but jumped when my phone beeped. Jesus Christ. I shook my head, scolding myself for being so paranoid. Pulling out my phone, I opened the text from none other than Chase. You okay? I responded saying that I was fine and I just didn't feel up for staying at school the rest of the day. Oh, well, are we still on for tonight? Then, it's okay if you don't want to. Telling him to not be silly and that of course we were still on. He responded with a smiley face and I sighed, making my way up to my bathroom, stripping the sweatshirt and sweatpants from my body and peeling the bandage off of my leg. Luke's scratch was deep and still bleeding. Sighing, I cleaned it out again. Despite the constant stinging, and Ray wrapped it, gingerly sliding on a pair of black jeans. I threw on a red and black flannel, pairing it with black Converse. I left my hair down in curls and added a bit of dark pink lip gloss. Don't ask me why I felt the need to look good for him, because I don't know that myself. I suppose I could blame it on the mate bond, but deep down I knew that wasn't one true. Picking up my bag, I slung it over my shoulder and froze when I stood up to see Luke standing in front of me, in my room, holding my red switchblade in his hand, twisting it, the blade digging into his finger. He pulled it back and licked the blood off. Sharp. I'd be careful with this if I were you. Get out of my house. I grit out and he smiled. Gladly. He responded. It reeks of silver in here. Just thought you might want this back. Assuming, of course, you don't use it on Chase. He crept up behind me and placed his lips right next to my ear. Do keep our deal in mind, would you? In a second he was gone and the window wide open, a hot breeze blowing in. Puffing, I walked over and slammed it shut, looking at the blade sitting on my dresser. My doorbell ringing. I looked in the mirror in front of me, throwing the blade in the top drawer and running down the steps, throwing the front door open, revealing Chase, a sweet smile playing at his lips. Hey, you look amazing. Smiling and blushing. I laughed. Thanks. He offered me his arm. Ready. I nodded, taking his arm and letting him lead me to his car. All the while Luke's threat floating through my mind. Chapter 20. To the entire evening was going perfectly. Haley had loved the picnic I had planned for her in the little greenhouse on the edge of the territory. I loved it too, especially when she somehow got spaghetti sauce on her nose by slurping up the noodle and it flipping up and hitting her. She had gotten so embarrassed that her normally pale skin had turned fire truck red. It was adorable. Now we were sipping champagne while stargazing, leaning back on our hands. And there's the Big Dipper. I pointed up, and she scrunched up her nose. Sighing, She shook her head. I still don't see any constellations. How does anyone even make pictures out of them? They're just dots in the sky. Chuckling, I took a sip of the champagne. It's a werewolf thing. Be able to make out pictures from dots billions of miles away is a werewolf thing, she asked, quirking an eyebrow. I smiled. No, but stars are. You remember how I told you about Selene, or Luna is the goddess of the moon? Werewolves were born under a full moon and a sky full of bright, shining stars. Astronomy is important to us. I thought you only cared about the moon, and the stars were just whatever, she replied, looking down. The moon is beautiful. It's a constant. You know, it keeps us human, keeps us anchored. It controls the tides and ourselves alike. It sort of means everything to me. I stared up at the glowing white orb in the black sky, looking at her as she stared up to the moon. I spoke again. Haley? Yeah, she murmured, staring up at the canvas above us. You're my moon. Despite the dark setting, I could see her blushing furiously, and she looked down. I reached over and gently turned her to face me. Her eyes shimmered in the moonlight and her cheeks were flushed, bringing my head down to hers. Our lips brushed lightly for a few seconds before her arms wrapped around my neck, pulling me down closer to her, fully pressing our lips together. Sparks flew and everything with her felt brighter than the stars and moon above. She laid down on the blanket and I went with her, our lips never separating as we did so. Eventually, we broke apart for a breath and looked at each other, smiling widely. In that moment, nothing else mattered. Nothing but Haley and I, and the way her lips felt on mine, and the way she fit perfectly under me. Wow, she breathed, cupping my face in her hands. I brushed her lip with my thumb and she grinned. We could go back to my house if you want. I nodded, and whispered, okay, scooping her up in my arms bridal style. She squealed and laughed. Chase, put me down. All right. I agreed, setting her down in the passenger seat and driving towards her house, holding her hand the whole time. On the way, she hummed along to the songs that played on the radio until we arrived to her yellow house, before giving her a chance to get out on her own. I ran over and opened the door for her. She stepped out, and as I closed the car door, I leaned in, kissing her. She smiled, wrapping her arms around my neck again, and so I lifted her up, walking into the house, which was thankfully unlocked, or else that would have been a total mood killer. She wiggled her way out of my arms and led me up to her room, pulling me along with her by grabbing me hand. Let me tell you, seeing her like that, biting her lip and her a little messy, was such a damn turn on. We made it to her room and she pushed me onto her bed, laughing as she sat on my lap, pressing her lips on mine. Yeah, definitely a turn on. After a solid 20 minutes of making out, we were both without shirts and she whispered, hang on a few minutes. He'll be right back. She went into her bathroom, closing the door behind her but not before turning back to look at me, smiling while biting her lip. Sitting on the edge of her bed, I smiled, rubbing the back of my neck and looking at my reflection in the mirror above her dresser. My hair was tossed in every direction, lips red and a bit plump from all of the kissing. A shimmery glint suddenly caught my eye. I stood up, looking in the drawer and pulling out a red switchblade. I remembered it clearly from when Haley had managed to fight off that rogue the night of the dance. Sliding the blade out, I saw there was still blood on it. I narrowed my eyes at it. The rogue that dared attack my mate. Sniffing it. I froze when I realized that it was the scent of the rogue's blood at all. However, I did still recognize it. It was Luke's blood. The vision of Luke holding it, talking about how Artemis had thrown it into his chest last night, came back to me and my breathing deepened. This blade was Haley's. She had used it against the rogue, but it was also Artemis. Chess used it to try and kill Luke. Luke didn't want him on this date with Haley. The door opened and Haley walked in smiling, only for it to drop as she saw the blade in my hand and the look on my face. Haley is Artemis. Chapter 23. Haley fuck. He found the blade, and with the look 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐻 giving me right now, I know that 𝐊𝐲𝐻 figured it out. He knows an AGS pissed. 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐲? He choked out, his voice strained. What the fuck is this? Please tell me it's not what I think. Please. It killed me to see him like that. So distraught and broken up about it. Biting my lip. I sighed before finally speaking, my voice coming out in a soft whisper. I'm sorry. I can't tell you that. Because I don't want to lie to you. He slammed the blade down in the dresser and I jumped at the sound. You've gotta be kidding me. I thought you were perfect. 𝐊𝐢, god damn it. And I thought you were genuinely just handling my whole werewolf secret so well. He rubbed his jaw with his hand. Just tell me one thing. Was all of it an act just to get close to me? I surprised myself when I told him the truth. No, not all of it. At first it was, but then I couldn't help but feel attracted to you. And believe me, that scared me shitless, considering how much I despise your kind. Yeah, well, detail. He's that. Hunters killed my parents. Werewolves killed mine. I retorted, hot tears beginning to form in my eyes, right in front of my eyes. Do you know what it's like to be a 14-year-old girl who doesn't even know about the existence of werewolves and have to watch them rip your parents to shreds? Chase shook his head and walked over to the wall, slamming his fist against it. I don't have to. You're psychotic. 𝐊𝐢, you literally go around killing hundreds of people. Werewolves. I corrected him. I kill werewolves. He looked at me with wild eyes. Are you saying we're not people? Then, you're monsters. I bit, a tear finally breaking free and falling down my face. He broke then, coming at me. He slammed me into the wall, hitting my arms down to my sides. Oh, sweetheart, you haven't even come close to seeing the monster within me yet. Bringing up my knee to his groin, he stumbled back and cupped the area. I took the moment to pull the red blade out of the wood of the dresser and held it out in front of me in defense. Back the hell away. When he looked back up, his eyes were practically black and I knew he was pissed. He spoke slowly and at a slow pace. His head turned slightly to the side. What's wrong, darling? Am I scaring you? Am I ruining our perfect little evening together? Because last time I checked, you're the only murderer here. Like you haven't killed anyone before. I scoffed. Only 4. And they were all trespassing rogues. He responded, tilting his head. You know, I really should have known that you were a hunter. I mean, after that rogue incident at the dance. No human just randomly carries around a pure silver switchblade and happens to perfectly throw it so it pierces the wolf's heart. I smiled bitterly. Funny, how the only one to actually put that together was Luke. For a moment. If only for a second. Chase faltered. Luke. He knew. Of course. He nearly killed me last night. I responded, remembering our run in the woods. But of course, in me and I still managed to take him down and blackmail him. So there really was no way he could have warned you. Don't be too upset with him. He scowled. I should kill you. Laughing humorlessly. I threw my head back before looking back at him and pointing with the blade. Except you won't, because I'm your mate. Chase stiffened and I took it as my chance to circle him. I paused behind him, placing the flat side of the blade on his shoulder. You know, you should be honored I like you so much. Normally, you'd all be dead by now. He growled and pushed me away, his claws and canines coming out. I had finally broken him. Smirking, I egged him on. Do you want to hurt me for hurting your pack? I know you do. Come on, baby. Come on. He lunged and I dodged, slashing his side with the blade, and he yelled out in agony. Damn, why am I feeling bad about that? Stupid bullshit werewolf mate bond thing. It's honestly ruining everything right now. I was lying when I had said that normally he'd be dead by now. Ignoring my thoughts, I took my turn to attack him and landed a punch on his jaw. But my second attempt was blocked and I stumbled back into the hallway. Charging at me, he reacted to slowly when I sighed, stepped and he tumbled down the stairs, skipping down them. I kicked him and he rolled over. grabbing my leg and pulling me down with him, and with me being the ever so graceful woman I am, smacked my face on the tile. I could taste blood in my mouth and I spit it out, spraying some of it on his face. I then took the chance to elbow him in the nose and it started gushing blood. Maybe I broke it. Getting up to run into the kitchen, he grabbed my ankle, tripping me up and causing me to fall, the corner of the table catching my cheek on the way down, and I cursed as the pain hit me. I wiped some of the blood off with my hand and got back up to face him, who was already standing back up. His eyes were lighter than before, but he still looked angry, yelling. I ran at him, throwing punches left and right, but they were all blocked by him with ease. When he grew tired of blocking them, he pushed me up against a wall again, holding my wrists above my shoulders. I screamed at him, "Fight back, you bastard." "I can't," he roared, before a defeated expression came over his face. He looked me in the eyes with sincerity. "I could never handle the guilt of knowing I hurt you." With that, he let go of me and walked out the front door, slamming it behind him, sliding down the wall. I rested my head in my hands before sobbing. What a disaster. Chapter 24. I paused outside the door I had just slammed behind me. She was crying and bleeding at it was all because of me. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Why the hell did she have to be a goddamn hunter? Let alone the deadliest of all. My wolf had been quiet for the whole night and I knew why. He didn't want to piss me off anymore and be HES totally on 𝐊𝐲's side. She's my mate and I can't help but love her. Like I said, she's my moon. It just kills me that she's also the reason I've lost some appreciation for the actual moon. Letting out a breath, I walked over to the car and sped home, throwing open the door and immediately finding Luke, who was standing in the kitchen, grabbing him by the throat. I slammed him into the fridge. "You fucking knew and didn't tell me," I roared. He gasped for air. I am so sorry. 𝐼𝐴 tried to tell you, letting up a little bit. I snarled. "Oh yeah, tell me, when did you try to let me know that 𝐊𝐲, my mate, is Artemis?" "What?" A feminine voice responded, and I looked over to see Lily standing in the doorway in shock. "𝐊𝐲, sweet, innocent little 𝐊𝐲, is Artemis." Releasing Luke altogether, he dropped to the floor, rubbing his neck in pain. "I tried to warn you last night. I even showed you the blade. Maybe next time you could just tell me." I snapped and he bowed his head, knowing full well that right now he's a member of my pack, and not my best friend. Lily ignored everything and walked up to me, frowning. "You're bleeding." It was a question. Ice cold, courtesy of none other than 𝐊𝐲. She shook her head in disbelief, hurt evident in her eyes. I don't understand. I've spent so much time with her and never did I expect. Well, she just seems too innocent and frail. Snorting, I rolled my eyes. Believe me, she's anything but frail. Thinking back to our little incursion, I couldn't help but feel guilty for the times I had her pinned up against a wall and for tripping her up, making her fall and cut her face on the counter. Then again, she made me fall down the stairs. Luke pulled himself up, looking me in the eye and seeing that I was cooled off a little. He spoke. "I'm sorry I didn't tell you, but she threatened to kill you if I did." I nodded in understanding. "But well, what are you gonna do?" he asked, and I sat down on the stool next to the counter. "What do you mean?" Luke sighed. "Little witch," Luke sighed. Well, are you going to reject her?" No, Lily cut in before I could respond. "He will absolutely not reject her. She is his mate and he loves her. Imperfections and all." He scoffed. "You call her being a murderous hunter an imperfection?" "Yes," she stated firmly, folding her arms across her chest. "Can you please stop deciding what I'm going to do about my mate? I'm right here, you know," I stated, annoyed. Lily sat down on the stool next to me and looked into my eyes. "You can't reject her. It just isn't right. I mean, I know that she's hurt people and you. But there's gotta be a reason for it, right? So maybe you two can just talk and work it out. Get her to stop killing wolves or let her at the rogues. Just come to some sort of a compromise together. Together like mates are supposed to be. I sighed. Lil, I don't know if Haley and I would even work together anymore. Exactly. Luke cut in. I mean, Ches killed how many of us? But then again, I started. Ches absolutely perfect. Lily smiled before leaning back. I think you have your answer. Then 𝐿𝐢𝐳𝐧. Big brother. I looked down at my bloodied hands in front of me and sighed, nodding. She has killed so many of my pack members, completely offed other packs and is a murdering lunatic. And yet, I love her as she is, as my mate, and so I could never reject, leave, hurt or kill her because she is my mate. And I would never be able to survive without her now that I've found her. I can't lose her. I say simply instead. And Lily smiles supportively. Luke just nods stiffly in understanding. I think 𝐻𝐸's a little bitter towards her. What with the ambush gone awry in the woods and the whole blackmailing and threatening thing. I guess 𝐻ED have to get over it though. Because she will be his Luma someday. At that thought, I laughed out loud. What's so funny? Luke questioned. I shook my head laughing. It's just that. Our pack is going to have the one hunter who's been killing us all off as our Luna someday. He furrowed his brows. I still don't get how that's funny. It's not funny, I retorted. Just ironic, I guess. Sighing, I slipped off the stool and made my way up and into my shower. Just trying to get everything off of me. The pain, guilt, anger and frustration. I knew that I had a lengthy road ahead of me to make things right and good with Haley, but at least I know I have a chance. Her face when she saw that I had figured it out meant something. The fact that she cried after I left. She cares. And that right there is enough to give me hope. It gives me hope that maybe she cares for me enough to work through this and to come to a solution. And just maybe we'll find a mutual happiness together. Or that nagging little voice in the back of my head popped up. She could just kill everyone and be done with it. Chapter 25 Haley. It had probably been an hour since Chase stormed out. And here I was still sitting against the wall with my head in my hands and tears streaming down my cheeks. I was actually pretty sure I was sitting in a puddle at the moment, but I couldn't bring myself to care. I shouldn't feel this emotionally wrecked over a werewolf, but here I am, crying over the fact that he left, and I felt so very alone. Thinking about it again, more sobs racked my body and fresh tears began to spill over. I cried so loud I hadn't heard the door open, or the footsteps coming towards me until I looked up and saw a pair of black boots in front of me. Looking up, I found a scowling, agitating face. What do you want? I asked in between sniffles. Joel tilted his head to the side. Can't I just visit my favorite huntress friend? No, I bit. Because we hate each other. He shrugged and sat down in the hallway across from me. Fair enough. 𝐻𝐸𝐬𝐻𝐸. The boss wants me here to help you finish up the job. I rolled my eyes. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. And why is that? He questioned in a challenging tone, raising an eyebrow, biting my lip. I stayed silent. What the hell was I supposed to say now? Sorry? I can't kill the rest of this pack with you because I kind of love the leader. Yeah, like that did go over well. Instead, I asked a question. You said the boss wants you here. Did you meet him? No, he answered, shrugging coolly. Michael relayed the message for me. He seemed really off about it. My subject change. By the way, I try. I threw him a fake, sarcastic smile. He sighed and stood up, picking up the large duffel bag beside him that I hadn't noticed before. Well, anyways, it doesn't matter what you say is or isn't going to happen, because I'm all set to start going to school with you tomorrow. My dear cousin, how exciting is that? We're not going to school. I shot at him, standing up and making my way upstairs. I was halfway up then when he called out, "Why the hell not?" Because my cover was blown. I replied quietly, But I knew he heard me from his stunned silence. Finishing my way up the steps, I made my way into my room. I stared at the bed first, with the blankets and pillows all in disarray. Sighing, I looked to my right at the vanity and the hole in it from where Chase stabbed the blade in it. Running my fingers across it, I straight fell and landed next to it. Sighing, I wiped it away and walked over to the window, crawling out of it and up onto the roof. Sure, I could easily die if I fell and landed on my head or neck, but there wasn't much fear in me at all. I've never been one who is frightened easily, and this was no exception. If I fell, I fell. I'm sure it would be easier that way. Then I wouldn't have to deal with all of the repercussions that were sure to come my way. A less window, the one next to mine, must have been open as I heard him talking. No, sir, oh, sir. Listen, her cover's been blown-eyed. I don't know what you want me to, yes. I understand that. I'm not willing to risk our lives if we know it's a losing battle. No, listen. All I'm saying is we need more backup. You know what and who we're going up against. There was a long pause before he sighed. And I get that. Believe me. But another sigh. We just need a few more hunters to finish off the job. All right. Fine. You're the boss. I assumed he had hung up, as I heard him groan and I looked up to the half-full moon, a little higher in the sky than it was before when I was on my date with Chase. Oh, how drastically this night has changed. At the beginning, I was having a perfect evening with the perfect guy, and now I've found myself crying on my roof because that perfect guy found out my not so perfect secret. David's car pulled into the driveway and I watched as he hopped out nonchalantly, even whistling as he made his way inside. Boy, was that about to change as soon as Joel tells him what I did. What I did. Of course. This whole big mess would be my fault. I couldn't keep my emotions separate from the job. And now I paid the price of Chase knowing I am Artemis, the hunter who has been terrorizing his pack and killing his pack slowly for the past couple months or so. I don't know why I'm still holding out the slightest bit of hope for him. What I did is unforgivable. I wouldn't even forgive myself for this. I guess it's like what he told me. He couldn't handle the guilt knowing he hurt me. Right now, I can't stand the fact knowing how badly I've hurt him, physically and emotionally. I killed his pack members, crushing his spirit, and then I literally crushed his nose when I broke it. Taking in a shaky breath, it hitched when I heard shouting from within the house. I guess Joel told David everything. The sound of a door being thrown open made me jump and David yelled, "Haley! Haley, where the fuck are you?" I guess it was my bedroom door he threw open. He yelled again, "Where is she?" I don't know. I don't know. I saw her walk in here," Joel exclaimed. David scoffed before speaking bitterly. "Well, this is just perfect. Not only can I not get her to keep her cover, I can't even keep track of her. Awesome." Laying back on the roof instead of sitting, I continued to stare up at the pale moon. I could see why werewolves would worship it. It really is sort of stunning. Sighing, I closed my eyes and listened to the sounds of nature. The leaves rustling in the breeze, crickets chirping, and the sound of the wind blowing by. Maybe the wind could just blow me away. Chapter 26. It's been 2 full days without any communication from Haley of any sorts. By now, the whole pack knows that Haley is Artemis, yet they also know that she is my mate, their future Luna, and so we can do nothing to her. The killings have stopped, though, despite what my men say about another man, most likely a hunter, staying at Haley's house, which I am not jealous about at all. Nope, not one bit. Maybe pulling myself out of bed on Monday morning, I went through my usual morning routine and threw on a tee, shirt and jeans before making my way downstairs past Lillian into my car, making my way to school. I looked around the parking lot for her car, but couldn't find it. Frowning, I made my way into the building, trying to sniff her out but finding nothing other than the stale scent at her locker. "She's not here." "Not yet." My wolf spoke softly, but I knew that was just wishful thinking. She was coming. I knew that better than anyone. Lily came up behind me, an angry expression on her face. Thanks for waiting for me to leave. Asshole. I had to catch a ride with dickwad Luke, who was standing right next to her, rolled his eyes. Oh, come on, princess. Just be grateful I gave you a ride at all. I could have made you walk. She narrowed her eyes at him. I will fight you. I'd like to see you try. He spoke lowly, and they were inches apart, glaring into each other's eyes. I rolled mine. As much as the sexual tension between you two fascinates me, I actually couldn't care less how you got to school. So if you'll excuse me, I have somewhere to be. As I made my way out of the school, I could hear Lily huff, sexual tension my ass, and Luke with an awkward, yeah, no leaving my car. I ran through the woods aimlessly for a while, running past some members on patrol and other just out for a leisurely run. They were all, for the most part at least, in wolf form. I stayed in human form, running through the trees and around or over bushes and shrubs. Eventually, I found myself stopping short at the edge of the woods in front of the backyard of a quaint yellow house, 𝐊𝐲's house. And speak of the devil, 𝐊𝐲 herself was outside in the backyard with a guy I didn't recognize. They were sparring with their own daggers, the guys a little longer than 𝐊𝐲's. You know, I think you've gotten worse, he panted as they circled each other, sweat dripping down his chest. I nearly growled at 𝐊𝐲 being with another guy who was not wearing a shirt. She narrowed her eyes at him. Shut up. Go. With that, she lunged at him and he only just blocked her blow aimed at his neck. Pushing her back with the force, she remained standing, and jumped back from his attempted slice at her abdomen. With a shout, she struck, knocking his blade out of his hand, and it clattered on the patio next to the back door. She kicked his legs out from under him and sat with her knee digging into his chest. Knife at his throat. Yield, he choked out, and with a smirk she stood up, beads of sweat covering her face. They both chugged some water before donning a pair of leather gloves that covered the knuckles. The guy, Doe, smirked. You know, hand-to-hand combat has never been your strong suit. That's okay. She smiled bitterly. My worst is still better than your best. He dropped the smug expression and scowled, shouting as he lunged, swinging at her face. I jumped, ready to spring into action, but kept myself at bay as I saw her deflect it. They continued in that manner for a couple minutes, Joel attacking and 𝐊𝐲 blocking with ease. With an attempted punch to the face, 𝐊𝐲 ducked and punched Joel in the stomach, hard. Even I would have had to double over in pain at that. He wheezed as he knelt on one knee in front of her. Yelling, she pushed herself off of the ground with one leg and spun, kicking him right in the chest and knocking him to his back. She took a step back, waiting. Give up yet? Standing up slowly. He glared. Not a chance. Shame, she replied, running at him with her fists raised. He blocked the first two punches, but the third landed on his cheek and he stumbled back. 𝐊𝐲 roundhouse kicked him and he somehow managed to stay on his feet and charged at her, landing a punch on her jaw. It took everything in my not to growl and jump out and kill him. I could feel the ache of her pain on my own jaw. It was a hard hit. She then attacked with rapid punches to his face, all of which he blocked with his forearms. Noticing this, 𝐊𝐲 grabbed his shoulder and bent him down, bringing her knee up to his abdomen, and shoving him to the ground, and he struggled to catch his breath. And yet, he still staggered back to his feet, glaring at her. Bitch, right back at ya. She grunted before landing a punch to his nose. I heard a slight crack and looked on as his nose bled with what felt like pride. He sat down and tilted his head back, pinching his nose. I yield. Of course you do. She grinned, but winced a little and rubbed her jaw. The redness was starting to deepen to a purple. Son of a bitch bruised her, but she broke his nose. My wolf purred and I nodded. I couldn't help but agree that she was very impressive. Joel made his way back inside and 𝐊𝐲 stayed outside, kicking up her dagger off of the patio table. She spun around to face the woods and ice where she was looking right at me. She sighed before walking forward and into the woods, coming face to face with me. Enjoy the show. How did you? She cut me off, finishing my sentence for me. No, you were here. You're a heavy breather. Also, I could sense you. She responded, nonchalantly. I furrowed my brows. Sense me. She nodded. I assume it's something to do with the weird mate bond thing. Nodding. I agreed. Made sense. Frowning. She sighed. If Joel sees you, I'll kill you. Isn't that what you wanted? I bit a little too harshly. Her frown deepened and she looked up at me. Her eyes screamed sorry. No, not anymore. Not knowing what to do anymore. I just turned around and walked back into the woods, leaving her there. She changed. She doesn't want to kill anymore. And it was for me, quickening my pace to a jog and then a full-on sprint. I let my werewolf out and shifted, running through the territory as fast as I could, with no clear destination in mind. I just needed to run. Chapter 27. Haley Chase was everywhere. He invaded my thoughts and my dreams. The haunting image of his heartbroken face was in front of me every time I closed my eyes. Every time I blinked. It was driving me crazy, especially after this morning, when he had been watching Joel and I sparring. We had a somewhat civilized conversation, at least until he just turned and walked away without another word. I thought about what I said, not wanting to hurt any more of his pack. It was true. I had lost all motivation to hunt anymore. At least, not here. Not his people. People. They were people. After all, just like me. Like Joel and David. They were humans partially. The only difference being they could turn into a large, vicious, man-eating werewolf. Or they could turn into generally harmless who only want to protect each other. Despite my training, I felt as though the latter was the truth. The doorbell rang and I shook myself out of my thoughts, pulling myself off from the couch into the front door, pulling it open, revealing a group of 5 men, all with large duffel bags slung on their shoulder. I drew my eyebrows together in confusion. Can I help you? 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐬, the man in the front asked. I nodded my head and I smiled, holding out his hand which I shook skeptically. My name is Curtis Lee. This is Brandon. Will, Dennis and Matt. We're heroes. Back up. Back up for what? I questioned, leaning against the doorframe, keeping it as closed as possible. The vibe they gave off made me not want to trust them at all. Curtis continued to smile, although I could tell it was incredibly fake. The boss sent us to help you. David and Joel finished the mission here. Since your covers were blown, we are bringing in a team to wrap up the job. Can't leave any witnesses. You know that. I wasn't aware we needed any assistance. I chose my words carefully as I gritted out the sentence through my teeth. Finally, his smile dropped. Clearly, you weren't aware of a lot if you managed to blow your cover. Scowling, I retorted. Clearly you are unaware of what I'm capable of. I know exactly what you're capable of. He snapped. And I know you won't be able to take the 5 of us all at once. My eye twitched in irritation, but I stayed strong. I'm sure I could. Would you like to test out that theory? Curtis challenged, raising an eyebrow as he looked down at me. The 5 of them were all fairly massive, although their size could easily be turned into a weakness if I used my speed, and the 4 men in the back looked rather uncomfortable with their leader's words, and I knew they were hesitant to fight a teenage girl. I mentally added that to their weaknesses list. Suddenly, Joel appeared behind me and pulled the door open. I'm sure she would love to, but unfortunately for her, you guys will be coming inside now. He shoved me out of the way, allowing Curtis, Brandon, Will, Dennis and Matt to come inside. Curtis glaring at me as he did so. I returned a glower of my own gladly. Bastard. Turning to Joel, I hissed. What the hell? I could say the same to you, trying to deny the backup I called for. He whisper-yelled, leaning back. Ice coughed. You called for backup. Joel nodded. Yeah, we need to get this job done, and I won't let you stop us from doing that. More hunters will be coming in throughout the next few days. Try not to pick any more fights with me much larger than you. They won't be afraid to pummel you to a pulp. I'd like to see them try. I growl before storming upstairs and slamming my door and locking it behind me. Pacing around my room, I ran a hand through my hair. Shit. The boss really wants this pack dead. And I 𝐿𝐷n't let that happen. I 𝐿𝐷n't watch as the people I've begun to care about, werewolf or not, are murdered mercilessly by my fellow hunters. But then, I 𝐿𝐷n't betray the vow I took when I began hunting, to honor my brothers of the hunt. Swearing, I flopped down on my bed, staring at the ceiling fan as I spun in a slow circle, spinning, pulling myself up. I slipped on some shoes before pulling my window open, crawling back onto the roof, my hiding spot. The sun was getting low now, starting to set, leaving the sky pink and purple in color, with some streaks of orange painting the picture. Looking down, I let out a deep breath at the drop. Scooting to the edge, I quickly spun myself around and grabbed onto the edge with my hands, decreasing the distance of the drop if only a little bit. Counting to 3, I gave myself a split second of courage and let go. Dropping to the ground, I bent my knees on impact, but my feet still stung at the impact as my feet hit the mulch. Staying low, I crept past the window so as no one inside would see me, making my way to the street. I froze as I saw headlights heading towards me. Shit, I exclaimed, before dropping down and crouching behind a bush. The car pulled into the driveway and David stepped out, carrying a bag of takeout inside, not even sparing a glance in my direction. When he entered the house, I let out a breath of relief and took off sprinting down the street, slowing to a fast jog as I made my way to my destination. I never realized how far away it was before, mostly because I've only been there when I was driving. Running up to the door, I was panting and out of breath, but that didn't faze me as I pounded on the door incessantly until it opened, revealing the exact person I wanted to see. His eyebrows furrowed together. "Haley, what happened? What's wrong?" "More hunters," I managed to say in between breaths. "They're bringing in more hunters to completely wipe you guys out." Chase looked down, processing the information before looking back up at me. "I think you should come inside." Nodding, I followed him inside, a sudden nervousness building up inside my stomach. What the hell was I thinking? He almost killed me, yet I still love him. 𝐻's my mate, but 𝐻's furious at me for killing a wolf from his pack. Chapter 28. More hunters. She managed between labored breaths, her eyes wide with urgency. "They're bringing in more hunters to completely wipe you guys out." Chase's protective instincts flared as he processed the information, his gaze locked on 𝐊𝐲's shimmering brown eyes. "I think you should come inside," he said, his voice low and authoritative. As they entered the pack house, they had barely reached the bottom of the stairs when Lily appeared from the kitchen, her steps faltering at the sight of 𝐊𝐲. Her eyes, filled with hurt and resentment, darted between Chase and 𝐊𝐲. "What's going on? Why is she here?" "She can speak for herself," 𝐊𝐲 interjected, her voice tinged with remorse. "And Lily, I want to say I'm sorry. Also, I want you to know that the friendship between us was fake to me." Lily's posture stiffened, her voice cold and direct. "And to me, you weren't a hunter." With that, she strode out of the room, leaving 𝐊𝐲 to sigh beside Chase. The pack leader met 𝐊𝐲's eyes, noting the small, uncertain smile she offered. He led her up the stairs and down the hall to his office, while Luke, Josh, and 𝐖𝐨𝐲, the pack warrior leader, stood huddled around the desk. Chase cleared his throat, drawing their attention. Luke's eyes narrowed dangerously as he took in 𝐊𝐲's presence, his suspicion palpable. "What the hell is she doing here?" he spat, eliciting a reflexive growl from Chase. "Are you sure that the bond is the only reason?" Chase's wolf murmured, causing his eye to twitch. As 𝐊𝐲 stepped forward, Chase instinctively blocked her with his arm. "𝐊𝐲 is here to help give us more information about the hunters. he explained, his tone leaving no room for argument. Gosh, his skepticism evident. Challenged. Why would you do that? You want us dead. You are a hunter. 𝐊𝐲 shook her head. Pain etched across her features. I don't want to be anymore. It's wrong. Killing your kind in cold blood. I mean, after being here, 𝐊𝐲 realized that you're a human too. Sounds like a rehearsed speech to me. 𝐊𝐲 snarled, taking an aggressive step forward with clenched fist. Chase shot him a pointed look, silently warning him to stand down. 𝐊𝐲 rolled her eyes, her voice laced with frustration. So you think that I would run all the way here? Tell Chase a lie to get me in for what? A distraction while the rest of the hunters attack everyone else and leave me to take care of everyone here. Chase stiffened, recognizing the plausibility of such a plan. Because that's not what's happening here, believe it or not. I actually care for some people here and would rather not see their heads separated from their bodies. The tension in the room was palpable as Chase weighed 𝐊𝐲's words against the potential threat she posed. His instincts as both a leader and a mate conflicting within him. I find that hard to believe. Luke shot at her. Listen, I interrupted, trying to prevent things from getting even more heated. Either way, 𝐊𝐲 has some information that can help us that I'm sure she is more than willing to share. Right. She gave me a side glance before nodding. Yeah, of course. I sat down in my chair and everyone followed suit, leaving 𝐊𝐲 standing. She cleared her throat. Well, first things first, they're bringing in more hunters. A lot more, from what I've gathered. They're bringing in every available team. The boss really wants all of you dead for some reason. I'm sorry, the boss? Josh questioned, and I nodded, agreeing with it. What the hell was she talking about? Right? You would know about, anyways, the boss is the guy who signs our checks. 𝐻ES the one who decides where we go. When we start hunting. 𝐻ES the boss because 𝐻ES in charge of everyone. She stated, then continued. Hunters, we're like a business or a company. We follow orders from our higher ups, like managers. And the boss. 𝐻ES the general manager or the owner. Even. He is in charge of it all and without him, there is no hunter organization. But he's a bit of a ghost, a legend if you will. No one's ever really seen him or met him. Only spoken of him. Luke rolled his eyes. Sounds like a bunch of bullshit to me. That's probably you listening to yourself. She shot at him before digging right back into her briefing. The hunters will wait it out for at least another week to gather everyone, stake out the area and lull you into a false sense of security and safety. It's typical. And then, with numbers as big as this, they'll probably launch two major attacks. The first will probably just be meant to hurt you more than anything and corral you all into just 1 or 2 locations. Then they'll swoop in for the kill to end it all. Pleasant. Luke grunted, a scowl on his face. She shrugged. Never said we were nice. He said hunters have already started showing up. How many? And how many more can we expect? How long do we have? I asked. With a sigh, 𝐊𝐲 sat down. I wish I knew. Today 1 team showed up, which means there are 5 new hunters in town. I don't know how many more we can expect, but it's sure to be around 1 hunters here. And if you're all hidden in trees without a scent and heavily armed, I trailed off. You won't stand a chance. She finished for me. So what do we do? Josh asked. I mean, if we can't smell them or see them hidden in the trees, then how the hell do we fight them? You train. 𝐊𝐲 answered for me. You can learn the smell of the masking spray. It's not perfect. It leaves a trace of the chemicals used in it. And don't let yourself get lured into anywhere where you're not on the high ground. Hunters love their high ground. Luke was still scowling at 𝐊𝐲 as he spoke. And how do you propose we learn the scent of something that we don't have? It'll help you, she stated with fierce determination. Starting now. 𝐊𝐲 looked up to me, the question in her eyes, and I understood as if I was reading it off of a page in a book. the words bolded and printed in an extra large font. "Do you trust me now?" Swallowing the small lump that had begun forming in my throat, I nodded once. "All right. Call a pack meeting. We have a lot to go over." The three left the room immediately, leaving Haley and I alone. Finally, I addressed the elephant in the room. "Why are you helping me?" "Helping us. I told you already," she responded, standing up and making her way to the door. "I care about some people here, and you just so happen to be one of them." Chapter 29. Haley. Have you ever done something that seemed like a good idea at the time until you get deeper into the situation and realize you're fucked? Yeah, that's me right now, standing in a room with Chase, Luke, Lily, Rebecca, Josh and �İ𝐨𝐬. I could barely keep my breathing under control. Why did I come here? Why was I doing this? Because it's the right thing to do. I told myself, even though I knew it was the truth. The truth is I've begun to fall head over heels for Chase, and there's nothing I can do to stop it. How do we learn the scent of the masking spray? Lily spoke her first words to me since before everyone found out who I was. I breathed in. As werewolves, you're trained to follow a scent. To let a distinct scent lead you to your target. The masking spray emanates a trackable scent. However, it does have a weakness. If you follow the lack of a scent, you can find a hunter. As a hunter moves, they leave a trail of the spray behind them. It only lasts for a few hours until it wears off and you need to reapply. Pulling out the small bottle from my pocket, I tossed it to her and she caught it easily, popping the lid off and smelling it. "It doesn't smell like anything," she stated flatly. Nodding, I held my head out and she handed it back, aiming the nozzle at my wrist. I spritzed it and held my arm out. "Go ahead, take a whiff." Chase was the only one to step forward, meeting my eyes with his guarded ones before taking my arm and gently placing his nose against my wrist. Breathing in the scent. Pulling back, he looked at me with a confused expression. "It smells metallic, almost like blood." I finished for him and he nodded. "That's because it is. There are iron ions in the chemical mixture, meaning that when it makes contact with the skin, it seeps through the pores and mixes in with our blood system, enhancing the iron supply in our bodies. So that's the scent you should follow, blood and iron." Everyone around the room nodded in understanding and sniffed, picking up on the scent on my wrist. Luke sneered at me. "How come I never smelled it when I came up to the scene of your victims?" Instead of replying snark I _her angrily, I gave a calm and factual answer. "Because you didn't know what to smell for, and the iron and blood blended in with the werewolf-'s blood. So how can we tell the difference between blood and the masking spray?" Josh questioned. Sighing, I pulled my red switchblade from my pocket and cut a small section on the side of my hand. "Smell the difference." After a few moments, they all began to nod. "I think that's good for now," Chase said, and not wanting to argue with their alpha. Everyone left, leaving Chase and I alone. He took my hand in his, assessing the minor slice in my hand. Frowning, he took my other hand and tugged me behind him, out of the room, down the hall and into what was obviously his room. Chase led me up to his bed, ordered me to sit and walked into the bathroom, leaving me with nothing to do but obey his command. Sitting on the edge of the bed, I tried not to think about how soft and fluffy the mattress was. Chase came back into the room, a small white box in his hand with a red cross on the top, a first aid kit. He held my hand gingerly in his, wiping it clean of the blood. I sighed. "Chase, I'm fine." "Really? You don't need to tend to me, it's okay." He looked at me, a struggling expression on his face. "But I want to." Smiling, I nodded and let him get to work. He gently cleaned the cutout with an alcohol wipe before beginning to gingerly wrap my hand in gauze. As he did so, my mind began to wander back to the little yellow house that was surely by now being overrun by men whose testosterone levels were brimming over the edge. I thought about how they would attack this pack and along with it the people I've grown to care about for some reason, especially Chase. And I thought of how if they can't learn everything I have to teach them, They'll all end up dead at the hands of the rest of the hunters, and you'll probably end up in that burning fire with them. I didn't realize I was crying until Chase wiped the tear off my cheek. Are you okay? Does it hurt that bad? Shaking my head. I smiled. No, sorry, I was just thinking, that's all. Thinking about what? He questioned, sliding up onto the bed next to me. A lot. Too much. I answered vaguely. I guess I'm just scared is all. And I'm not really used to feeling like this. I haven't felt real fear like this since my parents. My voice broke as I mentioned them. My parents. What would they think of me now? If they could see me helping the beings that killed them. But no. I told myself. Chase and his pack had nothing to do with their deaths. Alpha Jake did. And I already killed him. He hushed me, whispering as he took my face in both hands. Shay, look at me. Haley, look at me. I did as I was told. You have every reason to be scared right now. Hell, I'm fucking terrified. But we're all strong here. And we'll make it through this okay. You don't know that. I retorted. Chase nodded. You're right. I don't. And we sat there for a while. My face held in his hands, staring into his light crystal eyes, until he moved forward, pressing his lips to mine. It was soft and gentle at first, like the whisper of the leaves rustling in the light breeze of a mild autumn day. As time went on, it deepened into a flurried frenzy like a blizzard as the kiss changed like the seasons. He pulled back panting and laid me down on the bed, hovering over me. I'm so fucking done being gentle with you. Good, I replied in a deep whisper, before tugging him by his shirt back into me, once again locking our lips in a heated synchronization. Chapter 30. She drives me so fucking crazy. I can't stand being with her. But damn, I can't stand not being with her either. She just makes my life a living hell. A speeding roller coaster whipping me around in every direction with new twists and turns every day. In case it was obvious, the she I'm referring to is Haley. She pulled her lips back away from mine and we were both breathing heavily, though our faces were still mere inches apart. Her shirt was strewn somewhere else in my room along with my own tea. Haley was exquisite. That much was evident to me. She was toned with 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐵S along her abdomen, and while her breasts were at double DS, they seemed like the perfect fit for her. And no matter what her body looked like under her clothes, she was still my mate. And she will still always be the one and only perfect match for me. I think we should probably stop, she whispered lowly, her hot breath fanning my face as she did so. Slowly pulling myself off her, I let her sit up so that we sat next to each other again. This time me in just my pants and her in just her bra and leggings. A silence settled between the two of us, and it was surprisingly easy. There was no tension or anger anymore. It seemed as though being together had dissipated all of the trouble between the two of us. Sadly, that wasn't 100% true, considering that she still is a hunter and is still responsible for the deaths of so many of my pack members. How she is going to become an accepted and loved Luna by the rest of the pack is beyond me, but perhaps it would come with time. Haley sighed. So that happened? Yeah, it did. I nodded in agreement. Well, did you like it? She questioned 𝐾𝐞𝐬 softly. It was actually hard for me to picture her as a bloodthirsty hunter and the best one in the country. At that, looking at her so naked. Not even in the physical sense, but the emotional kind broke me. She looked so weak and frail and scared, as though she had already lost everything, which in a way she sort of has. It nearly killed me to look at her like that. The only glimmer left in her eyes was the hope that shined when she looked up at me, biting her bottom lip innocently as she asked me that question. Bowing my head down, I placed a light feather kiss on her lips before giving her my quiet answer, yes. She smiled and tucked a stray hair behind her ear, laughing slightly, a light melodious tune that was like music to my ears. Fuck. Whipped, interrupting us. A knock came at the door and she jumped, scrambling across the room to slip her shirt on over her head. Sighing, I made my way to the door, opening it to reveal an anxious-looking Lily. who was tugging at the hem of her shirt, a very uncharacteristic thing of her to do. She gave me a scrutinizing look before letting out a breath. "I want to talk to Haley. Alone." I nodded. "Okay." Stepping out into the hall, I gestured towards my room and, hesitantly, she entered, closing the door behind her, frowning at my own bare torso. I shrugged before jogging downstairs and into the kitchen, snatching an apple from the fruit bowl and biting into it. The sound of the crisp and S echoing for a few moments. As I continued my eating, my mind wandered to things all about Haley. Her hair, her smile, her laugh, her tears, her knife, her secret identity, everything. The good and the bad, the yin and the yang. She was both yang, the happy, positive light in my life, as well as the yang, the dark, negative and heavy aspect in my life. She is the good and the bad, and the good and came together in equilibrium. The only question left is, do I still love her with the bad? Despite my doubts and my fears, I knew the answer. I could hear my wolf chanting it loud and clear, and my subconscious agreed with him, yes. A high door opening reached my ears, and Lily and Haley came into the kitchen, both with puffy red eyes and tear trails down their cheeks. The only source of happiness were the small smiles on their faces and their interlocked hands, which sort of made me jealous. Damn, I seriously need to find my masculinity, wherever it is I dropped it. "Did you two work everything out?" I questioned. Haley simply nodded while Lily exclaimed, "Yep. We are best IES again. Which means if you hurt her in any way, I will chop you into bitty pieces and feed you to the rogues." At that, Haley chuckled. Well, I just swallowed, because I was at least 90 sure she wasn't even joking about that. Clearing my throat, I decided to move past that. "All right. So now that that is out of the way, what should we do for dinner?" "Pizza," Lily exclaimed. Haley scrunched her nose as I saw out of the corner of my eyes, and I knew that meant she didn't want pizza. Whenever she wanted to say no but couldn't, I would always see her scrunch up her nose like that. I shook my head. "No, not pizza." She sighed in defeat before jumping up. "Why don't you make your world-famous lasagna?" At Lily's mention of my Italian cooking skills, she perked up and I smiled. "Yeah, sure. I'll make the lasagna if you make the homemade garlic bread." My sister grinned, nodding. "You got it." She then turned to Haley. "So, do you want to help me with the garlic bread or work with Chase on the lasagna?" Her eyes flickered over to me for a second before answering. "I think you'll stick with Chase on this one. I'm better with pasta." Lily shrugged. Okay. Well, I'm going to the store to pick up some ingredients. See ya." She left the two of us alone in the kitchen and I smiled at her. "So, how did it go?" Haley walked over to me and wrapped her arms around my waist and laid her head on my chest, catching me off guard. I reacted quickly, though, and pulled her into me as my arms circled her small waist. She sighed into me. It was good. We argued. We cried and then we laughed. She understood. Eventually. "I'm glad." I mumbled into her hair, placing a kiss on the top of her head. It was the truth. I was just overall happy with Haley right now. Even after what she did, what she lied about, she made me happy. And maybe it's the fact that I know there are no more secrets between us anymore, but I feel closer to her than ever. And it's not just because we're basically cuddling while standing right now, although that could be part of it. Pulling away, I grabbed a box of lasagna noodles from the pantry and turned back at her, holding it up. "Come on. Time to make some lasagna." Chapter 31, Haley. It was quiet as we worked side by side, me browning the meat and Chase, stirring the sauce. Occasionally we bumped into each other, but we just continued working through it, not really acknowledging it. It was nice and peaceful. Even, of course, something had to ruin our peace, and that something happened to be the shrill ringing of a cell phone. Jumping, I sighed before setting down my spoon and digging my phone out from my back pocket, answering it without looking at the caller ID. "Hello." Haley, where the hell are you?" I mentally groaned and threw my head back. ignoring Chase's quizzical expression and instead kept my cool, responding, "Why does it matter, Joel? Because no one has seen you since yesterday and there have been some interesting developments," he said, choosing his words carefully at the end. I furrowed my brow. What on earth was he talking about? What interesting developments? I questioned, using his exact words. He sighed and his voice lowered, as though he didn't want anyone to overhear him as he spoke. "They're calling everyone in. Even the boss is coming." I stilled in shock. No one is 100% sure that Ethan exists, yet he is supposedly due to make an appearance here. Finally, I managed to choke out a response. "The boss." Joel responded impatiently. "Yes, now tell me where you are." I left. I lied quickly. "Needed some space." "How far are you?" he asked. "Not too far. A motel a couple hours out." "It'll leave now," I responded, the falsity slipping through my mouth with ease. He seemed to believe me without a second thought, though 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐠 and agreed before hanging up the phone. Sighing, I slipped the phone back into my pocket and looked up at Chase, who looked like he was trying not to look guilty but looked even more guilty in doing so. "You listened in, didn't you?" He nodded. "So, the boss, 𝐻ES coming. I thought you said he was a myth of sorts." "Up until now he was," I answered, looking down trying to get my head to wrap around it. "That guy," Chase started. "He said that they're calling everyone in." "How many is everyone?" "Exactly." Looking up at him, his face fell as I gave him a pained expression. "At least 200. Fuck," he swore, spinning on his heel and throwing the wooden spoon that was in his hand across the room, lodging it in the wall, sticking out horizontally. He dragged a hand down his face, his brows creased with worry. Edging towards him, I wrapped my arms around him and laid my head on his chest in an attempt to calm him down. At first he remained still under my touch, until eventually he relaxed slightly and pulled me impossibly closer as he hugged me. I whispered softly, "It's gonna be okay." At that, he pulled back slightly, gripping my arms and looking down at me. "How is this going to be okay, Haley?" "How?" "Because I know you," I answered, reaching up and resting my hand gently on his cheek. "And you don't go down without a fight, Chase Morgan. You will kick and punch and scratch your way through the thickest battle and emerge unscathed. Besides, you have the upper hand and a secret weapon all in one." "And what is that?" he questioned. "Me," I responded, before pushing up on my toes and pressing my lips to his. He responded immediately, grabbing my hips roughly and placing my ass firmly on the counter. I wrapped my legs around his torso tightly, allowing my hands to roam freely through his luscious curls. His hands traveled all over my body, eventually settling under mine but as he lifted me up off the counter, spinning and pinning me up against the wall. The kiss growing rougher and more by the second. It was all-consuming, and in that moment nothing else mattered. Just his lips on mine, moving in a synchronized frenzy, as though we both had everything left to lose and yet everything to gain. He pulled back to catch a breath and we were both panting, his forehead resting against mine. "You're absolutely right, Haley. You are a weapon. You bring me to my goddamn knees." I laughed lightly, but he cut me off by pressing his lips against mine, prying mine apart and letting his tongue slowly explore my own mouth, dancing with my own tongue as he pushed me against the wall even more. It probably hurt, but I was too busy to notice. He distanced himself from my lips, peppering light feathery kisses across my jaw and down my neck, earning a slight moan from me that I cowed and stopped before it escaped my lip. He stayed there for a while, hovering before kissing it again. I moaned once more, this time a little louder. Chase looked back to me. "That's the spot, the one where it'll mark you someday." "Not today," I questioned. He let go of my hips, letting me slide down slowly until I was standing in front of him, pulling me in. He placed a kiss on my forehead. "No, not today. Not yet. But someday. And hopefully someday soon." "Okay," I agreed, leaning into him again. All I wanted to do was stay like this, safe and warm in his arms, happiness dancing through my veins and pumping through my entire body. But of course, I had to get back to the yellow house, which was sure to be completely filled with hunters now, awaiting the arrival of everyone else as well as the guest of honor, the boss. Letting out a sigh, I pulled back. I should probably go. I need to figure this mess out. He nodded, but didn't make a move to let me out of his embrace. Chuckling, I looked up. In order for me to leave, you're going to have to let me go. I don't want to let go, he stated and pulled me in even tighter. Looking up at him, I smiled. Don't worry, you'll come back. I promise. With that, he reluctantly let me go, the look of uncertainty evident on his face. I walked out the door without looking back because I knew that, if I did turn around, I never would have left his side. Chapter 13. Hello. Earth to chase. Luke snapped in front of my face, bringing me out of my trance. I cleared my threat. Oh, sorry. Could you possibly repeat what you were saying? He threw me a look of dismay before diving into his speech again. It's not that I don't trust 𝐿𝐲. Chase, because I know 𝐿𝐲𝐻𝐿𝐲 and you two are madly in love, but how do we know 𝐿𝐲's telling the truth? What if 𝐿𝐲's luring all of us into a trap and we all end up dead? Shaking my head, I clapped my hand on his shoulder. 𝐿𝐲's not like that, man. Yeah, and you didn't think she was like Artemis either. He shot back. I rolled my eyes. You just don't like her because she took your masculinity away. She beat you and your guys so bad. And now you're pissed because she made you look weak. You lost your masculinity and you don't know how to get it back. So you're being extra cautious around her in case it happens again. He scoffed. No, that's... Shut up. Laughing. I clapped a hand on his shoulder. Listen, Luke, 𝐿𝐲 is my mate. She is amazing. And she was Artemis. But 𝐿𝐲's on our side now and you need to accept it as well as her help. We won't get anywhere with everyone going against her. We wouldn't be in this mess if it wasn't for her. Either, he retorted, scowling. 𝐿𝐲's nothing but a heartless, cold, blood-thirsty bitch. A low growl erupted from my chest and my grip on his shoulder tightened, bringing him down to his knees in front of me. Don't you ever talk about my mate that way. Do you hear me? She is your soon-to-be Luna, for fuck's sake. Show some goddamn respect. My claws were elongated at this point, digging into his flesh, and I could see the pain in his eyes, though his face remained composed and stoic. Letting go of him, I turned on my heel and stormed out of the house, slamming the door behind me. I need to go for a run. Leaping forward, I shifted in midair and took off, sprinting on all fours as the wind rippled through my fur. It was cloudy for once. Light rained reeling from the sky like a leaky faucet. It wasn't enough to soak me, but just enough for me to notice its presence and be slightly agitated by it. Of course, the rain isn't the only thing pissing me off right now. Why can't Luke just fucking get over himself and deal with it? 𝐿𝐲's my mate. I love her and 𝐿𝐲's here to stay. 𝐿𝐲's changed her ways. I know it. My sense of smell guided me through the forest until I ended up off territory, several miles out in no man's land. There was nothing but tall redwoods to be seen for acres, that is, if you didn't look closely, weaving through the lanky trunks of the trees. I made my way through the thickest of foliage, a few thorns embedding themselves in my side, before coming up to a small clearing with a little brown log cabin sitting quaintly in the middle of it. I stood there for a while, admiring it. Smoke puffed out of the small and crooked chimney near the back, and the whole area smelled like chocolate chip cookies and deer, although that wasn't necessarily surprising. I took in the smells, my mind wandering back to her. Always back to her. This scent used to be my favorite, but now all I can think of is how 𝐿𝐲 smells so much better. How 𝐿𝐲's so much warmer and inviting than the rustic cabin in front of me, the one that I knew so well and will always know. The nagging voice at the back of my mind, who sounded awfully similar to Luke, told me that I really didn't know 𝐿𝐲. Don't get me wrong. I know who she is, but I don't know her, if that makes sense. I know her eyes squint when she laughs, and she usually throws her head back too. She likes to wear summery dresses and have her hair curled, but she braids it a lot too. Her favorite junk food is pizza, but she actually likes eating salads too. She was the best hunter, known as 𝐊𝐬𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐝, but now she's not. She stopped for me, or at least, that's what I'm led to believe. The door to the cabin opened and a familiar old woman stood there, her wispy white hair pulled into a bun. She beckoned me with one hand, the other holding clothes that were undoubtedly for me. Padding over to her, I accepted the clothes and shifted, pulling on the sweatpants and t-shirt. Looking into her eyes, I could see the sadness enveloped in them as she looked upon me. My dear boy, what's wrong? Sighing, I pulled her in for a hug. I have a problem. Gran. Chapter 33, Haley. I opened the front door quietly, praying that everyone was busy and wouldn't notice my stealthy entrance. Of course, no such luck. Where the hell have you been? David demanded of me almost immediately, waiting in the foyer for me with a handful of other hunters, including a smug-looking Joel. Sighing, I ran my hand through my hair and crossed my arms over my chest. Listen, I just needed to take a beat and catch my breath. It's been nothing but chaos here for, like, the past couple weeks. Excuse me if I just wanted to get out for a little bit. Whatever, David said, although his eyes remained narrowed into slits as he stared at me skeptically. We're all going out to get a lay of the land, and you're going to lead us. Shit. I walked forward, making my way to the stairs. Why do I have to get a lay of the land? I've been hunting here for a couple months already. I'm fine. Well, sugar, we need you to show us where to go and where not to go. A hillbilly-looking hunter stated. He gave me a once-over with his eyes and me not to fully gag and barf all over him at that, forcing the lump down my throat. I continued upstairs, but Joel's voice forced me to freeze when I was halfway up there. Where are you going? To get ready, I stated without looking back, and I continued up the stairs at a normal pace. Once I got into my room, I locked the door behind me and pulled out my phone, immediately texting, "Stay inside tonight. All of you." Quickly powering my phone down, I stuffed it in a shoebox in the closet and changed into my hunting gear, spraying the odorless perfume on myself, though not necessarily as heavily as I normally would. Braiding my hair, I grabbed my quiver and bow from its shelf and holstered a few knives on my body for decoration. Taking in one last deep breath, I unlocked my door and opened it, slowly descending down the stairs. About damn time, one of the men grumbled and I shot him a menacing look. Just be glad I'm doing this at all. Without saying another word, I opened the back door and stepped out, pacing it through the backyard and into the trees. I was almost immediately followed by the pack of 20 or so men. Gee, that's not suspicious at all. Each and every one of them followed my every move and unnerved me. I didn't like being watched, and I especially didn't like being watched closely by so many people. Not that it made me feel self-conscious or insecure, but rather uneasy, as though I'm susceptible to an attack at any moment. The patting of paws reached my ears and I hesitated, knowing that soon the rest of the men would hear it too. Covering up my misstep, I coughed softly into my elbow. If anything, it would be a warning to the wolf nearby. They aren't alone. David stepped up right behind me, grabbing my elbow tightly. He yelled at me in a whisper. What the hell was that? There was something in my throat, I stated lowly, gritting the words through my teeth. Now let go of me. Reluctantly, he released my arm and I continued leading them forward, until I saw what I had been dreading in front of me, dropping to a crouch on instinct. I stared at the dirty blonde wolf in front of us. It was average size, no one of any major importance to the infrastructure of the pack, but still, it was a member of Chase's pack, and it was going to die now. Looking back, I saw the men were all in a crouch as well, staring at me expectantly. They wanted to see what 𝐊𝐬𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐝 was capable of. Joel nudged me from my left side. Well, we're waiting. We all want to see if you're as good as you claim to be. Rolling my eyes, I pulled out my bow and notched an arrow in it before slowly rising and moving silently through the trees, keeping the wolf in sight. My aim was set on its head, the middle right in the brain. Make it quick and painless. Don't let it suffer. Just as I thought that, the wolf perked its head up, looking in my direction. It must have caught my scent. Now or never. Drawing the string back, I breathed before releasing my fingers, watching the arrow fly before hearing and seeing it hit its mark perfectly with a sickening thud. The wolf didn't even have time to howl or whimper before it was dead. Just after it seemed like Chase and I would be in a good place, as well as with the rest of the pack. I had to go and do something like this. The men behind me cheered, jumping up and charging at the wolf, taking their knives to it and skinning it, rolling the fur pelt from its body. They would undoubtedly take the meat as well. Disgusting pigs, and they call the wolves the savages. I remained in the same position, watching their animalistic ferocity come to life as they all but butchered the poor wolf. There would be nothing left to bury. David came up beside me. You look appalled. I am, I stated simply, before turning and making my way back to the house. I climbed up the steps slowly and entered my room, closing the door behind me. Jumping, I stifled a scream by clamping my hand over my mouth as I took in the sight in front of me. Chase stood there, a furious expression on his face. Dropping my bow, I closed my eyes. I deserve what's coming to me. Chapter 34. Gran smiled at me from across the table. Tell me what's wrong, boy. I sighed, taking us the coffee she made for me. It's my mate. At this her eyebrows rose and she smacked me across the table. Chase Edison Morgan. You found your mate and didn't tell me immediately. How dare you? I'm fuming and beyond furious at the moment. Oh, give him a break. Dear 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐩𝐿. Pops came into the room, kissing her temple. H is an alpha. He has many responsibilities to take care of other than telling you about his mate. Thanks, Pops. I smiled at him. He sat down next to Gran. Now that that's out of the way, tell us everything about her. I chuckled. Well, 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐻. Her name's 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐷. She just moved here a couple months ago. She has really pretty brown hair and eyes to match. She's funny and has a laugh that sounds like angels singing. She's almost completely perfect. Almost. Gran questioned. Sighing, I took another sip of coffee. She's also Artemis, the huntress. Upon hearing that news, the two of them gasped at the same time. Gran frowned and reached out, offering me her hand. I accepted and she smiled sadly. It sounds to me like you love her. My boy. I do. I nodded. I really do. But half of the pack hates her still for what she did. I mean, she killed my pack members. What am I supposed to do with that? If I caught anyone else who had even harmed a pack member, I would have killed them on the spot. 𝐊𝐲 is everything I've ever wanted. But she's killed people in the pack that she's destined to be 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐻. I just don't know how we're supposed to move past this. Is she done hunting? Pops asked. I nodded. Yeah, she's been helping us with the hunter's plans. They're bringing every available hunter to take us down. Apparently, it's going to be an all-out war. Then all you have to do is prove to your pack that she is on your side. As your mate in 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐻. Gran squeezed my hand reassuringly. Now, you obviously are aware that I must meet this 𝐊𝐲𝐬 as soon as possible. She sounds like a sweet girl, other than her murderous tendencies. I laughed at that. She is. She's really great. Pops chuckled. Boy, you are in deep with this girl. I don't see any problem with that, Gran stated, pulling her hand away from mine as she turned to look at her mate and husband. They began bantering and I smiled at them in adoration. They've been together so long, and yet they're still so in love. It's the mate bond, I suppose. Although there was definitely an element of just being together for a long time and learning to live with and love each other. At the same time, they made me sad. Gran looked just like an older version of my mother. And every time I see her, I just think of my parents' murder every time. Maybe that's why I ought come down here as much as I should. Because as much as I love the two of them, it hurts too much. Way too much. Just as I was about to speak up, my phone vibrated and I checked the text that I had received from Haley. Stay inside. All of you. Furrowing my brows, I texted her back and noticed that none of them were delivering. She must have shut her phone off. Calling Luke. I sighed in relief when he answered almost right away. Hello. Luke. It's me. Listen. I just got a text from Haley telling me to keep everyone inside. I need you to let everyone know that we're going on lockdown for the night. Say it's a drill, but it's imperative for them to follow instruction. It'll be there soon. Got it. He answered and I hung up the phone, looking up to a concerned Gran and Pops. I smiled and stood up. Duty calls. Giving them both hugs. A peck on the cheek for Gran and a promise to bring Haley over soon. I took off from the house, running back down the familiar path to my territory. My nose found them before my eyes did. Even though I was in wolf form, I could still smell the hunters, or rather, the lack of scent. I could also smell a hint of Haley. She must have not put on enough spray, a warning to me. Perhaps. Creeping slowly through the trees, I swore internally as I took in the sight before me. Haley stood hidden in the bushes, arrow drawn and aimed at a wolf. The stench told me it was a rogue, most likely taking an advantage of the lockdown and lack of patrol of the territory. Looking at Haley's face, I could see the struggle in her eyes as she stared at the wolf in front of her. There were probably 20 or so men behind her, all in a crouch and watching. Then 𝐿𝐲𝐳. Suddenly, she released the arrow and it hit its mark perfectly, dropping the wolf in seconds. She killed a wolf. She didn't change at all. Keeping my growl at bay, I snuck off as the men cheered and began attacking the wolf with their knives. Running full sprint, I made it to her house in no time, easily swinging myself up to the second floor and through the window into her room. Somehow, despite my anger with her, her scent in the bedroom calmed me, eased my anger. Clenching and unclenching my fists, I looked up with anger in my eyes as she threw the door open and shut it behind her, locking it. When she turned around, it was obvious that she hadn't noticed me at first as she jumped, dropping her bow to the ground. Closing her eyes, I stared at her in a mixture of anger and confusion. Peeling them open, she spoke hoarsely to me. I'm guessing you're pretty angry with me. She lied about not hunting anymore. I'm a little more than angry. Haley, I growled. Haley nodded. Okay, so let's settle this. Then, I nodded in agreement. My fists clenched. Let's. Chapter 35 Haley. He stalked towards me, grabbing my wrists in both hands. I thought you said you were done hunting. I was, I exclaimed. Chase let out a humorless laugh. Then why the fuck did I see you shooting an arrow into the skull of that wolf out there? I nearly choked. You don't understand. I didn't want to. I really didn't. I had to throw off suspicion. They were already skeptical when I got home. If I didn't, they would have figured it out and killed me and then you. How do you expect me to believe you? I trusted you, fuck. I defended you to everyone. And then I come back to see what's going on after you sent out that we're 𝐊𝐷𝐸 still killing my kind. He roared, his grip tightening, ripping my arms from him. I shoved him back and my voice became shaky. I don't know what you want me to say, but I told you I had to do it. If I didn't, they would never trust me and then I wouldn't learn anything to pass on information to you. Maybe I'd not want your information then if you're still killing wolves. He exclaimed, and then his voice softened. Maybe I'd not even want you. My breath hitched. You don't mean that. Sure. He mused. Just like you didn't mean to kill any wolves ever. Because you're the sweet innocent little Haley, my mate. And you would never do anything to hurt me or the pack. You sound just like Luke. I spat at him. His eyes narrowed and he looked at me with an expression that seemed so foreign coming from him. Disgust. Maybe I should have listened to him when he told me to just put you down. You still can. I bit. So it's stopping you. Nothing, he growled, charging towards me. My body slammed against the door behind me as he closed his hand around my throat, although I could tell he was definitely holding himself back, taking my elbows. I knocked his arm so that he lost his grip and I bent him down as I brought my knee up, coming into contact with his stomach. He wheezed in pain and came back up, backhanding me across the cheek. I could taste blood in my mouth and I spit, looking down to see red on the white carpet. Standing back up, I faced him, my hands at the ready and clenched into fist. Don't do this, 𝐊𝐲. You're going to lose, he warned me. I rolled my eyes. Like you care. With that, I started forward, kicking him in the chest and he stumbled backwards, but caught himself before he fell. He growled, readying himself in a fighting stance. There's no need to be a bitch about it. 𝐊𝐲. Wrong thing to say. I yelled, charging at him and punching left and right, going back and forth between the stomach and face. He blocked most of them, but I landed enough hits to draw blood and leave bruises. The son of a bitch deserves them right now. Fight back. I screamed, sick of just punching and him blocking. I went to kick him again, but he threw me off and across the room, where I slammed through the door and into the hallway. He stalked over to me and straddled me, wrapping his claws around my neck. His eyes were dark, almost black, and I knew that meant he was barely keeping his wolf at bay. I told you. 𝐊𝐲, you aren't going to win this. Through gasps of air I managed to croak out, fuck you. He smirked. You can anytime you want. Babe. I wriggled underneath him, trying everything I know to get him off of me, but to no avail. His grip remained like steel on my neck as I struggled. I could feel the blood in my face and my throat was only tightening more and more. My vision grew blurrier and blurrier with every passing moment. My strength was failing me, and I could only hope to sway him to let go as I pushed at his face. A murderous look came across his face. I could see it through the haze, and it was completely terrifying. You killed my people, he screamed, through what seemed to be tears as his hold on me remained. You killed them, 𝐊𝐲, and you're my goddamn mate. And then you killed that rogue, which only proved you aren't done hunting. I squeezed his wrists with the strength I had remaining, and he looked into my eyes, his tears dropping down onto my cheeks, meshing in with my own. Slowly, his grip loosened and he swung his legs off of me. I flipped over, coughing and gasping for air, sputtering as I did so. Despite the pain and the struggle for air, his words stuck in my mind. I looked at him with a venomous gaze. It was a rogue. His face dropped as the words came out of my mouth. Clearly, he hadn't intended on letting me know that bit of information. Finally, he muttered a small yes. If I could raise my voice above a raspy whisper, I would be screaming at him right now, demanding why he was so angry when in fact I had only eliminated someone who had posed as an enemy to his pack. I practically helped him by killing that rogue. Rising to a stand, I made my way back into my room and was going to tell him to get out when I saw a car pulling into the driveway. Swearing, I rushed into the closet and pulled my phone out of its box, slipping it in my back pocket, grabbing my bell from the ground where I dropped it. I began the climb out the window and looked back at Chase, who was standing in the middle of the room. Are you coming? I made my way down the side of the house and dropped the last 10 feet down to the ground and looked back up to see Chase jump right from the window. Grabbing his hand, I took off running in the direction of his house. There was no way I could explain the damage in my room, not without them realizing it was a werewolf attack. And if I didn't have a body and said 𝐊𝐲'd gotten away, they would have seen me as weak. The voices of all the means shouting grew louder and I began panicking. Chase swore and then swept me off my feet, literally. Carried me bridal style, before taking off into a sprint back to his house. We didn't stop until we reached the bottom of his driveway, where he set me down and began to catch his breath. We entered the house, and I was relieved to see that no one was in there. Making our way up to his room, I sat on the edge of his bed as he walked into the bathroom to clean the blood off his face. He walked back into the room and I sighed, croaking out through my raw throat. I think we should try to have a civil conversation about this. Yeah. He nodded. We probably should. Chapter 36. I looked over at 𝐿𝐲, trying to figure out where we should even begin. I had just nearly killed her for fuck's sake. What is wrong with me? Trying to kill my own mate. She turned to look at me, her eyes watering, but my gaze was focused on her bruised neck. I'm sorry. Chase. I know I said I was done hunting, but 𝐿𝐲 did not kill that wolf. They expected to see the great and powerful 𝐊𝐼𝐬𝐧, and if I didn't, they would have all turned against me, and it would have been so bad. Chase. Hey, it's okay, I whispered, pulling her in and wrapping my arms around her. If anyone should be apologizing, it's me. I completely overreacted, and it was a rogue, not even a member of my pack. I was in the wrong here. 𝐿𝐲, not you. She gripped my shirt tightly in both hands, sobbing. I didn't want to kill that wolf. Chase. All I could think of the whole time is how much you would hate me for it. And I was right. Grabbing her wrist slightly, I pulled back and lifted her chin to look into my eyes, even with tears running down her face and makeup smudged under her eyes. She was still absolutely breathtakingly beautiful. 𝐿𝐲, listen to me. I could never hate you. Ever. What I just did to you is absolutely out of line, and I swear to you it will never happen again. I don't ever want to hurt you. Taking me by surprise, she leaned up and kissed me, wrapping her arms around my neck. It was soft and gentle, but it meant the world. It meant forgiveness and trust, the beginning of a new relationship between us, stronger than it was before. I promise I won't kill any more wolves, she whispered, her forehead pressed against mine. I smiled. And I promise I won't ever let anyone hurt you, including myself. She let out a light laugh and sniffled, tear stains running down her cheeks. I wiped them away the best I could with my thumbs, taking in her beauty as I did so. How on earth did I get so lucky to have this specimen of perfection as a mate? Honestly, it was almost cruel to give me someone so amazing and, well, pure, even if she had red in her ledger. Her heart was pure, and that's all that matters to me. What are you thinking about? She asked. Curiosity etched on my face. Tilting my head, I smiled, just wondering how a guy like me got so lucky with a girl like you. If anyone's the lucky one here, it's me. She shook her head while smiling. The smile slowly slipped off her face. You helped me see the truth, Chase. If it was for you, I would still be a murderer right now, killing innocent werewolves, innocent people. I don't know how I could have been so blind before you. You weren't blind. 𝐿𝐲, I whispered, circling around so I was kneeling in front of her, holding both of her hands in my own. You just had your eyes closed, and when we met, they started to open. She nodded. They're wide open now. I leaned forward, pressing my lips against her forehead. Come on. Let's go downstairs and get something to eat. We can come up with a plan later. I made my way down to the kitchen, 𝐿𝐲 in tow, only to find Lily waiting with an angry expression on her face. What's wrong? I questioned. She rolled her eyes. You're the alpha of this pack and you don't even know yet. Some helicopter just landed in 𝐿𝐲's backyard. The hunters were making a huge deal out of it, and some guy got out and they were all bowing to him. They all looked scared shitless. First of all, I started. Why the hell were you out in the woods? I called for a lockdown. Second of all, 𝐿𝐲, any ideas? 𝐿𝐲 nodded, biting her lip as she thought, and if I didn't have as much self-control as I do, I would have taken her right there. It's the chief. It has to be. The big boss that no one really thinks is real. He had a scar. Lily piped up, 3 claw marks running down the side of his face. Let's make it 6. I growled out. I have to go back. I have to go back. 𝐿𝐲 stated, earning a second growl from my chest. To which she huffed. Listen, I can get more information. I know I can. I just need to go back. You can't. It'll be too suspicious. Lily chimed in once more. They were all spooked about the disaster you made in your room. Half of them think you're dead. The other half think we're using you as leverage. I'm used over this information. 𝐾𝐞𝐬 go back. That much was clear. But we needed to know when they would come. We have to be ready when they do. He'll call Luke. Haley, you need to tell us everything you know about the Hunters. When you think they'll attack. Where they'll do it and what we can do to win. I walked over to her, cupping her bruised cheek in my hand. Guilt washing over me again as I took in the injuries that I inflicted. Haley frowned. Wealth adds the easy part. They'll strike as soon as possible. And now that the chief is here and I'm missing, they won't wait or hesitate. So what are you saying? Lily asked. I cowled in stomach, verbalizing the question myself. I'm saying, they'll come tonight. Luke stormed into the house, immediately finding us in the kitchen. If they're coming tonight, we're in deep shit. I ignored his negative input. Where? She sighed. I mapped out some areas before. They'll go there, where they know, and they'll use every advantage they can get. Come on. I motioned to all of them to follow me upstairs and into my office, where I pulled out maps of our territory, laying them flat on my desk. Which areas did you map out? Taking the red marker from my hand, she circled 3 distinct spots on the map. They were heavily wooded areas with flat ground. They'll hide in the trees. Try to take you out using arrows and guns first. Then, when they weed out enough, they'll scale down and take out their knives and even swords. It's medieval and brute. Nothing nice about it. They'll try and take most of you out tonight and wait a couple days for you to lick your wounds. She spoke with such confidence. I could understand why the moon goddess would destine her to be my Luna. And they'll strike again. They'll strike so hard there'll be nothing left except smoke and ashen bones. That's not going to happen. I growled out. And Luke and Lily both growled as well, nodding in fierce agreement. Haley smiled, placing a gentle hand on my shoulder. I know. We just need to come up with a plan now. Luke stepped in, a calculating look on his face. I might have an idea. Chapter 37, it was time. I could feel it in the air, like a hum of energy flowing through everyone, including myself. I sat next to Chase on his bed, my head leaning on his shoulder. He was undoubtedly running through the plan in his head again. I still don't like it, he finally stated. I ran a hand across his chest and turned his face towards mine, my hand gripping his chin. It'll be fine. You need to relax and have a little faith. It's a good plan, and they won't expect it. He frowned. I thought you said you're trained to expect everything. Not this, I stated firmly, placing a feather-like kiss on his lips. Trust me, we'll be okay. We'll make it through this. He pulled me over so that I was straddling him, and he looked up at me with concern written all over his face. God, I hope so. Leaning forward, I rested my head against his chest with my arm snaked around his torso. Chase laid his head on my own, and I could feel his jaw clench and unclench as the nerves began to settle in. I was sure they would be present all night. The plan rolled into my own mind, and I began to think of all the possibilities of everything that could go wrong and what to do if it happens. If David turns on me, or if Joel does. He'll be ready for it. I have to be. I began mentally preparing myself to face the Hunters. They wouldn't be happy about my switching sides at all. They'll try to kill me, no doubt. They wouldn't want me ruining the Branter, and I wouldn't let them kill me. Tonight's message would be made perfectly clear. It's either kill or be killed, and I would prefer not to be killed just yet. Chase lifted my chin up and met my lips with his. It was a soft kiss at first, but I quickly turned ravenous and needy, as though nothing could sash at our hunger but each other's lips. It was exhilarating and addicting. All I knew was that I wanted and needed more. His lips left mine as began railing down my jaw and to my neck, where they lingered on a particularly sensitive spot. I let out a slight moan as he sucked on it, and I could feel his teeth grazing the skin. Chase pulled back and looked down at me. Haley, I want to mark you. Right now. I nodded while biting my lip before tilting my head slightly, giving him easier access. Then do it. He kissed it once more before sinking his canines into my flesh. A small yelp left my lips, but the pain soon subsided, leaving me with nothing but ecstasy and bliss as we were molded together, bonded into what felt like one person with two bodies, working as a mechanism. We pulled away from each other, and I looked into his eyes. He stared down at me in concern. "Are you okay? Does it hurt?" I smiled and kissed him. "I've never been better." He stood up with my legs around his waist and carried me into the bathroom, setting me on the counter next to the sink. Wetting a tissue, he wiped off the blood that had spilled out from my neck gently, kissing it a few more times. Once he was sure it was done bleeding and clean, we moved back to the bed in the same position we were in before. Once more, our lips attacked one another, but this felt so much different. It was just that I wanted him, but I needed him. It was as if I could feel everything he and I felt together, but it was multiplied tenfold. I couldn't even begin to describe the electric shocks I felt any time he touched me. I could feel it through our clothes, and I could definitely feel it when skin met skin. It was delectable, and he was my favorite flavor that I just couldn't quit. A knock at the door interrupted our little moment, and I moved from my position so that I was sitting rather than straddling him. We were both rather out of breath. The door swung open and Luke walked in, annoyance across his features. "It's time." We stood up and nodded. I pulled on my leather jacket and followed Chase downstairs, where a lot of people were waiting, including Lily and Luke, who were standing awfully close to one another. "Alpha, is this plan really going to work?" One man standing in the living room addressed Chase, worry in his voice. Chase's expression had hardened since the bedroom, and he faced the group of people with fierceness I had only seen in him once or twice before. "My brothers and sisters, listen to me now. We will not only survive through this fight, but we will thrive. We have a plan, a damn good one at that, and we will defeat the Hunters. They won't know what hit them until it's far too late. I ask for your trust and strength, and in return I will give you the best protection I can offer." The men and women cheered so loud it felt like 5 people were in the house rather than the actual 50 or so. Lily walked up to me, a knowing smile on her face, and hugged me, whispering in my ear, "Welcome to the family." Pulling away from her, I smiled. "Thanks. I guess it's time." Then, unfortunately, "Yes," she responded with a frown. Nodding, I faced her. "Right. Then, well, get the rope and hit me." She glanced at Chase, who nodded stoically, though I could tell it pained him to go through with this plan. And she turned back to me, raising her fist. It collided with my eye and I fell back, before standing back up. "Remind me never to piss you off," I muttered before standing back up. It was already beginning to swell shut. She grabbed the rope and took my hand, but Chase stopped us before we could go. "Be careful." "Okay, we will," I promised, kissing his cheek before turning with Lily, grabbing my bow and quiver on the way out. My knives already strapped to my body, hiding under the black leather. We made our way to the trees just outside the closest area I had marked off, and I helped Lily throw the rope over a tree branch. She secured a knot around both of my ankles and hoisted me up, so that I was dangling in the air upside down. "Good luck, 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐬," she whispered, smiling, but I didn't miss the tears in her eyes. I smiled and winked at her. "I won't need it." She turned and shifted into a blonde wolf before scampering off into the thick of the woods. Sighing, I tried not to think of all the blood rushing to my head as I waited to hear the sound of the hunters approaching the trap. Because, after all, I was the bait. I watched my dad die with my own eyes, but there he was, standing right in front of me at the most dangerous moment. "You're dead. You were supposed to be dead." I stepped back in horror and anger, but he just looked at me calmly, as if to say I have my reasons. Chapter 30 𝐴𝐻𝐼𝐸 despises this reckless plan. The narrator growled, his protective instincts flaring. Lily strode back into the room, her quick-witted eyes meeting his as she announced with a curt nod, "It's done. All set up. Now came the agonizing wait. They'd remain on edge until their scouts signaled it was safe to move. The narrator had tried everything to distract himself eating, talking, strategizing, but his thoughts inevitably circled back to 𝐊𝐲. His chest tied him at the image of her out there in the woods, suspended upside down as bait for those despicable hunters. Her life hung in the balance, and it terrified him to his core. Rationally, he knew 𝐊𝐲 was capable. Her bravery and training had prepared her for high-stakes situations, but logic did little to quell the storm of emotions raging within him. His mind drifted back to earlier that day when the plan had begun to take shape. The pack had gathered, tension thick in the air as they debated their next move. "We can't just sit here like pigs waiting to be slaughtered," Luke had exclaimed, his anger palpable as a vein pulsed in his neck. "I refuse to be killed by that scum. So I think we all need to pull our heads out of our asses and figure this shit out." The narrator had growled, asserting his dominance and forcing Luke to submit. "I agree, but yelling at each other isn't going to solve anything." 𝐊𝐲, ever the strategist, had interjected, "I think we should attack first, if they're planning on attacking us tonight. The last thing they'd be expecting is for us to attack them." Vampire Deception by Drake Mason and 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐬 as an undocumented changeling and forced to cause as a low-level wretch. If they're preparing to attack, then they'll be prepared for a fight. Taking it to them would only give them the upper hand of familiar territory. Glancing at 𝐊𝐲 for support, Shed nodded in agreement, and 𝐻ED found his gaze drawn to her bare neck, his desire to mark her flaring intensely. "So what?" 𝐊𝐲 had pressed. "We just wait and hope we can fight them off." "No, that's idiotic," Luke had growled, earning a fierce glare from 𝐊𝐲. 𝐻ED rolled his eyes at her. "Oh, bite me." "Gladly," Shed retorted with a smirk. "Guys," exerting his authority, "not now. We need to figure this out. It's not only our lives on the line, but our pack. You need someone on the inside." 𝐊𝐲 had spoken up, drawing everyone's attention. Hunters take their shit seriously. They would never expect any one of them to flip sides, no matter how much we detest one another. "If I can get in, would have a chance too." "Absolutely not," the narrator had grumbled, his wolf bristling at the mere suggestion. "I won't let you just waltz right into the lion's den. Besides, you said it yourself. You can't exactly just go back there without suspicion anyways." "Well, no one's saying I go back on my own," she stated slowly. "You could use me as a warning. Give me a message to give to them. Make it clear you mean business, all the while clearing it up that I had no part in any of it. If they believe my story, which they do believe anything that gives them more motive to attack you, I can get back into their good graces. Maybe even take out the chief while I'm at it." "It's too dangerous," I growled. 𝐊𝐲 cut in, standing in front of 𝐊𝐲 as she stared at me, an eyebrow raised and her arms folded across her chest. "It's also the only good plan we have." Luke clapped his hand on my shoulder. "As much as I hate to admit it, 𝐊𝐲 and 𝐿𝐲 are right. It's our best option at this point. It's our only option." 𝐊𝐲 enforced, looking at me with kind, encouraging eyes. I mentally swore damn this bond and the things she makes me feel. Begrudgingly, I nodded. "Okay, fine. But in making a couple additions to the plan." Luke came up next to me, snapping me out of my daze. "Shed's going to be fine. You know that, right? Shed stuff nearly took me out. She won't have a problem against those goons. I can't help it. I worry about her," I responded, clenching my fist. "I get it. Shed's your mate." He spoke, his voice softer than normal. "But you need to understand that 𝐊𝐲, she can protect her damn self. That's for sure. You should be proud of her and showing her off, not trying to hide her by saying you're protecting her." "I am protecting her," I exclaimed, my wolf growling at the male in front of us who was questioning the way we treat our mate. Luke held his hands up in surrender. "I didn't say you aren't. All I'm saying is that maybe you can be a bit overbearing at times, and that 𝐿𝐲's a free spirit. Sometimes you need to let her roam. With that, he left me standing out on the deck by myself. I gripped the railing tightly as a breeze passed through, and I strained to catch even a fraction of 𝐿𝐲, but found nothing. She was so close, but just out of reach, and it killed me. It kills me to know that 𝐿𝐲's out there alone, and I can't protect her. Maybe Luke is right, maybe I am overbearing. Lily came up beside me, placing her hand over top of mine. You need to calm down. Chase, you're worrying the entire pack with your behavior. We can all feel it through the link. I'm sorry. I muttered, hanging my head. I can't even keep it together for my pack. Hey, don't be. She smiled, her hand on my cheek. Listen, big brother. There's a lot at stake here, and I understand you're worried. So let me tell you this. 𝐿𝐲 doesn't need your help right now. The pack does. So pull your head out of your ass and start acting like the alpha I know you are. I gave a low warning growl, and she smiled, a twinkle in her eye. There he is. That's the alpha Chase Morgan I know. I can't promise the pack anything. I finally released the thought from the back of my mind out loud. I can't guarantee their safety or survival, but you can promise to give them all that you are. She smiled up at me, and trust me, that's a lot. Alpha, the hunters just found Luna. A tracker's voice spoke in my mind. I snapped my eyes to Lily. It's time. She nodded and followed me through the house, where bunches of people began to stand, stretching out and cracking bones, getting ready to fight. You know, I started, looking over at Lily. You didn't have to hit her so hard. My sister smiled at me. She told me to make it count. Well, make this count all right. Chapter 39. Things were beginning to get a little hazy, and it was growing increasingly harder to move my feet as all of the blood in my body drained towards my head. My usually perfect vision was blurred as I looked around the woods in anticipation. I wish they would just show up already. Wiggling around a little bit, I ended up swinging in a circle, dizzying me further. Maybe that wasn't my brightest idea, but I was desperate to get some circulation in my feet. My mind wandered aimlessly as I waited the hunter's arrival, strained the paths of what is deemed normal. Most people don't worry about the double cross they're about to pull, or whether their werewolf boyfriend and his family and pack will make it out of this alive. No, most people on a Friday night are out with friends or on a date or even staying and then getting some relaxation time. But instead, I'm here, dangling upside down from a tree and thinking about the impending doom that was about to be unleashed. It's up to me now, to secure whose doomsday it will be. And I am prepared, at least I think I am. My mind seemed to keep tugging at the familiar path that is Chase. His sandy, curly, messy hair and his blue eyes that seem to carry more weight than the oceans when he looks at me. 𝐻𝐻 mesmerizing. And I feel myself sinking deeper and deeper into a pit with him. Maybe it's this mate bond that all werewolves obsess over. Or perhaps it's just me and my mundane but extraordinary feelings for him. Either way, I am certain that I am completely and inexplicably in love with that boy. And he has no idea of the effect he has on me. Finally, I heard it. The soft patter of Hunter's feet through the woods, stepping softly on leaves and avoiding twigs and anything that could crack beneath their shoes. It was hard to make out faces at first, but I could tell there were only 3 of them, all men. As expected, Joel's face was the first I could distinguish as he stood in the middle of the 3 of them, looking at me with a smirk on his face. Oh, 𝐿𝐲, what have you done this time? I glared at him. Just get me the fuck out of this. He sighed before nodding his head to the guy on his left, who cut the rope, dropping me to the forest floor with a thump. I appreciate the gentleness, I bit sarcastically, and the man smiled cheekily. Joel ignored Mark. Well, 𝐿𝐲, you gonna tell me what happened, or do I have to guess? He was waiting in my room when I got back to the house. I stated, the well-rehearsed lies flowing easily through my lips. Hit me in the eye and knocked me out. Who is he? The third guy asked, interrupting my story. The alpha. Dumbass. I spat. As I was saying, he knocked me out and dragged me here with a couple other wolves. They were animals, nearly killed me with their filthy paws around my throat. Then they just let go and tied me up. And that son of a bitch looked me straight in the eye and said he knows there's more of us, that you defined me, and that I have a message to deliver. What's the message? Joel questioned apprehensively. I could tell he wasn't quite looking forward to my answer. He said I am the only warning you'll get. He said to get off his land, or hell rip all of our throats out with his bare hands. He said that if we don't leave, after today there will be no more hunters left in existence. I spoke, although they didn't know that it was really me delivering my own threat. And not just Chase's. The two other men looked furious, as if they wanted to tear off my head along with all of the werewolves in this pack. My pack. Joel nodded stiffly. We need to get back. Tell the chief. The chief. Intrigue sparked as we walked back to the yellow house, Joel strangely sticking close to me as the other two walked behind us. There was an undeniable tension between them that I couldn't help but wonder what it was all about. Did they have a problem with each other? A disagreement about what was going on here? Or are their overinflated egos just getting in the other's way? As we strolled up to the back of the house, I really took in how many hunters had shown up. There had to be nearly 2, and I knew that meant Chase's odds of survival had just decreased. But I couldn't think about that right now. Right now, I need to convince everyone of my story, and that I am on their side. Curtis, the first hunter that had shown up, glared at me as I walked through the makeshift campsite, with his men behind him mimicking the same expression. I have a lot of convincing to do. Joel sat me down at what I presumed to be his sleeping bag and handed me a wet rag, which I used to wipe of the sweat and dirt from my face, wincing as I hit the tender area around my left eye. Lily hit so hard, I was genuinely scared to ever piss her off. So how's the chief? I asked slowly, in a whisper as Joel dug through a small box. Is he everything everyone has ever imagined? He looked up at me with a strange look in his eye, like he wanted to tell me something but something was stopping him. Yes, good. Almost a father-like figure to a lot of guys here. Actually, do you know who he is? I continued to push. Kinda, he said with a shrug. David knew him though. Gave him a big-ass hug when he stepped off his fancy little helicopter. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. David stepped up in front of us, looking pissed off. What the fuck happened? Haley? Everyone around quieted down, standing as they stared. I rose to my feet, staring challengingly at David. Well, you see, I was abducted by their fucking alpha, beaten and then threatened to deliver a message all the while being hung from a tree by my feet. So sorry if I forgot to send you a quick text to let you know what was going on. What's the message? He ground out, trying to stay strong and uphold his power in front of this crowd, but I could see him crumbling from the inside. Their alpha said we had the rest of the night to leave, or else he'll kill of us. I answered, putting extra emphasis on the word alpha as I tried to make my distaste clear. Murmuring began to grow around the crowd and I called out to silence them, stepping in front of David. My fellow hunters, hear me. We have an opportunity here to take down what I have come to learn to be the strongest pack in the continental us. If we do this, not only will we make this a better place for future generations, but we will become legends. I am prepared to cut off as many heads as necessary, and now I ask you all who's with me. The men cheered, raising their fists in defiance, and I smirked smugly, not at their bloodlust, but at their willingness to believe me in their idiocy as they were about to walk into their own deaths. My job was complete. Suddenly a hush fell over the crowd as a path cleared, and I turned to Joel, confused. He mouthed the answer to me in a single syllable. Chief. Turning, I stared at the man with 3 claw marks across the side of his face as he marched towards me. Many men behind him. My voice cracked as I spoke. Dad's chapter 40. When a wolf marks his mate, he can feel everything she does. It's like a mental tether on steroids between the pair. He can feel her pain or pleasure and can tell when she's distressed. I could feel her distress. Haley was freaking out somewhere, panicking. almost, and I couldn't do a damn thing to help her. My chest was tight and I felt as though tears were about to spill over as I reached out to her through the bond. Whatever was happening right now, it's taking a tremendous toll on her. My head was fuzzy, like I couldn't get a clear picture, and I knew it meant she must be disoriented as well. Something came up that she had never in a million years expected to happen, and I need to figure out what, before it's too late. The pack was gathering in the yard, my people in skin and wolf form alike, slowly straggling in, coming in a staggered manner to avoid the hunters. 𝐊𝐲 might be on the inside, but there's still too many of them for us to get our hopes up just yet. A brutal fight is coming. I could practically smell it in the air and sense it on everyone around me. The only question remaining is, who will be the ones left standing when it's all over? My wolf growled at the thought, for we knew the answer. The only option. We would be the ones left standing in the end. I stood in front of my pack, watching as everyone capable of fighting poured into the green space, rapidly filling it up. They all stood at attention, waiting for me to speak and officially declare this war we are about to wage. Some eyes held fear, others anticipation or even hunger. There was a large spectrum of emotion through the crowd before me, and so I pushed my own as well as 𝐊𝐲's to the back of my mind. This is my pack, and I will do whatever it takes to protect them. Luke came up to me, nodding in respect as we stood in front of almost the entire pack. Alpha, everyone is accounted for. We're ready. I nodded and turned, facing my people. Men and women, boys and girls. I began. I won't lie to you. This is going to get messy. People will die today, as much as it kills me to say it. Some of us here will die today. Let it be known that I am willing to lay down my life for each and every one of you. You are not my subjects, no matter what some alphas may believe. You all are my family, and it pains me to have to ask this of you, but I need you to fight with me. This is war. Don't kid yourself and try to say otherwise. They have brought in each and every one of their hunters to take us down, but I refuse to let that happen. We will kill them all. We will rip them apart one by one, until there is nothing left of them to break. You all know that hunters killed my parents, your former Alpha and Luna. I won't let them tread on top of us anymore. I took a deep breath as tears began to pool in my eyes. My wolf howled in sadness at the thought of losing the good people before me. Tonight, we become the hunters. We track every last son of a bitch down and get them with our claws, with our teeth, with our goddamn bare hands. We show them what it's like for every bone in their body to break. We show them what it's like to be preyed upon. We show them what true hunters look like. They believe we're nothing but vicious animals without a conscience. Tonight, just this once, let's prove them right. Tonight, we unleash the beast within every single one of us, and we won't stop until every blade of grass around them is painted red with their blood. The wolves in front of me howled as those remaining in their skin cheered loudly, and it was so loud I was sure the hunters could hear us clear as day from their little camp out at 𝐊𝐲's house. They know we're coming. I shouted out, bringing the crowd back down to a silence, although everyone was now buzzing with energy. That's not a problem. We go. We attack. We kill. It's as simple as that. They may believe they're ready for what's coming, but nothing could ever prepare anyone for what we are about to unleash upon them. The cheers began again, and I nodded before shouting out, "Shift." The sounds of bones cracking filled the air as everyone began to phase into their wolf, leaving only me and my skin. I snarled and leapt forward, shifting in midair. Growling, I let out a vicious bark before turning and sprinting off to the hunters. To 𝐊𝐲, to victory, but almost immediately, something was wrong. Arrows whizzed through the air, striking wolves all around me. One grazed my shoulder, and I snarled as the 𝐊𝐲 managed to skim. I looked over and saw Luke running by my side, an arrow embedded in his shoulder already. Shit. I reached out to 𝐊𝐲 through the bond, trying to get any feel whatsoever of what was happening. This many hunters should not be in the trees. I snarled and opened up my mind to the pack link now. Bodies of hunters began falling from the trees, their throats and hearts torn out. We were getting into the thick of the woods, where we had had wolves stationed up in the trees, waiting for my cue to strike and let us pass. It was 𝐊𝐢's idea, and right now I was really glad I listened. I could smell blood and growled as my sprint slowed to a jog, passing to hunters with their slit cleanly with a blade. Did 𝐊𝐢 do this? I cowled and even catch the faintest trace of her scent and released a howl as a hunter took me by surprise, jumping on my back and striking me with a silver knife. Rolling over, I crushed him under my back, tearing his head off with my teeth as I regained my footing. I spat the head out to Luke, who gave me a sadistic wolf-fish grin, before yanking the blade out with his teeth. Letting out the equivalent of a grunt, I pushed forward, racing towards her house. We were almost there. I could see the hard little litter with a little over 1 man standing at the ready with weapons, and I could see the little yellow house. 𝐊𝐢 stood out on the balcony of the 2nd floor, screaming at a man with a scar on his face, a chief, and then she punched him before diving off the balcony, just as the entire house exploded, throwing me back, as well as forcing all of the hunters to the ground. My ears were ringing and my vision was clouded by smoke. Flames engulfed the home and I jumped back up to my feet immediately, sniffing the air for 𝐊𝐢. What the hell did she just do? Chapter 41. You're dead. I breathed out in shock, tears pooling in my eyes as I took a step back when he continued to approach me. My father, you're supposed to be dead. I watched you die. He watched me with calculating eyes, watching my every move as if he were a hawk. It pissed me off. I stormed over to him and shoved him back, an action that led half the hunters to pull out their guns and train their sights on my head. He staggered back slightly, but didn't even come close to falling. 𝐊𝐢, you need to take a breath. Why don't you come on inside with me? Turning on his heel, he walked back through the crowd, expecting me to follow. With a huff, I trudged forward, following him. I need some goddamn answers and I needed them yesterday. We passed through the kitchen and as we did so, I bumped into the oven, turning on the gas. The man in front of me may look like me father, but he acted nothing like him. And there was only one option for me. Cutting in front of him, I walked upstairs and through David's room to the balcony overlooking the backyard. A clear view, an easy escape and a vantage point. All things a hunter is trained to look for in dangerous situations. 𝐊𝐢, he started, placing a hand on my shoulder. I just want to tell you that I am so proud of you. You have turned into a beautiful, strong, young woman and amazing hunter. You are everything I could have hoped for you to be. I looked up at him, my eyes hard. What the hell is going on? I watched you die. I know I did. Along with Mom. I was almost dead. He nodded, retracting his hand from my arm, for which I was grateful. Half of the bones in my body were broken. I barely had any blood in my body left and there was a hole in my heart, literally, but David found me, and he managed to get me to a hospital where they saved me. I was in a coma for 3 months, because of all the strenuous surgeries my body had overcome. By that time, you were already training with David, on your way to becoming the best hunter we have. It was then that Richard came to me. He was the previous chief, an old man, and he was dying. You already thought I was dead. Even David thought I had died in one of the surgeries. And I could see that your mother and his passing only motivated you. So I kept quiet and stuck to the shadows. I never really left you alone, 𝐊𝐢. I was always watching you, giving you tasks and challenging you. I pushed you like I always have. Even if I lost there personally, I wish I could have been there. Sweetheart, I really do. What about Mom? I asked, my throat tightening with emotion, but I refused to let him see me cry. He left without a second thought, left me on my own to become a murderer while he sat back behind the curtains and told me who I should kill. I was disgusted and I could barely recognize the man in front of me. A man I had once looked up to with every fiber of my being now stood before me, and any and all respect I had previously held for him vanished. Your mother really did die that night. 𝐊𝐢, he answered my question. I wish that was the case. but they ripped her throat out before I could do anything. Why didn't you find me sooner? I challenged, pushing harder for more information. He was getting off the hook that easily. He gave me a sad look, almost as if he pitied me or something, tilting his head at an angle. Sweetheart, I already told you. You were growing up so strong. I didn't want to mess with that. So why now? Why are you here after all this time? Why not just stay dead? I yelled. Because family and love. He gestured between us. It's all a distraction. You know better than anyone that losing the people you love hurts you to the point when you can barely go on. I couldn't risk your success as a hunter just to be your father. No, you just let me believe I was an orphan for the past 3 years. I screamed with what anger. I was just cold and angry. I was fuming. I was heated and heartbroken, and tears began to pool in my eyes again. You left me alone. You had David. He reasoned. And Joel. I let out a sardonic laugh. I didn't want them, though. All I wanted was to have my parents. And you didn't even give me a choice. You assumed you knew what was best for me. And you assumed wrong. We were alone now. The men that had been following him left. They were probably uncomfortable with the situation. I could see the Wolf's Bane grenade clipped to his waistband, and my idea finally began to formulate. The grenade itself wouldn't blow up. Just shatter the glass, sending a spray of Wolf's Bane and shards of glass flying in an attempt to take out a large number of wolves. But if the spark goes off close enough to the gas from the stove, it could set off a chain reaction. He sighed. ''𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐩𝐿𝐬, please, no. Stop,'' I exclaimed. You don't get to try and explain yourself anymore. You lost it right when you let me believe you died and made no attempt to even try and contact me. I wanted to, but I couldn't. He shouted back. I could barely function after I lost your mother. I was scared. ''𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐬, scared that I was going to lose you too. I wanted to yell back. I wanted to tell him that he already lost me and he can't get me back. But just as I was about to, I felt a sharp pain in my back, almost like I was being stabbed, and I let out a gasp. Pain contorted my face, and he looked at me and it was Chase's pain I was feeling. It was almost as though he was reaching out to me. It must be the mate bond, I thought. I guess I should thank you then, I stated. If you hadn't left me back, then I wouldn't be as strong as I am now. That's all I wanted for you. He smiled, nodding his head. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐽 approached me and wrapped me in his arms, an action at which I stiffened. Slowly, I loosened up, just enough to maneuver my hand and grab his Wolfsbane grenade. It's now or never. Stepping back, I pushed him off of me a little and glared at him. But I never wanted it for myself. You are no father of mine. With that, I brought my fist up to connect with his jaw, forcing him to the ground, pulling the clip off the grenade. I rolled it to the hallway, where it ignited, and the spark grew. Smiling at my success, I dove off of the balcony as the building house me went up in flames. I landed on top of a tent and was surrounded by the canvas material. Along with flames and smoke, gunfire began, and I knew that this was it. The wolves were here. The hunters were shooting and my life was ablaze. It was now or never. Chapter 42. There was smoke everywhere. Every breath I took was filled with smoke, and I nearly gagged as I inhaled some wolfsbane along with it. The flames engulfing the house danced before my eyes, taunting me as my eyes frantically darted around, trying to find her, trying to find Haley. The hunters began shooting at random without any relaying, just hoping that a bullet finds its mark in our bodies. I could feel her, and I knew she was still alive, but I just didn't know where. The shooting stopped, and for a silent minute or two, nobody moved. There wasn't a faltering step or a move forward. It was a picture, perfect example of a stalemate. We both waited for the other to make the first move so that we could be the ones to retaliate. Finally, I heard the click of someone loading a gun and cocking it, snarling lowly. I knew the rest of my pack on the front line with me had heard it too, letting out a deafening roar. I leapt forward with my pack behind me, tearing into the necks of the murderous men in front of me. The noise seemed to fade away as I charged forward. slicing with my claws and tearing with my teeth. I dug through flesh, clamping down with my jaw as I crushed bones beneath them. It felt amazing. To finally set myself free and release all of the anger and hurt their kind has caused me since they killed my parents and my pack. Everything that has gone wrong in my life has been because of a hunter. And now I am getting my revenge. My canines were sunk deep in the jugular of a hunter when another shot a silver bullet at me. Luckily, their aim was shit as it hit my front leg. Howling, I released the hunter from my jaws. He would die from blood loss soon enough. I turned my attention towards the other hunter, who was rushing to reload his shotgun before I could get to him. Snarling viciously, I launched myself at him. He yelled back, dropping his gun and thrusting a silver knife into my side, right in between two ribs. Letting out a howl, I swiped at him and raked his entire chest with my claws. He let out an agonized cry, staggering back away from me. But it was too late. He was in my line of sight, and I was seeing red and craving more. More blood and more death. As I charged him and leapt forward, he dropped to the ground and rolled out of my way. My chest vibrated with a growl. I turned to face him, only to take another silver bullet, this time to the shoulder. No, I heard her. 𝐊𝐤𝐬 yelled out as I was shot, and she thrusted her dagger, which landed square in the back of the hunter in front of me. He sputtered a bit of blood before falling forward, clearly dead. 𝐊𝐤𝐬 was covered in what looked like ash with a small cut across her forehead. She was panting and breathing heavily. She nodded to me in acknowledgement, a glint of mischief in her eyes. I barked out a thank you to her before looking for a new target, someone else to sink my teeth in. She's fine. I'm 𝐊𝐤𝐬. 𝐊𝐤𝐬 was perfectly fine and alive for the time being. Putting my incessant worry for her aside for a little while, I set my sights on a hunter spraying bullet after bullet into my pack. Roaring, I charged at him from behind, and he turned to slow, just in time for me to tear his head from his shoulders in an instant. I see your signature move hasn't gone anywhere, Luke commented over the mind link, referring to my 4th decapitation of the night. Smirking, I chuckled, and I never plan on stopping it. Wolves were everywhere, and I could see blurs of fur scrambling throughout the area, blood spraying all around. It really was an all-out war. The hunters were falling and crumbling apart. They were used to stalking their prey before striking swiftly. But in close, hand-to-hand combat, they were practically useless. They didn't stand a chance against the massive wolves coming against them. Suddenly, I felt a stabbing pain through my hind leg, and I whipped my head around, only to find nothing. No one was behind me, ripping my leg open. 𝐊𝐤𝐬, I tried reaching out to her through the bond. I could feel her pain and the panic inside of her. Something was going really wrong. Growling, I took off from the yard behind the ever-burning house. My pack had this taken care of. That much was clear. Now it was time for me to take care of my mate. She was hurt somewhere, and I needed to save her. She can take care of herself. I know, but with the panic and sheer terror I was getting from her, something was very off. I began sprinting through the trees, frantically trying to find her. It was just her leg hurting her, but her heart as well, and all I wanted to do was help her. I have to help my mate. Chapter 43. I rolled over onto my back and groaned, touching my fingers to my head and pulling them back to find blood lathering them. Sighing, I looked around me and saw the hunters firing upon the wolves, but the wolves weren't taking shit. Smiling with what seemed like pride, I brought myself to a stand and brought my bow with me, drawing the string back. I looked around to see a hunter with his knife raised against a wolf. Releasing the string, I watched as the arrow launched itself into his hand, sticking out and causing him to drop the knife. The wolf took its opportunity and sprang up, ripping his neck out. Chase was easy to pick out. I was all but drawn to him as he fought in a frenzy of anger and savagery. I was going to lie. It was actually a bit of a turn on watching him tear into all of the two-faced bastards here. Then again, it'd be a hypocrite if I said I was two-faced. He was digging into a hunter when a shot went off and his front leg buckled. He turned to face the hunter, who was frantically trying to reload his shotgun but failing. Chase roared, leaping towards the hunter, who in a split-second decision rocked the gun and pulled out a dagger, thrusting it into Chase's side. He dropped to the ground and spun around, only to receive another shot to the shoulder by the hunter's handgun. "No," I yelled, watching the scene in front of me unfold. Without thinking, I lifted a dagger of my own and threw it with expert precision. The blade sliced through the air until it embedded itself into the back of the hunter. He sputtered for a moment before dropping to the ground. Chase looked at me, his eyes sparkling, and he barked out at me, which I took as a thank you. He then turned and went back to tearing hunters limb from limb. I went my own way, sneaking through the forest, looking for anyone to help and any hunters to fend off. A low growl reverberated from behind me, and I slowly turned to see a medium-sized black wolf standing there, muscles tense and coiled, his eyes looking murderous. I held up my hands, showing there was no weapon. "Listen, I'm on your side here." The volume of the growl grew. "Are you really now?" A male voice from behind me spoke, whipping around once again. I came face to face with the chief, my father. The wolf behind me snarled loudly, and I could only hope he hated the man before me more than he hates me. He held his crossbow up and aimed it at me, before moving it over slightly and training it on the wolf. Stupidly, I stepped in front of the wolf. "Stop. What do you think you're doing?" he shouted, his face reddening with anger through the dark night, although the smoke and fire from the house seemed to lighten things. "Protecting my people," I stated firmly. His grip on the crossbow tightened. "That is not one of your people, Haley. That is a werewolf. Nothing but a mindless, murdering animal." I shook my head. "You're wrong. They are people, and they're good people. You're the bad guy here, not them." He didn't understand, and he never would. I knew that much, but I needed to distract him. Keep him talking long enough for the wolf behind me to make its escape. Behind my back, I gently motioned for the wolf to go. "They killed your mother," he exclaimed. I shook my head. "No, you killed my mother by bringing her into this world. If you hadn't been hunting, they never would have targeted our family. Mom's death is on you, and no one else. So stop trying to blame everyone around you. You've lost it, and you need to calm down. End this now, and maybe they'll spare your life." At that, something inside him snapped. "Spare my life. As if you think they could ever get to me." He let out a maniacal cackle before sending the bow flying, straight through my thigh. I let out a wail, dropping to the ground, letting out another cry as the wolf behind me dropped as well, a different arrow embedded in his head. "No," I cried out. All piercing, the knife followed my cry, and I knew it was Chase. I could sense he was close, but not close enough. David jogged into the clearing, Joel right behind them, and I found myself faced with 3 men that I knew were very strict hunters. I was a goner for sure. Taking a rock in my hand, I found my next best option. I launched it at the chief, who was unexpecting, as the rock hit him square in the forehead, knocking him out. "What the hell?" David ground out, walking over and yanking me up by the arm. I hissed at the pain of my light and glared at him. I had to. The bastard fucking shot an arrow through my leg. "Not through it, not through it." Joel spoke. "It's still very much in there." He walked over and broke the tip off before yanking it back out. I bit back a scream as he did so, and blood began to flow more freely from the wounds. I could only hope he didn't hit an artery, but I was pretty sure he didn't. "Why did he shoot you?" David pressed, and I could see Joel's ears perk up a bit at that question. So I gave my answer. "Hell if I know. He was rambling on about how they killed my mom and then shot me before taking down him over there." I pointed to the lifeless wolf across the way, and a pang of guilt struck me. I couldn't save him. How the hell am I even supposed to save myself right now? That doesn't sound like the man I know. David decided, looking at me skeptically. He held his gun out, and I could tell it was cocked and very well loaded. "Shit. Hobbling back to the ground, I grabbed my leg in pain and hoped that it would buy me enough distraction time to pull out a knife at least. So I went down and cradled my leg, hand slipping into my boot. Just as I had pulled the blade from my boot, I heard the safety of the gun clicking off. I looked up to see David standing, his gun pointed at my head. But what surprised me was seeing Joel standing with his gun against David's head, who looked very pissed. "What the fuck are you doing?" David ground out, his grip on the gun tightening, fighting for its right. He said, "You see, I might not be a genius, but I know it's right or wrong. And it took 𝐿𝐬𝐬 with the wolf to help me realize it. There's more to it." I spoke up. Joel shrugged. The other hunters were bloodthirsty just for the hell of it. They didn't have a vendetta against the wolves. They just wanted to kill. And that's not okay. Because as you yourself have come to realize, 𝐿𝐬𝐬, they're people too. They have families, and friends and people who care if they make it back in one piece. I'm sick of taking people away from the world. Where the fuck did I go wrong with you two? David wondered out loud, though his anger was still very clear and present. A wolf flew through the air at that time, interrupting the argument, and I could hear the ringing of a gunshot and the sound of a body drop. But my vision was starting to blur in the frenzy of it all, and probably partially due to my blood loss. But the gunshot was clear, and so was the look of agony in the face of Chase's wolf. Chapter 44. I've never ran as fast as I was right now, frantically trying to locate my mate. I could sense her and smell her, but it was like she was everywhere and nowhere all at the same time. It was devastating, letting out a growl of frustration. I slowed to a saunter, trying to get any red on her at all. Finally, I heard it. That heavenly chime of her voice calling. Only, she was screaming now. I could hear her yell. She sounded frantic. She was still fair, and her yell sounded as though it was a whisper. But that only motivated me. It motivated me to push, to keep running to her, to 𝐿𝐬𝐬. Scenarios were running through my head, and not the good kinds. The kinds where I wondered if I would get there too late, if she would be on the ground by the time I got there, and it would be another moment to mark in the books when I was just too late to save someone I love. Pushing harder, I whipped it through the greens and browns of the woods. My 4 legs worked in unison to propel myself forward as quickly as possible. I was closer now. She was just feet away, and my heart began pounding in my chest even harder. I couldn't even tell if it was because of me or her, but panic began spreading through my body. I could hear the voices of 2 other men. I was pretty sure one of them belonged to the guy she had sparred with in her yard the one day, but I couldn't be certain. Bursting through the clearing, I arrived just as a gun went off, and I toppled to the ground, right in front of 𝐿𝐬𝐬, who looked at me with wide eyes. For one of the first times, she looked genuinely scared. My face contorted into one of agony as I registered the pain I was experiencing. My legs ached, my body feeling heavy after all of the silver I had taken in from the hunter's weapons. But most of all, I felt the pain of a silver bullet that had just embedded itself in my lung, right beside my heart. I shifted back to my human form, lying on my stomach as I groaned in pain, not worried about my nudity, looking away from 𝐿𝐬𝐬. I was confused at the sight before me. David, 𝐊𝐬𝐬𝐸 laid on the ground. A bullet sighed with his head, while the chief stood facing off with Joel, the guy from 𝐿𝐬𝐬's backyard. She let out a slight cry, but the 2 men paid no attention to her as they stood facing each other with their guns trained on one another, their arms and bodies generally tight and displaying the tension of the situation. 𝐿𝐬𝐬 came up next to me, cupping my cheek in her hand. "Are you okay?" Giving her a meek smile. I coughed, some blood coming up with it. "Das peachy." She gave a light laugh through the tears that were starting to spill over, and she stroked my cheek. "I'm not gonna lie. Chase, you look like shit." I laughed, but immediately regretted it as the pain shot through my entire body. The bullets shifting. I was familiar with pain, but this seemed to reach a whole other level. Closing my eyes for a few moments, I knew what was coming. The big, bad, unavoidable, and inevitable end. Duh. 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐩, get away from that thing, the chief yelled out at her, without flinching or even looking up. She shook her head and continued to stroke my cheek with her thumb. And God, I never wanted her to stop. But then that asshole pulled out another gun and trained it on her. I said get away. She let out a sob, then stood up, putting all of her weight on her left side. I growled a little at the sight of a rather large hole going straight through her thigh. I could see the remainder of the arrow that had done the damage on the ground next to her. And across the way laid a dead wolf, an arrow through its head. You don't control me anymore, she said in a murderous voice, kicking up her own bow from the ground. She loaded an arrow, her last one, and aimed it at the chief. You might be the man who brought me into this world, but that does not make you my father. My father never would left me without either of my parents. You had David, he exclaimed, exasperated. 𝐿𝐲 shook her head. No, I didn't want David. Didn't even need him. I needed my fucking parents. But you made sure that would never happen. Didn't you? 𝐿𝐲? Honey, he started, but was cut off by Joel. Oh, enough. I'm sick of listening to your bullshit. Man, he spat. You were so hellbent on killing every werewolf ever. You never stopped to think about whether it's them or us who deserve to die. And guess what? It's not them. They're all good, decent people. Look at that poor son of a bitch, who just took a fucking bullet in the chest for 𝐿𝐲. If it wasn't for him and his kind, your daughter would be dead, just like David here. No, he said, in denial as he shook his head, and his hands began to follow suit. They all have to pay for what they are. You make me sick, 𝐿𝐲 stated, any happiness and light that I had always seen in her face gone. She was void and null of any emotion at this point. You want to pass your judgment on to every werewolf in existence. Well, I'll pass my judgment on to you. You deserve to die, and no one else. With those final words, she released the arrow and I could hear it make its mark. Within seconds of the sound of his body hitting the ground, she spun around and emptied her stomach onto the grass, falling to her knees and allowing the sobs to consume her. Reaching out, I grazed her hand with mine and she turned to face me. Her eyes were red, matching the crimson color that stained her hands and clothes. She sniffled and wiped her eyes with the backs of her hands, dragging herself over to me. You're okay, right? You're going to be fine. This is nothing, right? I couldn't tell her that in all honesty I was cold, and the pain was disappearing, because I knew that meant I was almost at the doors of death. She wiped her nose on her sleeve, and her voice cracked as she spoke. 𝐿𝐲, smiling sadly. I looked up into her eyes, if only for the last time. I love you, I love you. 𝐿𝐲, nodding. Her lip quivered as she squeezed my hand tightly. Sobbing. My eyes grew heavy and I finally gave in on closing them. But I stayed conscious long enough to hear it, to hear her final words to me. I love you, to chase, more than you know. Chapter 45. Oh God. �HGS dead. Isn't he? I couldn't even move. I was so stricken with fear and panic. The image of his eyes folding shut and his breathing slowing flashed through my mind every waking second. And all I wanted to do was give in and join him. But I couldn't, because he was still breathing. But barely. I wanted to scream and yell for help. I wanted to beg for mercy from whatever higher power or some shit decided to do this to me. But I couldn't, because I was practically paralyzed. There was no energy in me to move or even speak. I just held Chase's hand as tightly as I could in my own and focused on not passing out as my leg and other various scratches continued to bleed profusely. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe he did hit an artery. Joel came up beside me. Shit. 𝐿𝐲, what do we do? What do I do? 𝐿𝐲, look at me. Stay with me here. Fuck. 𝐿𝐲, come on. I need your help. I couldn't even look at him, couldn't even manage to turn my head and meet his eyes. Every muscle and bone in my body ached, and I felt like I was being pushed down into the earth by a hot, steaming pressure plate. I wondered if I was feeling some of Chase's pain, because there was no way I felt this from a few scratches and an arrow through the thigh. No way. The world began to move in slow motion, and I could hear Joel still yelling, trying to get me to look at him, move or say anything. But right now I was immobilized, lying on my stomach and staring at Chase's too pale face. His color was steadily being drained and his breathing decreased and grew more ragged and harsh as it did so. And there was absolutely nothing I could do to save him right now. I felt tears drop down my cheeks, and I honestly couldn't tell if I had been crying the whole time or if they had just started again. I squeezed my eyes shut, only to relive the events of the past 5 minutes. David shooting his gun at me, Chase leaping in front of me and taking the bullet, Joel shooting and killing David, my father waking up and training his gun on me, then shifting it to Joel, me killing my father. No, I chided myself. H.E.S. not my father. He was the chief, and nothing more to me. Nothing more. Maybe I should just be nothing, and give in to all of the pain and pressure. Maybe I should give in to the boiling feeling that spread throughout my entire body. But then I looked at his face, and knew I could never do that. I have to be strong. If not for myself, then for Chase. Help. I mustered up a whimper. I winced at the pain but continued, my voice growing louder tenfold. Help. I sobbed, a strangled cry coming from my lips that I didn't even recognize. I shrieked once more. Somebody help. Joel had stopped yelling now and sat beside me, holding my free hand, and I knew it meant I was royally fucked. He had given up because he knew I would probably die from blood loss anytime soon now. You're gonna be fine. Hales, he muttered. You're both going to be just fine. It didn't matter that the words were most definitely not true. They comforted me somehow. They got me through the next few moments of pain, where I felt as though a white-hot barbed wire wrapped itself around my heart. I knew I was feeling Chase's pain, and this must mean that the silver has reached his heart, that the bullet shifted and is now piercing his heart, killing him. Tears silently escaped me as I stared at his face. Despite all of this pain, he still looked so peaceful, probably because he passed out, and isn't feeling any of this. Kicking up my hand and dragging it across the ground, I rested it on his face, cupping his cheek. I whispered, Fight, Chase. Please, please. I need you to fight. I know it hurts and all you want to do is give into it and let it consume you. But you can't. Please don't leave me. Believe me. 𝐊𝐲. My voice cracked at the end and I let out a small sob, sniffling to cover it up as I heard twigs all around us snap. What the fuck? A voice questioned. And I never thought I'd be so glad to hear his voice. Luke's face appeared across from me, hovering above Chase as he looked at me in panic. Haley, I need you to tell me exactly what happened so we can fix this. He jumped. I hiccuped through the crying. He jumped in front of me and took the bullet. It's piercing his heart and I can feel it. I can feel everything. Wiping a stray tear away from his face. Luke nodded. Thank you. Doc's almost here. Okay. So you and Chase, you gotta hold on just a little bit longer. You have to be strong for him. Haley, I'm trying. I croaked. He nodded. You're doing great. The next few minutes were the longest of my life. Joel and Luke both spoke words of encouragement as I pushed through the pain, trying just to stay awake and offer some of my strength to chase through our bond. I understood now why werewolves were so protective of their mates, and why they were so angry if they managed to live after their other half died. It drains you, emotionally and physically. Chase was the one on the brink of death here, but I might as well have been on my deathbed too. Finally, Ammon with a large bag of supplies burst into the clearing, looking frantic. He was sweating, although his breathing seemed steady enough. Luke sprung into action, pointing every which way, ordering all the wolves around and yelling in the man's face, as he trained his eyes on Chase, and then on me. He walked over, kneeling down on the other side of Chase and looking at me. Luna, I am going to do everything I can to save him, okay? But I need you to let go and back away. I need space to work. I nodded in understanding, but I didn't have the strength to move. The man, Doc, looked over to Luke, who walked over and picked me up, sitting me up against a tree in a position so that I could see everything they were doing to him. I squirmed as I watched the man rag a blade down the front of his chest. Luke squatted in front of me and I looked at him, shaking my head. He was going to make it. I was going to make it. The earth began spinning, the edges going black, and I could feel myself slipping into the depths of unconsciousness. Goodbye. Chapter 46. Have you ever felt like dying? Or, at least, have you ever been in so much pain you felt like you were going to die? Because that's exactly how I'm feeling right now. Maybe that's because I actually am dying. My mind wandered through the dark unconsciousness, but I still knew what was happening. I knew how I had left things 𝐊𝐲 crying above me and the silver bullet in my chest all but digging its way into my heart. It's sort of like 𝐊𝐲, in that sense, though she didn't have to do much digging. The pain was beginning to reach that point where I couldn't take it anymore and I wanted to give into it. But then I heard it. 𝐊𝐲's voice. Stay with me. Her voice was faint, barely a whisper, but I knew it was hers. Please don't leave me. I wanted to scream, yell and fight. I wanted to grab her by the face and swear to her that I won't ever leave her side. I wanted to kiss her passionately and love her with every fiber of my being. I wanted to show her exactly how much she means to me, but I couldn't. I couldn't move. Couldn't speak and I couldn't even open my damn eyes to see her. A shredding feeling burst through my chest and that's when I really knew I had lost this final battle. I screamed and fought and kicked, but nothing worked. I couldn't wake up and couldn't get to her. I was nothing, and so I gave in, and let myself slip awake completely. Maybe I'd see her on the other side someday, but giving in didn't lead to darkness like I had expected, but rather with me standing in a plain white room. A red wooden oar across from me. The door called to me, pulled me with so much force I was sure what to do other than walk to it. Placing my hand on the doorknob, I twisted it and pushed the door open. Immediately I was greeted with familiar sweet perfume, which matched the familiar sweet face in front of me. I nearly choked. Mom, she walked up to me and wrapped me in her arms. Oh, my baby. Despite the childish nickname, I didn't fight her and instead wrapped my arms around her even tighter. This was real, but it still felt like it. It felt like she was here. Come on, let's go sit with your father, she said, stepping back and giving me a view of my dad, sitting at the table behind her, smiling with 3 mugs in front of him. I nodded and followed her, sitting in between the two of them, sipping on the coffee. Mom smiled at me, that same old twinkle in her eyes. Tell me everything about her. What? I questioned. Dad gave a hearty laugh. Your mate, son. Your mother has been waiting, very impatiently, might I add, to know all about this 𝐊𝐲. I smiled at the thought of her. She's amazing. Everything I ever could have asked for and more. Mom smiled encouragingly. She was a hunter, though, and things got rough. I frowned, recalling the night I had found out about her, when I had found that damn knife. Placing her hand over mine, my mom smiled softly, but she changed her ways, didn't she? She saw you for the good man that you are, and showed her that hunting was not the right thing. I nodded. Yeah, she helped us. Not just the pack son. Dad clapped his hand on my shoulder. She helped you. I can see it. I have seen it. You changed so much. Even in the first moment you saw her. You finally became a man when you met her. No longer a childish boy. Gee, thanks. I spoke dryly at his words. He laughed, his eyes crinkling at the corners like they always did. You know I'm just fucking with ya. Language. Mom chastised, earning laughs from both Dad and I. So you love her? Mom stated more than asked, but I still nodded. And she loves you. I thought back to my last waking moments with her, and her light voice telling me that she did love me too. More than I knew, apparently. I smiled at the though. Yeah, I think she does. She threw me a disappointed look. Then what are you doing here? Vampire deception. 𝐿𝐻𝐬𝐻𝐬 and 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐳. The undocumented changeling, and forced to cause the low-level witch. Why are you here with us dead folks, when you should be there, with your very alive and waiting mate? Dad pressed, sipping on his coffee. I furrowed my brows. Wait a minute. I'm not dead. They both smiled at me sadly. And Dad answered, not just yet. My boy. I looked back at the red door. The only exit for me. A way back to 𝐊𝐲. I could go back. Live my life. Be with 𝐊𝐲 and start a family sometime in the future. Or stay here. Let everything go. And reunite with my parents. You know you'll come back. Right. Mom spoke, grabbing my hands in hers. If you go back, you will die someday. And when you do, well, she'll be here waiting for you. Yeah, I questioned. They both nodded, mocking their motion. I tilted my head up and down and took a deep breath, standing up and releasing it. I faced the red door, and my parents came up behind me, standing on either side, with their hands on my shoulders. I could feel them and their support coursing through me. I'm proud of you, son. You're a good alpha. My dad's voice boomed from my left side. Mom's angelic voice came from the right. I love you, Chase. You're a good man. I love you guys. And I miss you. I told them, looking from one another. And I know Lily does too. Mom smiled sadly. Tell her hello for us. And that we love her so very much. Dad chimed in. I nodded and walked forward, placing my hand on that doorknob once again, this time knowing exactly where it was going to take me. Pulling it open, I stepped into the bright white room. Stepping into it and suddenly I was falling, tumbling through open space until I lost. It was just darkness, with a beeping noise to keep me company. Peeling my eyes open, I found myself to be staring at a somewhat familiar white ceiling. Turning my head, I found what I was looking for. A cute brunette by my side, asleep sitting in a chair with her head on the bed, her hand tightly gripping mine. Chapter 47. It was a minute movement, barely noticeable at all, but the small twitch of the hand I held was enough to jolt me awake. Lifting my head from the side of the bed, I locked eyes with a pair of shimmering blue ones. If I had been standing, my knees would have buckled, and I probably would have collapsed. Chase. He smiled down at me. That's my name. Don't wear it out. Unable to hold myself back, I launched my body at him, clinging to him as though he was air himself and I was drowning at the bottom of an ocean. 𝐊𝐲𝐻𝐬𝐻, awakened in my arms. Thank God you're okay. I mumbled in his chest and he squeezed me back, just as tight, if not tighter, as I was squeezing him. I don't know what I would have done if you didn't wake up. He gave me a sort of crooked smile and raised a brow at me. You really think you'd leave my girl behind? Letting out a small laugh. I shook my head. I guess not. Come here. He motioned and pulled me up to him, before planting his lips on mine. It was soft and tender at first, so gentle I wasn't even sure if it was kissing. Just as I was about to pull away, he brought me back in, grabbing my hips and hoisting me on top of him. The kiss turned ravenous and hungry, to the point where I wasn't sure if anything could ever break us apart. Of course, I had to be proved wrong as the door opened and someone cleared their throat. I smiled at the man I had come to know over the past week and slipped off of Chase and back into my seat. Hey, Doc. 𝐊𝐲, were you harming my patient? He scolded as he walked into the other side of Chase's bed, shaking his hand as he came up beside him. I shrugged. No alpha. He greeted Chase. Doc, he nodded in response. So what's the verdict? How long was I out? Well, you were out for quite a while. 6 days to be exact. This one didn't leave your side for more than 20 minutes at a time. He said, gesturing to me, at which I gave Chase a cheeky smile, which he returned. As for the verdict, I'm pretty sure that all the silver has worked its way out of your body. and you should be back on top in a few hours, up to a day from now. Thank you. Doc, Chase spoke sincerely, his eyes sparkling. Doc left us alone, and he looked at me, his smile dropping a little. You look exhausted. Hales. Gee, thanks. I chuckled dryly, but I knew it to be true. My eyes were heavy from the exhaustion, and I had barely eaten or drank anything in the past week. Almost losing Chase had been one of the toughest things ever gone through, right after losing my parents or my mother. At least. He looked at me with sad eyes. So what happened after I passed out? Luke showed up with Doc and they started working on you. I don't know after that because I passed out. Too, I answered, subconsciously rubbing my leg lightly where it was bandaged. I still cowled and walk on it thanks to that damn arrow. But I had finally gotten used to crutches, although I definitely don't like it. Tears began to well up in my eyes. God, Chase. I thought I'd lost you. He reached out and pulled me onto the bed with him. Hey, come here. Come here. It's okay. We're all okay. Haley. We laid like that for a while, just sitting there and holding each other like nothing else mattered. Not speaking or doing anything, but just laying there together and appreciating each other's company. What was it like when you were unconscious? I asked him, keeping my head right where it was on his chest. He sighed. It was amazing. In all honesty, I was with my parents and we were talking and laughing and they were there. We talked about you. You know, what did they say? I asked. For some reason, I was incredibly nervous to hear what Chase's dead parents thought about me. He turned me to face him and smile. That they love you, and think that you've brought out the best version of me. They love you, and I love you too. Smiling, I leaned up and placed a gentle but lingering kiss on his lips. I love you too. I love you too. Chase. There was a knock at the door and Chase told them to come in. And at the sound of his voice, the door burst open, allowing Lily to spill inside, running to her brother, with Luke following closely behind. I slipped off of Chase for a second time and let him hug his sister tightly. Luke came up beside me and gave me a small smile. Hey. Raising eyebrow. I glanced over to Lily. So, when are you gonna tell him? Luke just shook his head with a shrug. But I didn't miss the nervous look on his face. But I mean, I wouldn't want to tell Chase that either. Though, glad to see you're okay. Man, Luke greeted his best friend. Chase laughed. You and me both. He looked between the two of them and furrowed his brows. Hang on. Did I miss something? Yeah. Lily mumbled, looking down. You are sort of the worst brother ever and missed my 18th birthday. Chase swore. Shit, Lily, I am so sorry. She laughed. Not your fault. But don't worry. He'll forgive you as long as you don't freak out. Don't freak out about what? He asked, glancing at me, smiling reassuringly. I took his hand in mine and nodded to Lily. Might as well tell him now while we're still at the hospital. She took Luke's hand in hers and smiled. We're sort of mates. Chase's brows drew together as he stared at their hands in an intense focus. What? Chapter 48. Sitting in the living room back at home, I couldn't help but look skeptically at my best friend and little sister cuddled up together on the couch across from me, arms wrapped around from behind, and I smiled as Haley whispered in my ear, "Stop pouting, and just be happy for them." Turning my head to face her, I pressed my lips to hers. Who said anything about pouting? After I had threatened to separate his head from his body if he ever did anything to hurt her in any way, it settled down enough for Haley to convince me that it was a good thing. The two of them together, they liked each other, cared for one another, and would protect each other with everything that they have. Even if I didn't like it at first. I have to admit they're a good match. My sister would straighten Luke out. Let's give them some alone time, Haley said, and I raised an eyebrow as I looked over to my sister who lay peacefully on Luke's lap. My own mate rolled her eyes and pulled me with her. Come on. I scooped her up so she didn't have to crutch up the stairs and carry her up the stairs, dropping her on the bed. She let out a light laugh as I did so. Smiling down at her, I leaned forward, placing my lips on hers gently, Reaching up, she wrapped her arms around my neck and pulled me down to her, pressing our bodies closely together as the kiss deepened, biting down on her lip. I caused her to moan and I smiled into the kiss, my hands gripping her hips tightly as hers ran through my hair. Moving down, I left gentle kisses trailing down her jaw and neck until I reached the spot where I had marked her. I sucked on the spot, causing her to gasp and moan, her hands tightening on my shoulders, her nails digging into my skin through my T-shirt. I pulled away, looking down at her, her curly brown hair thrown all over the bed, her brown eyes sparkling as she looked up at me. "God, you're beautiful. So are you," she whispered back, her hand cupping my cheek. I leaned into it, enjoying the feeling of the sparks that she sent coursing through me with a simple touch. "Guys are not beautiful," I answered, although I didn't really care what she called me if we stayed in this position. Smiling, she shook her head. "I don't care. You're beautiful, 𝐊𝐲𝐬, and you're all mine," leaning so that my nose was buried in the crook of her neck. I mumbled, "Thank God for that." Then I began kissing her neck again, working my way up to where her eager lips were waiting for my own. Her hands tangled in my hair and mine wandered her body endlessly and we were gone. I was a goner. I looked down at 𝐊𝐲𝐬, her small frame tucked into me as the moonlight from the window shone on her bare back. I rubbed circles with my thumb on her back, watching as her body rose and fell with every breath. She looked stunningly peaceful as she slept, and it was surprising considering everything 𝐶h's been through. It's a wonder 𝐶h's still here. Honestly, that we're both here, for that matter. We've both lost both of our parents, have almost been killed and have lost people we care about. We've hurt each other and hurt ourselves trying to protect each other. We were made for each other, and that's why we're mates. We are both broke and bruised and battered, but we are both still breathing and we're together. To me, that's all that really matters. I have my sister, my mate in my pack, and that's all that I can really ask for." I didn't even realize I had stopped rubbing 𝐊𝐲𝐬's back until she pouted. "No, don't stop. It felt good." Smiling, I resumed the motion. "I thought you were asleep." "Sorry." Keeling her eyes open, she looked up at me through her eyelashes. "Nothing to apologize for. Silly. Besides, I was like half asleep." She looked away and closed her eyes again, burying herself in my armpit, and I had no complaints as she nestled her naked body closer to my own. The feeling between 𝐊𝐲𝐬 and I had been euphoric to say the very least. It was breathtaking and wondrous thing I could have imagined and more. We were fully mated now, and we were connected as two bodies with one heart, and could feel everything that the other thought. The best part was that I knew I could talk to her through her mind now. She wouldn't be able to directly speak back, but I'd be able to talk to her and read her emotions mentally. Although she didn't seem too keen for me to be inside her head, I told her she could practice keeping me out, much to my dismay. I love you," she said, kissing my shoulder lightly. I smiled down at her. "I love you too, 𝐊𝐲𝐬." Chapter 49. It's been for months, and now here we are, dressed and ready in the black and purple graduation robes, waiting to close the book of this chapter of our lives, this very messy, crazy and long chapter. Chase came up behind me as I stood in front of the full-length mirror in our room, straightening out any wrinkles in my robe with my hands. "Stop fidgeting," he murmured, placing a kiss at the base of my neck. "You look perfect." I smiled, tilting my head a bit to give him better access, and he trailed his kisses up to my jaw before spinning me around and placing a hungry kiss on my lips. Laughing, I tried pulling away, but he tightened his arms around my waist, lifting me up and placing me on the bed. "We're gonna be late." "I don't give a shit," he rumbled, moving his lips back down along my neck and down to the spot where he had marked me. He sucked on it gently and a moan escaped my lips as I threw me head back. He took that as an invitation to pull off my graduation gown and the dress underneath along with it, staring down at me in my bra and underwear with hunger evident in his eyes. Huffing, I leaned up and wrapped my arms around his neck and pulled him down to me. Fine, but you better make it quick. He smiled before crashing his lips to mine. Lily frowned as we all stood outside of the high school, pouting. I can't believe you guys are all graduating without me. Then you'll have all of the attention next year when you graduate. Luke smiled, kissing her forehead. Her pout melted for a second before she restored it, rolling my eyes at her childishness. I couldn't help but laugh. Chase leaned into my ear. Remind me again why I'm allowing that. Turning, I raised a brow. Because you love both of them and want them to be happy together. Just like we are. At this, it was his turn to raise a brow to me. I shook my head. Let me put it this way. What would you do if Lily told you that you could never kiss me again? Or hug me, or see me, or even be near me? His eyes darkened and I chuckled, pressing my hand to his cheek. Then there's you answer. So, are we gonna go graduate or what? Josh spoke up, Rebecca in tow as she flipped through her note cards ridiculously fast. Just valedictorian and is losing her mind over how bad she could end up messing up her speech. He turned to her and rolled his eyes, snatching the cards from her. Jesus Christ. Becca, you'll be fine. You are the smartest person I know, and you already have that thing committed to heart. I'm pretty sure you'll still remember every word in like 40 years or something too. Just relax. Okay. She smiled and nodded, thanking her mate for the support. Looking at the time, we decided it was time to go line up, and after a rather drawn-out kiss, Lily left Luke and the rest of us to go claim her stake at the very front row of the bleachers to cheer us on as we walked to get our diplomas. It's still crazy to believe that after everything, we're all standing here, ready to start off in what they call the real world. Although for me, I think I've been in the real world for a few years now. Slowly, we all began to file onto the football field and into our respective seats, facing the bleachers filled with loved ones and family members, and mostly pack members if I'm being honest here. Rebecca stood at the front, smiling proudly as she faced the students, her friends and pack mates that she has known since birth, ready to address them as valedictorian. Hi, she greeted, then looked down with a smile before looking back up. Most of you know me, but I'll introduce myself anyways. I'm Rebecca 𝐊𝐬𝐧𝐻, and I've gone to school with almost all of you since school even began for us. So I know we might all be annoyed with each other by now. This earned a couple laughs throughout the crowd, but we're all family here. Every single one of us has made an impact on at least one other person here, whether it was big or small. We've all connected with each other on a level that can only be described as family. It isn't simple, and it can sometimes get messy, really messy, but the point is, we've always been there for each other. We have always had each other's backs, and for better or for worse, we've stood side by side through so many trials in high school. Whether it was a chemistry test, a breakup, or something more serious, we're all standing here today, having made it past all that. She spoke confidently, with sincerity in her eyes. So here's to a step forward, a step in the right direction towards our future, when we are standing up here today, walking across this stage and receiving our diplomas. We are entering a new age, and it's a day to remember for the rest of our lives. So let's remember it together, as a family, because we might hate each other sometimes, and we might make each other want to pull our hair out. But we survived high school together, and we can survive so much more. She smiled, and I found myself doing the same, a few tears pricking my eyes. So here's to the future, one that we can spend together. With that, she stepped back from the microphone, and everyone applauded her, earning a few extra loud cheers from Lily, Chase, Luke, Josh, and I out of support for our friend. One by one, we all walked, receiving our diplomas. I received an embarrassingly loud whoop from Chase when my name was called, and most of the pack members in the crowd laughed at the action. So naturally, I returned the favor when he walked and got his own diploma. We were all gathered around in a circle after the ceremony, Chase's arm around my shoulders. He kissed the top of my head, smiling. We did it. Guys, That's so cheesy. Man, Luke spoke, rolling his eyes. I smiled. Well, here's to the future. Rebecca shot me a sardonic look for that one. Chapter 50. I looked down at 𝐴𝐤, who was sleeping, snuggled up into me. It was dark in the room, but I could still see her face from the moonlight pouring in through the window. Her eyelashes fluttered as she slept, an exhale of breath coming out from her pouted lips. God, she's absolutely perfect. And she's all mine. These past few months with her had been the best of my life, and there was absolutely no denying it. Mom and Dad were right. She is the best thing to ever happen to me and has changed me for the best. Her eyes peeled open as she woke up and looked up at me, a tired and goofy smile on her face. Hi, I responded, smiling at her. What are you doing up? She shrugged the best she could, considering she was tucked into my side and under my arm. I could ask you the same question, mister. Chuckling, I kissed the top of her head. I was just thinking about you and about us. I was thinking about how amazing you are and how much my life has changed for the better ever since I met you. You're going to make me cry. She smiled up at me real big, before resting her head down to kiss my bare chest. We didn't really bother much with clothes anymore. I'd hate to be the one to make you cry. I murmured into her hair, leaning into her more if that was even possible. She rolled over to be on top of me, resting her chin on the back of her hand that rested on my chest. You could never make me cry, at least. Not out of sadness. You are perfect, Chase Morgan. You are the best thing that Ivy had in a very long time. And I know you think that I somehow helped you, but the truth is, you saved me. I was nothing but anger and hatred and a murderer. Really? And you saved me from that, showed me the light, if you will. So I guess I'm thanking you right now for saving me when you did. I don't know what would have happened if you didn't. And I love you. I need you to know that as much as you know that the sky is blue and water is wet. I love you with every fiber in my being, chastened that this love is the most natural thing I've ever felt before. I smiled up at her in adoration at what she just said. 𝐴𝐤, I love you so goddamn much it's unreal. And I can't be happier than I am right now. 𝐴𝐤 laughed, a melodic, light sound flitting into my ears. I can't wait to spend the rest of my life with you. Her words hit me and my breathing faltered fraction of a second as what she said sunk in. And in that moment, I could picture it, a future with 𝐴𝐤 and I. 10 years from now with little kids running around. 𝐴𝐤 being the amazing Luna she can be and that I know she already is. I could see her getting mad at me every time I'd let the kids go roaming in the woods alone or start to train our kids too early and push them too far. I could see us growing old together, all gray and wrinkled and sitting on a front porch with grandchildren. So do it, I said. Spend the rest of your life with me. Marry me. 𝐊𝐤. Do me the honor of spending the rest of our lives together. She grinned, a small tear escaping from her eye. Absolutely. 100% yes. I'll marry you. Thank God. I breathed, pulling her up to me and kissing her with everything I had in me. Hopeful for the bright future I have in front of me with the bright girl on top of me. All was well, and we couldn't be happier. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like. And don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates.